scores, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Friday to you. We made it. Oh. We made it through the long nightmare of the slowest sports week on the slowest sports week on the calendar, but I feel like we've had a pretty good week of shows this week. It's been a fun week, man.
This is where the internet has really paid off. Is there's so many people they have good interviews that they wait to release during the slowest time of the year on podcasts and YouTube channels and whatnot. So we had some good and entertaining content from across the sports world. You have the ESPYs. The ESPYs takes advantage of the slowest week in the sports year by doing the ESPYs, so we get a little bit of that. So everything is pretty much perfect in the world as far as I see it. As I understand it, by my consumption of what I choose to read and see, there are no problems in the world.
Puppy dogs, ice cream, rainbows, it's all good, man. It's just everything is swell. Unless you go to Coldplay concerts with your side piece and then...
I saw that. Yeah, because you sent it to me. For those of you who don't know, the CEO of a company was caught canoodling with his HR person at a Coldplay concert on the fan cam.
Yes.
And they looked immediately. Now, I didn't read into it at all. Was it just inappropriate because of the workplace relationship, or were they cheating on their?
They were cheating, spouses? Dude. Okay.
No way.
This is
way.
This is where I can tell that you were not on social media yesterday because you.
That was everything.
It was unavoidable. It was unavoidable. No. Seth, he's put out statements already. He put out a statement. The guy's name is Andy Byron. He's the CEO of a company called Astronomer, and he was caught on the kiss cam at the Coldplay concert in Foxborough with his HR. Her title
is hired. Her
title, within the last year or so.
Yeah.
Her title is Chief People Officer, which made me like, ugh.
Oh, so it's one of these companies. We're redefining what the workplace culture is like in a lot of ways.
Had a very ambassador of fun kind of feel to it, like that sort of title.
Were they both married?
Yes. Well, I don't know. No. I don't know if she is. She might be newly. He is definitely married because his name is Andy Byron. Her name is Kristen Cabot. As Seth said, they were caught canoodling on the kiss cam at the Coldplay concert. Then we may as well jump into this right now. We've got the audio. This was Chris Martin, the lead singer of Coldplay, as the kiss cam is cycling through people up there. And if you didn't see it, the two of them, like he's doing that move where he's behind her, arms wrapped around waist, and they're just sort of swaying back and forth. Right?
They could not have looked any happier. At no point in their lives could they have been happier than they were in that moment.
Huge smiles. Kiss cam hits them, and they scatter like somebody just dropped a grenade in the middle of the section. Like it distinctly scattering.
I'm so excited that you know all about this story, and I pretty much only know the video and the vague details because this is my initial impression was this. I'm looking to see. Does she have any avenue where she can say, well, I really wasn't into it? I would say no.
No.
There's no chance in hell. They were both happy as hell.
Yeah.
And immediately, they didn't look like kind of embarrassed that they were on the kiss cam.
No.
They showed the immediate deep shame of getting caught doing what they were doing. Well, meanwhile, being a CEO and an the head of HR in a very public place.
Yes.
And I'm guessing probably in a suite or something, maybe with other coworkers around. I don't know.
No, it wasn't in a suite. They were out in the crowd. They were up in a section in the crowd, and the kiss cam hits them, and this is what it sounded like. You're going to hear Chris Martin. The audio's not great, but you're going to hear him basically say, observing the two of them scattering and saying, well, that's either an affair or they're very shy. Take a listen.
Yeah.
Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay? Oh, what? Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy.
It always sounds so much better when it comes from an Englishman.
I know. He's like, oh, what? What bloody hell?
Well, there's always a little bit of they're just being mischievous, aren't they? Old chap, I know how it is.
Okay.
You'll notice Gwyneth ain't around no more. Okay, go ahead.
So real quick.
I'm fascinated by this.
Andy Byron, CEO of a privately held company, Astronomer, because one of the first things I did was go once the identities were revealed, I went to the financial page to see if this affected the stock price at all on the company. They're privately held. They're a growing.
I called Trajan Wealth, told him the same thing. Listen, this thing's going to drop 10 points. I want you to buy when it gets to 9.
I told him as soon as the video came out. Arbitrage.
To be clear, Trajan Wealth probably would have tried to talk me out of that, but go ahead.
Yes. Andy Byron, Kristen Cabot, this is his chief people officer, got hired like a year ago. And, boy, I went back and read the press release of her hire and the quotes from her. Yeah. If you can construe them into things that, if you take those quotes and apply them to a situation that's basically an affair up in the crowd at a Coldplay concert, it's hilarious. The big thing was yesterday that, A, he put out a statement, which I will very easily go find on the internet in a second. B, his wife, Andy Byron's wife, her name is Kerrigan Byron. Mm-hmm. She is now on Facebook just Kerrigan.
Unloading?
One name.
She's changed it.
She didn't even change it back. She just deleted it. She's a one-name Facebook page right now.
Man,
it's heavy stuff.
What a mess. I'll tell you what, they must have been blitzed out of their mind on something. Because the kiss cam is going on.
Right.
And now maybe he's a CEO type. Maybe he's just playing the odds. And he's like, I don't want to disrupt this moment for a 1 in 100 chance.
I think that's what it is. It's less than a 1 in 100. I mean, it's Foxborough. There's 70,000 people there. They're going to show maybe 30 on the kiss cam,
But of those people, how many people in Foxborough were canoodling at the time and looking like prime content for the kiss cam?
Probably several, but I would take the two of them and put them up against anybody in that building as to who looked the happiest in the moment.
But let's look at risk-reward, Sean. Yeah, sometimes people don't. It's not just the percentages. It's like, okay, what is the risk of something devastating happening?
Yeah.
Like, okay, even if it's a 1 in 1,000 chance, you take that. If I'm playing that old, that hypothetical Russian roulette game, I'm not playing with a 1 in 1,000 chance of there being a live round in the chamber.
No. This is the statement that he put out. And I apologize to anybody who saw the tease tweet that I put out last night for the show, because I said at 6 a.m. we'd be discussing why is Hunter Brown not starting today or in this weekend at all for the Astros.
He got caught at a Coldplay concert with an Astros employee.
And I have this slotted for later. We'll hit it again, I'm sure. This is literally the A topic. This is what I had everybody talk. They could not have picked a worse day to do this, at least in the sports world, where there's nothing else to talk about. Here is his statement. I'm not going to read the whole thing because it's a little long. He acknowledges that he made a mistake. It's supposed to be a night of music and joy, and it turned into a personal mistake that he's deeply apologetic for. This is not how I want to represent the company I helped build. I'm taking time to reflect and take accountability. I asked for privacy. And I checked to make sure that this statement was authentic. Did news outlets pick this up? It's all we got to go on these days, because there was a fake statement that came out earlier in the day where he apologized. It sounded like the whole thing sounded like he was going to apologize for the affair. He was apologizing for going to a Coldplay concert. That was pretty funny. This is what he says at the end of what people are saying is his authentic statement. I also want to express how troubling it is that what should have been a private moment became public without my consent.
Without my consent.
I respect artists and entertainers, but I hope we can all think more deeply about the impact of turning someone else's life into a spectacle. As a friend once sang, lights will guide you home and ignite your bones, and I will try to fix you. End quote.
Boy, playing the victim card.
And quoting Coldplay at the end. That's a Coldplay lyric.
In a previous role, I know that part was good. Sorry, I assumed that's what it was. In a previous time in America, I would have said it's a bad look for a person to play the victim card when you're a CEO or anybody else. I don't know. It's increasingly a pretty effective form of pulling people over to your side.
But he's blaming it on Kiss Cam I'm
sure. Read the fine print on the back of your ticket, man.
Exactly.
I'm sure. I'm not going to, but I always assume it is interesting. I don't want to turn this into a serious conversation or anything. At some point, I think they got to do something about basically, we've lost all right to privacy anytime we're in public. Which and I know people have arguments for why it shouldn't matter and everything, but you used to be able to walk around and with a reasonable expectation that as long as you were just living your life, or maybe you get in a minor disagreement with somebody, that it's not going to be blasted out to thousands of people.
Those days are over. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but I just wish There's got to be. I don't want excess regulation in our lives.
No.
At the same time, I'd like to be able to go to partake of things without necessarily being blasted out to the world.
I'm 100% with you. I'm with you.
I'm not even talking about like getting caught, because people will say, "Well, just don't do anything."
Right.
All right, okay. I'm not going to get caught having an affair. I'm not going to get caught doing something illegal. But I don't want to be picking my nose and have that blasted out to the world.
I'm in the detergent aisle at Target, and I need to clean house a little bit in the right nostril.
Every single one of us is potential fodder for somebody's Instagram account.
Hey, a lot of debate as to what these two should have done in that moment. I think if they just play it cool and act like a couple, first of all, it definitely doesn't go viral the way it has. I mean, I
would hope for his sake that, and his future ex-wife's sake, that they were already separated or something. And this will be very it's still very embarrassing for her, but it's still, at least it wasn't a complete and total betrayal.
He wasn't acting like he was separated in that moment yesterday.
I know.
I've been separated before. Like he's, separated.
It was immediately the look of, and it wasn't that shy embarrassment. It was, dude, oh boy, we screwed up.
As someone who's been separated is divorced without the paperwork.
He got caught with his hand on her cookie jars.
Yes.
And it was, that was it. That was it.
Scattered. I think if the two of them just play it cool, like they're a couple, none of this happens. Maybe there's a coworker or two that's also at the concert that happens to be looking up there for the 4 seconds that they're up there and sees them. Yeah. But you can always deny. They're like, no, that wasn't me. What are they going to do? Go back and get kiss cam footage from the stadium?
To make this about sports, the thing that I think that it would be very unlikely to happen these days as much, because everybody's under constant surveillance. I remember one of our athletic trainers, Tom Colt, with the Texans, he had worked in baseball for a little while, I believe. So I can't even remember which game it was. He knew one of the players from a visiting team. So we had really nice seats. And around about the third inning or so, I just kind of glanced back to see what the concession situation was, and there was a couple a few rows behind us standing up, like leaning against a pillar, and they had reached third base. And it was, I think it was a day game, man. And I just wheeled around, and I was like, Randy, look back, but don't make it look conspicuous. And it was in the players' family section, too.
Oh,
that's
dude.
Somebody was embarrassing somebody in a bad way there.
Yeah, oh, my God, that's amazing. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So that's the A topic. If you're going to a Coldplay concert or any concert with your side piece, be cognizant of the kiss cam. Really, any sporting event, be cognizant of the kiss cam.
I always feel bad for the people who get caught on the kiss cam where it looks like, oh, the woman totally doesn't want to kiss the guy.
Yeah.
And immediately everybody leaps to conclusions that, oh, she's not into him or whatever. But it could easily be that they're brother and sister, or they're there as casual acquaintances or whatever. It's not a date whatsoever.
There was a video that popped up yesterday in light of all this. I'm sure it was an old video at a sporting event where there was a guy and a girl sitting next to each other. The kiss cam hit them. He immediately pulls up a sign that says, "She's my sister," with an arrow pointing to her.
I always feel like that's a plant.
It's just,
I always ruin your fun with that stuff.
Well, I look. They didn't look anything alike, but I just thought your point is accurate. It could be any number of things.
The biggest tell at NBA games especially, there's always some, it's a Mavs fan that does something stupid or something. You're like, he's wearing a Mavs T-shirt over two other T-shirts. And I've seen this guy before.
What are you talking about? And they always get hit with birthday cake. That's fake.
Right, yeah.
Oh, man. Thanks a lot, Seth. Let's not talk about Christmas or anything like that. All right, and don't tell me wrestling's fake, okay? I don't want to hear that either.
I don't say it's fake. I say it's scripted. Yeah.
There you go. All right, we will get to the Astros. Biggest series of the year coming up this weekend with a huge question mark as to why a decision was made. And also, the market has been reset. Will Anderson's neighborhood a year from now potentially has been set. We will explain coming up next. Today is my Friday Men's Tea Clinic Day. 4 hours from now.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday.
Friday.
Yeah, hell yeah, Friday. It's
Which was a surprise to me.
As Ocho says, it's Brandon Walter Day for the Astros.
Bam.
Today is a Brandon Walter Day. Brandon Walter takes his 3.98 ERA to the mound. If someone had told me when Brandon Walter first got called up, I mean, that was back when we thought it might just be a spot start.
Yeah.
Someone had told me he'd have lasted a couple months and he's got a sub-4 ERA coming out of the All-Star break, I would have said, well, that's a win. That's a big win right there.
So many wins. Based on what you would have expected things to look like, the Astros pitching right now has been such a revelation, and it feels enough. I mean, we've seen hiccups here. We've seen hiccups from Hunter Brown and Fromber. More so compared to some of the other guys.
Yeah.
But they sit on, currently they're fifth best ERA?
Something like that.
For overall ERA on the team, or in the league.
In the league, yeah. So Brandon Walter tonight, I mean, this was an eye grabber on Twitter yesterday when Brian McTaggart tweets out the starters for this weekend series. Huge series with the Mariners. Cannot overstate how big this series is to keep the Mariners at bay right now. I mean, at least win one. 1 and 2, they're still 4 games back. So, but there's 3 starters this weekend, Seth. Brandon Walter, Lance McCullers on Saturday, and then Framber Valdez on Sunday. No Hunter Brown. Yeah. And look, nobody's spoken on this yet. Joe Espada has not been put in front of a microphone yet. He will today before this Mariners game. I'm sure do a scrum in the dugout or something like that, like he does before every game. I Googled Hunter Brown injury during the break in this segment just to make sure there's no breaking news, but I was a little taken aback that Hunter Brown was not. I mean, given who the opponent is, that Hunter Brown is not one of the 3 guys starting for the Astros in this series.
I'm a little peeved just in that there was, discussion about whether or not Hunter Brown would get that final start before the All-Star break.
Yeah.
I kind of wanted him to for a couple reasons. One, to maybe fix whatever was hurting him in his second to last start before the All-Star break, and then I also just kind of wanted him to take the All-Star game and break completely off. Yeah. But now with hindsight, I think I would have preferred to have had him since the Astros were on a skid anyway, headed into the All-Star break. I would have preferred that they take care of whatever might have been bothering him before that, and then let him be fine now.
Yeah, I hope it's nothing physical with Hunter. I hope this is just them looking at his velocity being down his last couple starts and saying, all right, well, you know what? If we can get him 7 or 8 days of rest, this is the All-Star break is a chance to reset your rotation if you want to. That's my hope, is that the best case scenario is they're just trying to get him more rest. I would rather have Hunter Brown pitching in this Seattle series than either Brandon Walter or Lance McCullers Jr. Framber's the only one on this staff who you can reasonably make an argument that if I need a guy to go win a game. I mean, it's right now. If I need a guy to go to win a game right now with the benefit of recency bias, it's Framber Valdez and then Hunter Brown. Framber hadn't lost the game since the middle of May. He started the season 1-4. He's 10-4 now.
The one thing about the Mariners have a bunch of lefties too, so that's
good.
That likely plays a part of it.
We like that.
Yeah. Well, no, and that's you put so.
Oh, your chances of winning.
Brandon Walter might make better. Makes more sense when you're looking at lineups. Over the next few days, you got a bunch of lefties on the Mariners, and so between giving a little bit of extra rest to Hunter Brown and then getting Brandon Walter out there versus them today, that makes sense.
That makes sense. So big series coming up this weekend. No Hunter Brown. I am anxious to hear Joe Espada just answer the question as to why he made this decision, but I choose to believe. And I also read into just body language of headed to the All-Star game. Like Hunter Brown and Jeremy Pena both, and Josh Hader all seemed like they were all smiles at and going to the All-Star game. I would think if there was something physical involved, Hunter might not have even made the trip if there was something physical involved.
I'm kind of glad, honestly, that the Astros have so much drama constantly and consistently about their injuries, because it makes things more interesting.
It is saucy.
You just never know. You never know what's going to happen.
It is saucy, yeah.
They are the equivalent of your buddy that's just kind of a wild card personality-wise. You never know what he's going to say.
They are the equivalent of the Bill O'Brien general manager era, Where you're like, okay, I know this isn't great, but it is interesting.
Yeah, and you never know what might pop up on a Wednesday afternoon.
Yeah. Oh, Gary Conley is a Houston Texan. Wow.
There's one thing that human beings hate, it's tedium. Mm-hmm. We will do, most of the problems we create for ourselves in this life are because we're just bored and we want something to happen.
Yeah.
The Astros provide that. The Astros provide a break in that tedium for me, so I don't end up doing a bunch of stupid stuff in my personal life.
That's right. TJ Watt gets 3 years, $123 million, $108 million guaranteed. We're getting closer and closer to just all these things being fully guaranteed contracts.
This is a Nick Caserio-style contract. Honestly, I think Danielle Hunter's last couple of contracts with the Texans have probably factored into the team seeing that players are open to this, and then guys like TJ Watt maybe seeing Danielle Hunter's contract and thinking, man, that short term, but it's virtually all guaranteed. I keep that carrot on a stick in front of me. And then you always do, with a long-term contract as a player, when you enter into it, if you're really using your brain, you know that if you play well over time, you're going to be underpaid. Yeah. And you hope that maybe you're not that guy that's going to be a distraction or belligerent about your contract or anything, but we know human nature takes its course.
Yep.
It's nice to get short-term deals with lots of guaranteed money where, hey, If I'm out playing this contract and if the salaries go up because the salary cap goes up, I got another chance in a couple years to get a new one.
Yeah, those old contracts that used to be, if this were one of the old style deals for TJ Watt, it would have been 5 years, $180 million, but it still would have been only $108 million guaranteed. And so the team controls you for those last 2 years when there's no more guaranteed money. The only thing, one of two things can happen. You either play it out under that salary or they come to you for a pay cut if you're aging or not playing well. The only people that benefited from those funny money years at the end with no guaranteed money were the owners. Yeah. The players don't benefit from those.
And it opens up the door for so much drama and stuff that just becomes either a distraction, not just to the players, but to the front office and everybody else. It becomes media fodder. So I'm a big fan of contracts like this and Danielle Hunter's.
Yes. Yeah, I am too, 100%. To me, the most interesting things that mattered probably to our audience when it comes to this TJ Watt contract, the biggest one is, okay, if Will Anderson Jr. makes the leap that we all hope he makes this year, and then we know he is working to make this year, if the increase in productivity is proportional to the amount of work being put in to improve, Will Anderson Jr. is going to make a big jump this year. This is the neighborhood he's going to live in when his contract extension rolls around, right? Like $41 million a year is what Will Anderson Jr. is going to be looking at.
I'm glad you used the neighborhood analogy because how it worked out literally with J.J. Watt was J.J. on his rookie contract was living in Pearland.
Yes.
And by the time he left Houston, he was up in the Memorial area, one of those villages out there.
No disrespect to Pearland. Very nice community. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. He's in a non-gated community in Pearland where he had at any given time various people coming up to his front door asking for autographs.
Yes.
Which is cool if it's somebody from the neighborhood.
Yeah.
But I got the sense that people were driving down from the Woodlands to drive up to JJ's house and ask for an autograph. Yeah.
By the end of that rookie deal, they were flying in to go to his house, I would imagine. Yeah. So Will Anderson Jr. and several others have got to be licking their chops. The other thing I was thinking of, too, Seth, I mean, how much money has Jerry Jones cost himself by dragging his feet on Micah Parsons' contract? I mean, Micah Parsons is the level of player that should have gotten an extension over a year ago. Like, should have gotten one after his third season, Yeah. And so, defensive player of the year, all those things. And they continue to drag their feet. Meanwhile, Max Crosby resets the market for edge rushers at 35. You allowed Cleveland to step into this whole thing and really, really bludgeon you by giving Myles Garrett a massive raise over that, up to $40 million. And now here comes T.J. Watt at $41 million. Micah Parsons is to use the word again, he's in that neighborhood. Like, the price for Micah Parsons now is going to be over $41 million. And if you allow him to hit free agency, that's what he would get probably from somebody. It's one of the most important positions on the field. You've caught, like, Jerry Jones, just by slow playing this, has cost himself at least $7 or $8 million a year on Micah Parsons.
He is so behind the times when it comes to keeping up with the way to operate an NFL team. I mean, the reason that team is relevant largely is because Will McClay, their director of personnel, is so good at drafting. But when it comes to having foresight and trying to balance everything all together, they create this dynamic where the thing that is helping them is that Will McClay is really, really good at drafting good players.
Yeah.
But then Jerry Jones drags his feet on all the things that could keep a good, solid core together. And then they get stuck in these situations where they end up doling out, at any given time, the highest contract for a quarterback, the highest contract for a wide receiver. And it's got to be infuriating for Dallas Cowboys fans. And I couldn't tell you how bad I feel for them. That Jerry is doubling down now on talking about old stuff.
Yeah.
He will not shut up about how he's the guy who created those teams in the 90s. They're doing a Netflix documentary that airs in a couple of weeks about those teams from the 90s. And the height of irony is like, yeah, remember the thing that broke up that greatness was that you couldn't get along with a dude that knew what the hell he was doing in Jimmy Johnson.
Yep.
And you had to start, and you had to take control yourself. And it's the problem that has plagued you ever since.
I think, too, this should, if we're using the Micah Parsons situation as some sort of example as to how not to do things, this is where you should feel good as a Texan fan that Nick Caserio, within a week after he's allowed to give Derek Stingley Jr. an extension, and I know at the time it was a big jump from J.C. Horn to Derek Stingley Jr., annual average value-wise. You know, J.C. Horn was the high at cornerback at 25. Nick gave Derek Stingley Jr. $30 million. Well, guess what Sauce Gardner just got this week? $30.1 million. So Nick being in early on these. Nico Collins got an extension after 3 years. God, you hardly ever see that with a third-round pick that's a non-quarterback. But now look at that deal. Holy cow, the highest-paid receiver in the market's Jamar Chase at $40 million. Nico's getting 24. And game-to-game productivity-wise, I know the injuries, but game-to-game, Nico Collins' stats are right there with Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
I would bet dollars to donuts that come next spring, Will Anderson Jr. and C.J. Stroud will have extensions before training camp gets here.
This is what I find fascinating about this. And I saw a couple of people having a debate about this. A good debate. Both sides are making good points. But Texans Cap may have been saying, hey, you know, Caserio gets in early, and it ends up being a bargain within a year or two. Somebody else said, well, but he's kind of artificially setting that bar as high as it is, and then that creates a precedent where everybody is going to come after him. My response to that, and it's a good point, but my response to that is, well, who cares? It's a matter of how are you versus your peers. If you create that new market, but know that you're going to end up being a bargain based on what everybody else has to pay, you've still created a dynamic where you're paying your premier players less than other teams have to pay their premier players.
Yes.
And likewise with guaranteeing Jaden Higgins' contract. Man, really seems like it really threw a wrench in a bunch of other teams' plans because now he's set this precedent. And Nick would say, well, that's too bad. That's a shame because you know who we've got under contract? Jaden Higgins.
Jaden Higgins, yeah. No.
And, you know, maybe, hey, if we have to wait on Ariante Ursary because of this or that, fine. But we got Jaden Higgins under contract, and very few other second-rounders are under contract. And you guys are going to end up following my precedent to some degree.
We're going to end up talking to Nick sometime early in training camp, you and I, and it's one of the things I'm most looking forward to talking to him about. Because I don't think he's going to give a really, secretive answer on it. I think that it will be something along the lines of, look, we're the Houston Texans. You know, I'm doing what I think is best for the Houston Texans, and it's these deals, you know?
There is, I think, is people our age. You know, you, Nick, and I are all about the same age, give or take. And one thing that I think that Caserio and I think Belichick was really good at this in his career is adjusting your expectations about the way the business operates. And social media has just changed everything so much with contract negotiations, the internet in general. Because I think a lot of times when I grew up, when I was in the league, there's a certain element of, man, hey, on any given team, no matter who you are in the league, no matter how good you are, there's going to be a bunch of disgruntled players that hate the coach or whatever, no matter who he is. And yet, it didn't matter. Whereas now, the capacity for drama has just been raised so much because because of social media and everything else. There's a premium. You can pay a premium just to kind of avoid a lot of the drama.
The fans are way more knowledgeable about it. There's just so much more information available, and we're getting pelted with every detail of every negotiation. You're absolutely right. All right, let's get to headlines. We'll circle back to the Astros. Big series this weekend. A big signing, at least I would imagine a nostalgic one for one fan base in the NBA. A few other items that we'll get to in headlines. That is coming up next. Stay there.
Area 45 with Bijani. 5. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, we got sports again. The All-Star break is over. The Astros are back in action. They are out in Seattle getting ready to take on the Mariners in a 3-game set this weekend. The starting pitchers for the Astros this weekend will be in order: Brandon Walter tonight, Lance McCullers Jr. tomorrow night, and then Sunday afternoon, Framber Valdez. No Hunter Brown in this 3-game set. He's getting some extra rest here. We'll see if that equates into seeing the old Hunter Brown. The last couple starts, I say the old Hunter Brown, it's been 2 starts where he's not been very good. But this is a sneaky big series, Seth. Got to take at least one and kind of keep them at arm's distance here, the Mariners. If this is anything like the week leading into the All-Star break, if we come in on Monday and it's a 2-game lead, well, we're in for an exciting July and August at least, but I'd rather it not be that exciting when it comes to the division. I'm more about chasing the Tigers at the top right now. That would be more
I'd love
fun.
to think that way. Just because of whether it's because the Astros play down to the level of the competition or just because they've had AAA players all over the place as of late. It's menacing. This division is menacing enough, despite what your healthy lead is, because we've seen what's happened. We've seen these various teams chasing the Astros be the teams that collapse after having a healthy lead within the division.
Yeah.
So getting the starting pitching back healthy, getting the bullpen to continue to be such a pleasant surprise in so many ways, and just flat out saying healthy. If you could just get 2 things, Sean, this is all I want. I want 2/3 of the guys on the IL to come back, and I want Christian Walker to start looking like some historical version of himself.
Yeah, I don't think these are unreasonable requests. Well, that will be the other thing that we're watching later today is what exactly activities is Jeremy Pena doing? Because he should be back. I guess, Dana Brown said, look, we're kind of taking it slow, but he could be the first one back off of the IL out of all these guys. So that'll be a report to watch. I have 2 things for today. Joe Espada answering Hunter Brown questions for me. If I were in that media scrum out in Seattle, that'd be my first question. Why is Hunter Brown not starting in the most important series of the year? And number 2, what is Jeremy Pena doing today in pregame baseball activities?
I expect Espada's answer to be a combination of we wanted to get him a little extra rest, and the Mariners have a boatload of lefties and switch hitters, so we wanted to get a couple of lefties out there in this series in these next 3 games.
Yeah, and I hope that's what it is. That would be the best case scenario. We mentioned it in the previous segment. We'll mention it again because it's going to matter to Texan fans a year from now. T.J. Watt, 3 years, $123 million. $108 million guaranteed on an extension from the Steelers. So his whole methodology of throwing up the deuces on Instagram a few months back and staying away from the team during activities this offseason, it worked. He got his deal. He's the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history with this deal in terms of the new money that he's getting on his existing contract. The reason I bring up the Texans is because Will Anderson Jr. is probably, if Will Anderson Jr. is what we think he can be in year 3, this is the neighborhood that his contract is going to land, give or take, next season. He's going to get an extension next year, barring injury. Where will it fall? This at least gives sort of a benchmark for him to be shooting for next year.
And I think by and large, if I were to gauge any given fan base, when it comes down to the actual numbers, I don't think people get too worked up about it, but what they want more than anything is, hey, here's a player that I really like. I'd like him to stick around and be healthy, happy, and productive for us. And as long as your team's not in salary cap trouble, it just feels like, hey, just pay the man. Just pay the man. And I don't worry about whether or not the Texans can or will pay guys like Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud.
No, I don't either. This is why you made the splash that you did on draft night in 2023, was to have decisions like this to be made. This is a good problem to have if you're the Texans, that we're having discussions about, is Will Anderson deserving of or will he be? He's not right now, obviously, but will he be deserving of a contract that T.J. Watt just got? You moved up in the draft to have these very conversations 3 years from that day.
And I think that if we go in the Wayback Machine to Mario Williams and the fact that the Texans, it's not that the Texans didn't like Mario Williams, they just felt it had gotten to a point that when he was a free agent that they couldn't keep the full team together as much as they'd like to if they also paid him the market rate. So if you go back 2 years prior, and if you had extended him when it would have been more manageable, and give a lot of the deals that Nick has been doling out is a little bit shorter term, more guaranteed money, then maybe you could have those 2011, 2012, 2013 defense, or well, they were good defenses.
Yeah.
But it's not like they couldn't have been better if they'd been able to keep Mario Williams.
No, it's a shell game, man. You got to make decisions like that. That team chose to splurge in free agency on Jonathan Joseph and Daniel Manning. They chose to pay D'Amico Ryans. They chose to pay Owen Daniels. They ultimately chose to pay Arian Foster, extend Matt Schaub. The casualties in that were we had to let Mario Williams walk. We had to cut Eric Winston. You know, these are Will Anderson Jr. and C.J. Stroud are going nowhere. They will be here long term. I feel pretty confident in that. So, in basketball, the big news yesterday: Damian Lillard going back to Portland after getting released by the Milwaukee Bucks with $100 million still left on his deal. They're stretching a ton of money over their cap over the next 5 years in Milwaukee to accommodate the release of Damian Lillard. He re-signs with Portland. Now, he's coming off an Achilles injury, so it's going to be a while before he plays. 3 years, $42 million to go back to Portland. I would imagine Trailblazer fans are over the moon about this. Lillard is one of the most popular players in the history of that franchise, and even though you're getting him an aging, coming off Achilles version of Damian Lillard. In the NBA, 3 years, $42 million, that's a mid-level exception right there. That's not.
I can go back to hating Damian Lillard again now, though, too, because the emotional scars and the PTSD of his last-second shot will
never forget,
it's
man.
It's fresh again. It's fresh. Those wounds have been opened up.
0.9 seconds. 0.9 seconds. We'll never forget.
You know, my weird version of dyslexia is that in my mind it's always 0.6 seconds.
Oh, really?
Your
dyslexia flips things upside down, huh?
I wasn't saying it because I know that I can never do it right. Nah, not when I'm reading or anything. It's only on the Damian Lillard shot.
Yeah.
I always remember 0.6.
Yeah.
But then I remember, like, wait a second, I don't think that's right. So I'm glad that you said it.
No problem.
0.9.
No problem. Drew Brees will be doing booth work on one of the Netflix Christmas Day games. It was reported
as a carpenter
yesterday. Yeah, he's coming in. He's doing drywall.
Yeah,
he's doing drywall during the game. The two games on Christmas on Netflix are the Cowboys at the Commanders and the Lions at the Vikings. They haven't determined which game yet. I find this interesting just because when Drew Brees was doing color, when he was a color analyst for NBC several years ago, one of his gigs was Notre Dame, so I got him for a season of Notre Dame football. He was not very good.
Really?
Yeah, no, he was not. I mean, there's a reason he hasn't been doing it for a couple of years. Yeah, he's not. Yes, he's too uptight. He doesn't pop. He doesn't cut through. And for somebody who I think is, I would imagine Drew Brees is one of the smartest players of this generation, just based on playing quarterback the way he played it. I wasn't learning a lot from Drew Brees in watching those games.
He might be a lot more comfortable, A, having had the experience, but also B, the college game is so much different than the NFL game when it comes to what you can do as a color commentator. Yeah. Because the pace of play is so much faster in college. Yeah. You really don't, as a color commentator, you don't have that much time to really talk between plays in college. Where in the NFL, A, he's more familiar with the modern NFL game, and B, he's got time to maybe do some of those stuff that you were hoping for. I thought Brady got a lot better as the season went along.
I did too.
You know?
I'm not somebody who I'm not one of these people like that start with all these guys. It starts with, well, they're going to suck. They got to prove themselves. I'm open to being entertained and informed. I'm hoping for good things. I agree with you. Tom Brady got better as the season went on last year.
Because everybody was all upset that, well, Greg Olson is actually a better commentator, et cetera, et cetera. The first year Greg Olson was in the booth, I did not like him at all.
Right.
I thought he said some really good things, but he's a guy that got a lot better over the course of his first few years, except he didn't have the pressure and the scrutiny of Tom Brady.
Correct, or the salary for that matter.
Yeah, that's a big one, yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Those are your headlines for today. All right, we talked earlier this week about it, the series Quarterback on Netflix. Jared Goff, Joe Burrow, Kirk Cousins. It was a decent cast. I ended up liking all of them. I don't know that I want to like the guys that are on this series. If we were putting this together, we were casting this coming season, the 2025 season of quarterback. What three quarterbacks would we pick? What would you pick? Text in 713-572-4610. Which three would you want to see on this Netflix series. We'll do that coming up next. Stay there.
Texans AILT. AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, I posed the question on this somewhat slow sports week. The series Quarterback on Netflix. This year it was season 2, and I watched it this past weekend, and it was good. I would say good. I would say like a 7.5 or 8 out of 10. If you like football, you got plenty of football in there and a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff. It's really cool. It was Kirk Cousins, Joe Burrow, and Jared Goff, and it was good. I need some degree of villain or people maybe I'm rooting against in some of these, Seth. And I thought Kirk Cousins would be that guy, but I ended up liking him. He's just so nice. He's such a nice guy.
Well, that's what happened to you the first time that he was on quarterback.
Yeah.
That you liked him. You saw how much he physically suffered, the hits he took. You saw how hard he worked.
Hard he worked is a big one, yeah.
I like that first version of quarterback because you could see how hard it is to just get the verbiage right.
Yeah.
A lot of times people hear that a young quarterback is struggling with the verbiage and they think that it means that you're calling him stupid.
Yep.
When no, it's really, really difficult just to spit it out. There's the vocabulary, the amount of plays you have to remember and get it out while you're out of breath and everything. It's like almost a physical thing you have to learn. And even Kirk Cousins, who's a veteran and a smart guy, struggles with it as a veteran player.
And ironically, I think I liked that first version of quarterback better because I hated Mahomes and I really didn't like Marcus Mariota either. I didn't like that.
Yeah, Mariota tried to play the victim.
He quit on his team.
He was just a very, very woe is me.
Yes, yeah, he quit on his team. And Mahomes is just corny and annoying, and his wife is too. And we got a heaping helping of both of them in that. I know he's a great dude who does a lot of awesome things in the community. And his body of work, you put it up against anybody not named Brady, and it's right there with everybody. And he's trending towards being this generation's Brady. I just don't like him. He's corny. I don't like Patrick Mahomes. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's okay. It's okay to not like him.
Yeah.
Just don't call him fat.
Yeah, exactly.
Just don't do it. You're like Lance Armstrong when he was on with Oprah. He was talking about that woman, his former employee, that didn't like him, and he tried to. He tried to make a joke, but he said, "Hey, I never called you fat." And 99.99% of female Americans were out on Lance Armstrong after that. Yeah.
He just sliced his Q rating in half. So
that's what you're saying about Pat Mahomes. Hey, I never called you fat.
Yeah, I never called you fat.
I think you're just corny, man.
I ain't no Kevin Keatsman, man. No. So but I found that one that I was more gripped like episode to episode in that one just because I'm like, I can't wait for the next opportunity to hate Patrick Mahomes. So similarly, I'm looking at there will be a season 3 of this, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's because it's been successful. Who are the 3 quarterbacks that we have a ton of people weighing in on this on the text page. We'll get to you guys to your input on this. But if we were casting this coming season, I think these would be my 3, Seth. Having gone through the standings and taken a look at the quarterback of each of these teams. Josh Allen would be number 1. Not because I hate Josh Allen, but because I think the chase, he is the quarterback. I think even more than Lamar Jackson, he is the quarterback who hasn't won a Super Bowl that more eyes are on now because of the team he plays for. Because the Ravens have won Super Bowls. The Ravens are considered to be in many ways a model franchise. The Bills are football's version of the Chicago Cubs. You know, they're the lovable losers. They're the teams that have gotten near the brass ring but can't grab it. And I think Josh Allen is a little swept up in that now. He's the MVP of the league, and yet he has not sniffed a Super Bowl yet. You can make an argument that he's maybe the best quarterback if it were just a talent thing right now. If there were just a quarterback Olympics, Josh Allen or decathlon or whatever you want to call it, Josh Allen might win that. So he's number 1 for me on mine, just with the Buffalo story, because this documentary will travel over the course of this coming season, the 2025 season, and I think the Bills' pursuit of a Super Bowl is a huge story coming into this year. So that's number 1 for me, Josh Allen.
That's a good one, yeah. Plus, he's got a little bit of the Hollywood lifestyle thing going on.
He married a celebrity,
with his girlfriend.
Yep.
So you might see you get some. And he's a good golfer. He golfs with a lot of celebrities and everything. So if they do that, I don't know, on his off day or whatever, you might get some glimpses of somebody interesting.
That's true. Number 2 for me on mine would be Trevor Lawrence. the Liam Cohen dynamic, the magnificent Gladstone dynamic, the fact that, this is somebody I can root against. This is my Mahomes in this season is Trevor Lawrence, Jacksonville, fail.
Yeah.
Yes.
You want to, and plus you want to see him. You want to see him in like ways that might be a surprise to some people.
Yeah.
You want to see him after a bad loss, acting like it's no big deal.
A bad loss to the Houston Texans.
Yes. When everybody is upset and PO'd, and he wants to remind everybody to have perspective on life.
Yes.
There's nothing better than a 25-year-old reminding you to have perspective on life.
Correct.
You know? Yeah. Thanks. A 25-year-old multimillionaire saying like, "Hey man, we got to keep these things in perspective." You need to keep things in perspective.
Exactly. So, Trevor,
your perspective needs to be a lack of perspective on life. You need to be obsessed, maniacally driven, and everything else.
So, yes. Josh Allen for football reasons, Trevor Lawrence for petty hatred reasons, and then my third one would be Bryce Young, that kind of straddles the line. I don't know that any show in town has had more fun at the expense of Bryce Young than Payne and Pendergast since he was drafted by the Carolina Panthers. I mean, we have a hotkey of him in there sounding like a 12-year-old that we play all the time anytime we bring Bryce Young up, right?
What's up, guys? How we doing? Everyone good?
I mean, anytime we talk about him, we play that.
But this is what I fear, though. But we don't dislike him.
That's my thing.
It's impossible to dislike that.
That's my thing, and I respect the way Bryce Young handled last season. He got benched last season. And then Andy Dalton gets into a car accident, and the gods open the opportunity back up. And when Bryce Young came back in the second half of last season, particularly over the last month and a half, he played pretty good football. You know, credit Dave Canales, the new head coach in Carolina, who did wonders with Baker Mayfield and did wonders with Geno Smith in Seattle. He was part of their resurgences, and I think things are trending in that direction for Bryce Young. But I could very easily enjoy watching Bryce Young go back to the Bryce Young of his rookie year. Like, I can go either way with Bryce Young, which is why he's my number 3 on here. I've got my don't hate in Josh Allen. Like, I'm just compelled to watch the whole Buffalo story. I've got my I hate you with Trevor Lawrence, and then I've got the guy I can go either way with Bryce Young.
The only thing I don't like about Bryce Young being back in the public eye for anything is that it just brings up all of those old debates where people act like they knew exactly who the Texans would have drafted if they had the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
That somehow it became such a slam dunk that Bryce Young would have been the guy they took, and the Texans were lucky that they ended up having to take C.J. Stroud. And I just, with more distance now and having just talked to various people, I don't think it was that clear cut at all. I think there were a lot of people that were really freaked out about how tiny Bryce Young is, and that preferred C.J. Stroud based almost not on that alone, but that was a big tiebreaker for a lot of people.
My closest ones that I almost put in instead of Bryce Young, Josh Allen and Trevor Lawrence were slam dunks for me. Aaron Rodgers, I think, but I just can't. I don't need more Aaron Rodgers right now. That just, in the moment, I was like, nah, I don't need more Aaron Rodgers. The other one was Tua, just to hate watch Mike McDaniel a little bit throughout this. We'd get a ton of Mike McDaniel, and I started thinking to myself, Aaron Rodgers and Mike McDaniel are not two guys that I need more of right now. I've had my fair share of both of those guys.
I think that it's funny. Tua has said at times that Mike McDaniel's positivity can be a bit much, and that's Whenever I hear a Polynesian guy telling me that somebody's positivity can be a bit much, I'm like, wow, you really went overboard on this one, man.
But keep in mind, his college coach was Nick Saban, who he thrived under, who very different management style than Mike McDaniel.
Oh no, and his dad
too.
Yeah, when it comes to like how people coach him and how he's been, that's you're 100% right on that.
Yeah.
But I just thought like every Polynesian guy I ever played with was just like the most awesome dude. So
you piss him off.
Right. Yeah. But as far as just like being like, all right, hey man, just settle down with the positivity.
Yeah.
This is my list.
Okay.
Lamar Jackson, almost exclusively because I really want to see Lamar Jackson's interactions with his mom/agent. He faced a lot of skepticism and criticism for having his mom act as his agent, and then he went out and got the best non-Deshaun Watson deal in the league. So there's that. Caleb Williams, because I think there's He's an enigma in terms of what is this dude anyway?
That's a good one.
And there's the capacity for that fan base to either completely embrace him and loft him up, or they might destroy him because if he's not playing well.
Caleb's a great one. That's of the two you've named so far. That's the one where I'm like, that's a better one than the three. Caleb is a great one for something like this.
And then I put these two. You can choose which one in the category of. I don't know if I want to I might watch quarterback, and it could swing wildly. I'm either going to end up really hating this guy, or I'm going to end up really liking him, and that would be either Baker Mayfield or Anthony Richardson.
Okay, those are interesting. They're very, very interesting. Your fascination with Anthony Richardson's completion percentage would lend its, that might tip the scales in his favor. The issue here is that Baker Mayfield, barring injury, is going to be the starting quarterback for the Bucs all season long. We could have a season of quarterback with Anthony Richardson where the guy is on the bench all season, which may or may not be. That would be
actually what I would want.
Yeah,
for the drama.
How is he? Yeah. Well, what got Anthony Richardson benched in Indianapolis last year was not his completion percentage. I mean, it was abysmal. It was the lack of professionalism that he was showing. So we would actually get a window into what Anthony Richardson is like behind the scenes. Oh man, that's a good two very different scenarios here.
This is what I don't want, though. So I can't, in good conscience, recommend Anthony Richardson for the show because for those of you just joining us, we're discussing which quarterbacks we want to see on the Netflix documentary Quarterback next season. Yeah. The problem with Anthony Richardson would be there's this thing called the Hawthorne effect, which is when people know they're being observed, they perform a lot better. Yeah. So when they do workplace studies, hey, wow, these employees are really pretty good. Did you know that, Mr. CEO? Yeah, because you guys are sitting there with a notepad the whole time.
Next to their cubicles.
Of course they're operating better than I said they would. So I don't want Anthony Richardson with the film crew around him all the time, looking to see if he's taking notes, looking to see if he's paying attention, all of that. Because it might increase his performance.
Okay. Yeah, the Hawthorne effect. All right, I learned something today. Baker is good on all stuff like that. Like Baker would be excellent on this show, just purely from if I'm looking at I need 7 episodes worth of being entertained, informed, having some good laughs at this, but also watching a guy going, man, that guy's a pretty damn good quarterback. Baker feels like a safe pick for something like this.
I think I would end up liking both those guys more.
Yeah.
I think if I were a Colts fan, I might end up hating Anthony Richardson because of it. But as a non-Colts fan, my God, I would not. I would never. It felt dirty even saying that I might be a Colts fan. So as a non-Colts fan, I would enjoy his lack of professionalism, but see that, hey, part of why it's hard for him to be a professional, he's just a kid at heart.
Yeah.
He doesn't lack professionalism in the vein of a guy that's a jerk. Mm-hmm. It's just that he might be a little bit immature.
Boy, Caleb is a good one. Lamar Jackson is sort of like he's almost in the same type of boat as Josh Allen, which is this is a guy who hasn't been able to get over the hump and get to a Super Bowl because he's, through mistakes that he's made in certain games, but also it's a little like the Rockets back when the Warriors were a thing. You're living in the age of Mahomes. It's tough to cut through in the AFC when you happen to be living in the same patch of time that Patrick Mahomes occupies.
Well, and if you look at the last couple playoff departures, Lamar Jackson played plenty well enough to win those games. Yeah. He had Mark Andrews drop a pass. Yeah. He had, drop a pass 2 years ago. He put them in position to win those games. Yep. So you've got the potential for what is it like in those moments at the end of those games when somehow another Baltimore Raven lets him down.
Zay Flowers is who you're thinking of. He fumbled on the goal line. Fumbled on the goal line.
Fumbled on the goal line, and then he got arrested or pulled over for something, right? I think he was later. He had a rough week after.
It was the week they got knocked out. I think there was an issue. I think there was a domestic issue of some sort.
Yeah.
All right,
I think he was cleared on it.
People are weighing in on who they would want to see on quarterback. Okay, we're talking about active quarterbacks, but this is kind of funny. Jameis Winston, who is an active quarterback but a backup. Jameis is a good one. Jameis could not take a snap all year long, and I would be okay with the documentary following Jameis Winston around. We need cameras
he gets
on.
mic'd up as a backup quarterback.
Yeah, I think that's a compelling check mark in his case right there. And then this person says Ben Roethlisberger and Vince Young. I don't know why. Okay, along the lines of yours, Jared Goff, Trevor Lawrence, Caleb Williams, all number one picks, all at different points in their careers. Number one overall picks. I like that idea. Goff was good on this season, and at the very end they get knocked out by the Commanders in the playoffs, so it was not a good ending to the season for him. So you got the aging number one in Goff, the second contract number one in Lawrence, and I guess the year two guy still on his rookie deal in Caleb. You don't look like you like that one.
Jared Goff, I'll have to go back. I'm going to watch the series at some point. I've got a long flight this weekend. Maybe I'll do it then. The Jared Goff and Josh Allen, the only thing about those two guys, they just strike me as kind of milquetoast personalities.
Yeah.
I don't feel that's not an indictment on them as quarterbacks. They just don't intrigue me that much.
Goff is not over the top. He has more personality than you would think, because I thought the same thing.
Okay.
His wife is a big help in this thing. His wife Kristen, who's an SI swimsuit model.
Oh, that's right.
But
you said she's really she's a cool chick.
Cool chick, kind of tomboyish. He quizzes him on the playbook at home at night. They're very much like a stay at home and watch movies. Like they're a couple that really seems to like each other, so that's kind of cool to see. Irwin says he would want to see Deshaun, Jameis, and Joe Flacco. Seth and I were talking about this during the break, and Seth brought this up. A quarterback Netflix series that's just about the Cleveland Browns this season.
I think that's the winner right there.
That
would be so cool.
Yeah.
Because you might have three different quarterbacks. I would put the over-under on number of quarterbacks who start for the Browns this year at 2.5.
Yeah.
And just through a combination of either they're going to probably start a veteran, I'm guessing. Maybe not. Who knows? At some point, Shedeur is going to get a chance. I think there's going to be at least three quarterbacks playing for the Browns this year. So there will be that natural drama, but then with the behind-the-scenes footage, you're going to get to see the guys maybe say the stuff that it's not the stuff you would say in a press conference when they're upset that they're not starting or that they lost the job or whatever it might be.
Dude, should Shedeur... Like Shedeur in a press conference setting is already says things where you're like, oh, I don't know if I'd have said that. Shedeur in a non-press conference setting, you probably get a little taste of Coach Prime in this thing as well if Shedeur's part of it.
The thing about Shedeur that's really interesting is that this will be the first time really when he's out from under the thumb of his dad, and that can go. Sometimes that you see a completely different version of a guy in a good way, and sometimes you see the worst you see like a kid their freshman year in college when all of a sudden they just turn into a disaster. Yep. So it could go either way with Shedeur Sanders. So I'm intrigued, and I've put myself in the position of, man, you know what, the kid, say whatever else about is the draft situation and everything else. He's really just been taking a beating in the public eye for a while now, that he's turned into almost an underdog in a lot of ways. Yeah. So I love redemption stories, and I hope he can overcome that somehow.
Jaden Diz, these are text messages, people sending in their three quarterbacks they'd want on the Netflix series quarterback. Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix, Cam Ward. All right, do any of those pop for you, Seth? Jaden Daniels, year two, Cliff Kingsbury, the Commanders, I think they're viewed as not even a dark horse Super Bowl contender. I think they're viewed as a legit playoff contender. Bo Nix out in Denver, that one doesn't do much for me. Cam Ward in Tennessee, the divisional dynamic does it for me there. Like I think the AFC South part of it for me does it for Cam Ward.
The Bo Nix, because obviously Washington is a competitive team, but in terms of Bo Nix, I think Bo Nix still has more to prove than Jaden Daniels does, and he also has a coach who is not afraid to act like the classic old school football coach. So between Sean Payton and Bo Nix and all of that dynamic, and the fact that they're more of they're a team that's still, they're not in the same mode as the Commanders just yet.
Yeah, I agree.
They were a lot better last year than you would have than a lot of people anticipated, but they still got a grittier element to them. Of course, this will be for next year's
It'd be the upcoming season.
Oh, no, that'd be for the guys this year that are being followed around.
They'd be followed for the upcoming season. Yeah, in our hypothetical, that's what it would be. Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and Brock Purdy. Okay. I've been kind of leading up to getting his contract extension, I was one of the more skeptical people about Brock Purdy. I still don't think he's one of the great quarterbacks in the game today. He's getting paid like one. That would be interesting just to see kind of the behind the scenes in San Francisco. This is a pivotal year for that franchise because they were 6-11 last year. You know,
they spent big a couple of years ago with the thought that, hey man, we're going to keep this window open as long as possible, and then all of a sudden the window kind of slammed shut on them last year when they were really leveraged, and they're still. When you look at the team, they still should be a lot better than they were last year. Mm-hmm. But yet you still have that feeling of like, okay, this might be the last dying gasp.
Yep. Aaron Rodgers, Caleb Williams, and Anthony Richardson. I'm almost ready to swap out Bryce Young in mine and put Caleb Williams in, Seth. That was a really good pick. I just don't need any more Aaron Rodgers. Anthony Richardson, for all the reasons we just outlined, could be compelling up there in Indianapolis. By the way, the reports out of Indy yesterday are that his shoulder is recovered and he's ready to go for training camp. This
is where I am with Aaron Rodgers. It's that I feel like whether you like or dislike Aaron Rodgers, I've had too much of him forced down my throat.
Yep.
I've had too much of him thrown in my face without him actually being a relevant quarterback in the last couple of years. Yep. And it's not. I'm just tired of Aaron Rodgers. I'm tired of Aaron Rodgers, the story, regardless of how I feel about how he's acting or saying or anything. It's just like I'm tired of a story about he's not relevant anymore.
No.
And I don't expect him to be this year.
I don't either.
If he ends up being relevant this year, then it would be really, really interesting. But if he's not relevant, I don't want to really watch anything more about him. I don't want to hear people debate about him.
Yeah.
I just don't need any more Aaron Rodgers.
I'm 100% with you. If I have to pick right now on July 18th, I don't want to see a documentary of his upcoming season. Someone says on the text page, Sean hates all the quarterbacks. What quarterback does he like? C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud, that's who I like. I like C.J. Stroud. I like some of the quarterbacks.
Sean would also not want to see C.J. Stroud on this because he wants him just as
focused.
Much in a bunker as possible without any distractions whatsoever.
He would have been on my list last year after his rookie year, but after last season, I'm like, nope, I need him focused.
I'll tell you, tell me if I'm right or wrong. These are the quarterbacks that you don't hate. Like guys are like, I don't know how you feel about Michael Penix Jr., but that's not.
I don't.
I'm going to say you don't hate sports hate Joe Burrow. I know you don't.
No, I really like him after this quarterback series. I said that when I did my review of quarterback on Monday, Seth. I said if I were not a fan of the Houston Texans and I needed a team to go root for, that series would have made me a Bengals fan. I like him a lot.
I don't think you hate Jordan Love, but there's a big but.
Yeah.
The fact that Jordan Love and C.J. Stroud are so often intertwined in debate about who's better, who's got the better future and everything else, where they are in power rankings, at some point Green Bay Packers fans will make you hate Jordan Love.
Probably
but right now you don't currently
You're spot on. I don't hate Jordan Love. I don't, and you having done a show with me for 6 years almost to the day, you know exactly how my brain works. That's exactly what would happen.
You don't hate Geno Smith.
Yeah, I don't feel anything about Geno Smith.
But I could see you getting annoyed with especially Raiders fans who might be. I mean, Seahawks fans are pretty vocal.
Yeah.
You could at some point get annoyed over people saying that you're disrespecting Geno Smith by not acknowledging his greatness or something.
I didn't like Geno Smith early in his career because there were reports. He slipped in the draft, and there was a lot of stuff going on at the draft where teams were like, he was on his phone during our meeting with him, and he had one of those personalities where I'm like, I don't think I'd really like this guy. And then, like, in his second or third year, one of his teammates basically broke his jaw in the locker room because he didn't like Geno Smith. And I'm like, see?
Well, and Holgerson had kind of, remember Holgerson was mentioning the guys that they had lost some leaders on the team, and he mentioned a couple guys who weren't Geno Smith.
Yeah.
Something along those lines.
So I'm neutral on him.
Yeah, so I left out a lot of the younger quarterbacks here, guys that haven't necessarily been huge names yet. I don't think you hate Jaden Daniels. I think you like Jaden Daniels.
I like Jaden Daniels,
Yeah, but he's been very relevant, obviously. And then maybe, I know you hate Sam Darnold.
Yes,
I know you, to a certain degree, you hate Brock Purdy, like in a mild sports hatred type of way.
Yep, that's accurate.
You don't hate Baker Mayfield.
I used to. I don't anymore.
You used to, but that's changed.
No, I like him a lot now. Yeah.
So I've identified at least 5.
Yeah.
I was hoping that I'd be able to. I was hoping that they'd all be white guys, so I could call you a racist. But no, it's pretty evenly divided there.
I like Dak Prescott. I did Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott and I speak for the same liquor company.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. I left out Dak Prescott.
We're practically business partners. Dak Prescott.
I was going to say Dak Prescott, except I didn't know for sure. Because since I know you have a business relationship, I didn't want to put you in a position of having to say that you hated him.
I met him at the Super Bowl this past year. There was a party to unveil his tequila, and he could not have been nicer. Dak Prescott was super nice. Jalen Hurts I like. I think this texter's wrong. I think what it is the ones that I hate I end up talking about more than the ones that I like. I mean, you're going to listen to a segment where I go, coming up next, I name the 5 quarterbacks who I really like. You know? Yeah. No.
Coming up,
This is a petty show. It's a petty show, all right? That's part of our.
Coming up next, Michael Penix Jr. is a swell fella.
Yeah, you're flipping the channel. All right.
What about Matt Stafford? I didn't say Matt Stafford.
I don't mind Matt Stafford.
You don't mind him? Okay.
Yeah, I don't. He's all right.
I bet you hate Drake May.
I want to, but then there's this story like he and his wife donated all of their wedding gifts to charity and to the homeless, and I'm like, okay, can I hate a guy that's doing that? I suppose I could. All these guys do charitable things, so I guess, yes, I could. Mm-hmm. I'm working on it. I'm working on hating Drake May.
Okay, that's your weekend project.
Putting in the time.
I want you to come back on Monday with 5 reasons you hate Drake May.
I'm going to the hate gym this weekend and working on my Drake May. The A topic today, and we can talk about quarterback and the Mariners series all we want. The A topic today is you never know when you're going to get caught on the old Kiss Camaroo at a Coldplay concert, man. Because I go to Twitter during these breaks, and all the tweets are jokes and memes about this CEO of a company called Astronomer, which is some new wave startup data-related company. His name is Andy Byron, and he was caught on Kiss Cam at the Coldplay concert in Boston with his, of all people, his chief people officer, which is neo tryhard company parlance for HR chief.
Yes,
the chief people officer. Her name is Kristen Cabot. They were canoodling. He had the old maneuver of the stand-up spooning from behind, arms around the waist, swaying back and forth to Fix You or something like that by Coldplay. The Scientist, maybe. I don't know. And the Kiss Cam was bouncing around the stadium, and it jumped on the two of them, and this is what it sounded like.
Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay? Oh, what? Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy.
So either they're having an affair or they're very shy. I should have set up the visual beforehand. The visual is the Kiss Cam goes on these two swaying back and forth, clearly looking like they're in a, as you point out, Seth, a very, very happy relationship.
Yeah. There was no part of them. They looked, They didn't look. It didn't look like the woman didn't look one bit uncomfortable about him being behind her,
zero guilt,
holding her, embracing her so tightly. Yeah,
he looked equally happy as well. The camera comes on them, and they scatter. They scatter like someone just yelled, "Swarm, swarm, swarm!" They scatter.
They look like Reno 911.
Yeah, when
they screwed up and everybody's scatter. Yep.
Yeah, they look like they just got done stealing a book from Barnes and Noble, and they heard security yell, "Swarm!" Like, we're caught, we're red-handed. And that went viral. It went viral, just the visual of the two of them. The fact that it's a CEO of a company with, I mean, honestly, of all other executives, it's the one that is responsible for making sure that relationships are appropriate in the workplace, that none of this stuff bleeds out to where it makes the company look bad.
Yes.
That it's a couple that works together in positions of authority with titles where this is the complete opposite of what complete opposite. Nobody should be doing this. This is the complete opposite. This is hilarious. I find it hysterical.
It's hysterical, especially if you think, oh, gosh, this is horrible. First, I want you to read the statement that he put out, and then I'm going to read an article about one of his previous companies with some choice quotes from a couple of his employees.
Excellent.
If you're feeling bad for this Andy Byron character, awesome. That, hey, we don't know what was going on in his personal life or whatever, listen to his statement, and then I'll read some of these quotes.
Okay. I'll read the statement right now. This is from Andy Byron after he was exposed as an adulterer yesterday. By the way, married. His wife has removed her married surname from her Facebook page. She's just a single name, first name person on Facebook now. So obviously we know how she feels. Andy Byron says, I want to acknowledge the moment that's been circulating online and the disappointment it's caused. What was supposed to be a night of music and joy turned into a deeply personal mistake playing out on a very public stage. I want to apologize to my wife, my family, and the team at Astronomer, his company. You deserve better from me as a partner, as a father, and as a leader. This is not who I want to be or how I want to represent the company I helped build.
So far, so good.
I'm taking
so far, so good.
Yep. I'm taking time to reflect, to take accountability.
Yes.
Okay, that'll end in about 10 words. and to figure out the next steps, personally and professionally. I ask for privacy as I navigate this process. That would have been fine if he just stopped right there and said,
that's pretty good, yeah.
Sincerely, Andy. If we put that through the Payne and Pendergast apology ringer that has, I believe, 6 different facets to an apology, the good ones usually check about 4. I think he hit it pretty good. He adds this. I also want to express how troubling it is that what should have been a private moment became public without my consent. I respect artists and entertainers, but I hope we can all think more deeply about the impact of turning someone else's life into a spectacle. As a friend once sang, quote, lights will guide you home and ignite your bones, and I will try to fix you.
Yeah, so he's trying to shame Coldplay for having the kiss cam at their concert. But that part of it, I agree with him to a certain extent. I don't like that. Having said that, though, you were at the concert. You were clearly paying attention, and you knew the kiss cam was going on.
Yeah.
What the hell are you doing?
Right.
Now, this story about employees from one of his previous tech
Seth.
companies,
Yes.
Cyber Reason.
Yeah.
This guy seems like a guy who's really good at getting investors to invest in new tech companies, because this is from one of his previous companies. Multiple former employees said Mr. Byron would lash out against employees who disagreed with him, including threatening to fire them. In the article titled Fake Hire, Staff Departures, Royal SoftBank Bank Security Startup, you couldn't challenge him. So there's a guy that has a quote, you couldn't challenge him.
Okay.
That, we started off in the right direction, but we're very successful. But with the pressure to grow employees and revenue, it was never enough to just say we were a fast-growing company. We had to be fast-growing. People loved the company. Now they hate it. So, yeah, like it's always easy to find disgruntled employees and whatnot, but I don't know. Based on those quotes and the fact that he tried to shame Coldplay into having a kiss cam while he was getting caught.
Based on those 2 things.
Yeah.
That's a bad quality in a CEO to not allow being challenged by your employees. Like the good CEOs want constructive conflict. You want that's how you get good ideas is by listening to other people. Yeah.
This guy sounds like this guy wants to walk through the world doing exactly what he wants to do at all times.
Right. Yeah. I'm not saying he's a bad CEO. We know he's a bad husband. I'm not saying he's a bad CEO, but he is at best he's a decent CEO who has some bad habits.
Even if he wasn't, let's say theoretically he was separated from his wife.
Yeah.
That's still like you're out in public. You know what I mean? Like he's saying, "Hey, I don't." Yeah. This is the irony of it. I agree. I don't like that everything is so open to Instagram all the time when you're just walking down the street or whatever.
Yeah.
But you are in a public place.
Yeah.
Any number of people could have easily seen you canoodling with one of your employees while your wife is at home.
Oh, dude.
So it's not like don't try to somehow diminish what you were doing because like it wasn't like somebody burst into your apartment to show it.
If he's at a Coldplay concert, he has been out with her in other places where he could very easily get caught. No question about it. You brought up the possibility that maybe that he's separated, but you're separated. You're still not divorced yet.
Yeah,
I've been separated before. At least in my instance, when we were separated, my wife and I didn't technically on paper get divorced until like 2 years after I moved to Houston, because of logistics. I was here. She was in Chicago. I moved back here in 2007. I don't think we were officially divorced till like 2009 or 10. But when you are separated functionally, like you are divorced and you're both sort of understanding like what direction the whole thing's going in at a certain stage. Mm-hmm. So I would say if he were separated and scattering like that, it's for one of two reasons. One, maybe he's got kids. He's got 3 kids, I think. Maybe his kids don't know yet. Maybe one of them was at the concert. Who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe his kids don't know that there's issues between him and mom yet. They're procrastinating and telling them that. I don't know. Mm-hmm. Or 2, if you're not divorced on paper yet, you definitely still don't want to give your ex any reason to go seeking more in the split of
any
your
fuel.
Assets. Any fuel.
Yeah. You can try to keep things copacetic as much as possible.
My guess is this guy is loaded. He's rich. He's got a lot of money. He's started up companies before. He's a CEO of a startup living in Boston. I'm guessing he's got a lot of money. He doesn't want he's in scattering, he's thinking he's erring to the side of caution when in fact, if they had just stayed there canoodling with one another, they'd have been on the screen for 4 seconds and they would have moved on to the next couple that's canoodling.
That's a really good point.
Yeah.
Boy, in that moment, to have the presence of mind in that moment, I would invest in that guy's company.
Hold.
Yeah.
Hold. Like Kristen Cabot, the HR person's like squirming trying to get away. And well, then you look like a creep. If she's squirming trying to get away and you're holding on to her with a vice grip around her waist.
That's true. You'd have to be on the same page.
You got to be on the same page.
Oh, that's a risky maneuver.
Okay, now someone is saying the statement that I just read is fake. And I prefaced reading it earlier in the show with, I don't know if this is real or not. I looked at, there are news stories out there that curated this statement as if it were real. You know what? I'm done apologizing. Like stuff like
no,
this.
No, if you got it from a news story, then you're clear. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, the amount of fake news there is that is fake, like falsely saying that something is fake makes it almost impossible to I'm going back to the old rules. Okay, every now and then the major outlets get duped, but as long as they're reporting it, then I'm just going to go ahead and go with the major outlets.
At the very least, if it's fake, it's funny. In
the loops question of the day yesterday are which old time words do you still use? Yeah. And I feel like canoodling might be
definitely
one of those.
Rich Lord,
but there really aren't any
canoodling.
good synonyms that I've nuzzling, snuggling.
They were spooning a little bit. I know spooning is more of a horizontal thing than a vertical thing, but they were kind of spooning a little bit. He was up, kind of up.
They weren't. I'm looking at synonyms. They weren't fondling.
No, not in that moment. They weren't
stroking. They weren't enfolded. Yeah, I think canoodling is the right word.
In those 5 seconds that we saw them, they weren't doing any of those things. But I would guess there was some fondling and stroking going on at some point during the evening. Mm-hmm. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, so there's going to be a change in who's going to be on one of the big college football shows. Dave Portnoy of Barstool announced it. It's official yesterday. He is going to Fox Big Noon Saturday. If you're somebody that watches that goes up against College Game Day, which has Pat McAfee. It's been announced as a salvo by Fox to counter the McAfee hire. I have some audio from yesterday that backs up my theory that Portnoy ain't exactly McAfee. We will have that for you coming up next. Here's some audio for you right there. Me snoring. How about that?
flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast. Good point on the text page. We were talking about the Coldplay adulterers, we'll call them. If you've been on the internet, you've seen this story now. CEO of a company up in Boston caught on camera on the Kiss Cam at a Coldplay concert, swaying and spooning, or to use other synonyms on here that people have sent in, knocking, caressing, and embracing on Kiss Cam. They were caught on Kiss Cam and scattered as soon as they were on there because they were having an affair. CEO and his head of HR having an affair. Allegedly having an affair. I would hate for him to come after me.
Well, it could have been. I mean, that could have been the initial stages. Who knows? You know, like it was definitely inappropriate for a married guy.
Definitely inappropriate.
But it could have maybe that was the first time they had. But that was whatever your definition of cheating is. That was not within the bounds of a marriage. For sure. Yeah, they hadn't cheated yet. They were give it a couple hours. Yeah. I bet this is an interesting text. I bet it's something the whole office already knew and already talks about. Which you, as a guy that's worked in many offices,
100%.
I mean, the biggest thing about the office stuff is when they think that they're doing it secretly, except it's plain to everybody else exactly what's going on.
Yep.
Those little hidden glances, those little hidden glances, the furtive brush of a hand up against the hip or something.
Well,
people see that stuff.
The big tell. I'll tell you, this was a big tell in the company I worked at. Yeah. I worked out of home for a while. When I was in Houston, I got promoted to Denver, worked out of the house. When I got promoted to corporate, now I'm back in an office environment for the first time in like 8 years. And this was the big tell for me, is when you have someone who is very high up in the company, who very frequently stops by the cubicle of one of the worker bees in the company. Like, there's three levels of depth. There's 3 levels of org chart in between them. And there's no reason the two of them should be talking. Like, there's no you're going over and talking to somebody in, hypothetically, let's say, customer service. Yeah. And you're, let's say, hypothetically, the VP of, marketing or sales. And yet you have reason to stop by and talk to them for 2 or 3 times each day.
Just checking in on those TPS reports. You did a great job on them. Even
though they don't roll up to me, I'm really happy you did a good job on those reports. Yeah, so that's a tell. Text in other tells. I'm curious about that. 713-572-4610.
We had never mind.
Easy. If you know, you know. All right. Dave Portnoy is officially, and Barstool are officially partnered with Fox now.
Dave Portnoy, for I think a lot of our older listeners might not, including my age, might not know Dave Portnoy. Dave Portnoy was founder of Barstool Sports, just came from nowhere to have one of the biggest sports, like non-network sports media companies out there.
An incredible sports content entrepreneur. There's no question about it. He's a huge success story. He's also very polarizing. He rubs a lot of people the wrong way. So Portnoy Barstool is going to be partnered with Fox. They're going to have a show from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday that's going to compete with whatever's on ESPN at that time, First Take or whatever. And it's going to be a Barstool show that's going to have it's going to be based out of Chicago, rotating various Barstool personalities on that show. The other big part of this is that Dave Portnoy himself is now going to be part of Fox's Big Noon Saturday, which is their version of College Game Day with Brady Quinn and Matt Leinart, Mark Ingram, Urban Meyer are the celebrities on that show. Rob Stone is the host of that. Portnoy is now going to be part of that. The 30,000-foot level analysis of this by a lot of the media types have been, well, this is their answer to ESPN adding McAfee last year or 2 years ago, whenever it was. Here's McAfee, who a former football player, but I think viewed on this in this particular setting. He''s not a college football expert by any means. He's more of a fan than he is a former player or expert. He was a punter back in the day at West Virginia. But he's got a loud presence. He cuts through, and I think that's how, at a high level, that's how people are viewing Portnoy's role on Fox. For that show. I think it's
equivalent to McAfee.
Yeah,
I guess my first thought was they're very different personalities with different, I guess areas of expertise or whatever you might want to call it, how you entertain. But I think both of them are an effort by the networks to recognize, okay, these guys have an audience that we don't necessarily have.
They have that in
the
common.
Demographic that we want. It's young men in their 20s and 30s, and many of whom don't watch as much television as they used to be.
Yep.
We want to buy these guys' audiences, basically.
100%. That's a huge and organically grown from scratch audiences that they have. They didn't inherit them at all. McAfee is every bit the content entrepreneur that Dave Portnoy is, minus the only difference is McAfee went into his content generation career with millions of dollars in the bank already. Portnoy did it just as a Boston sports fan. But where they are now, very, very similar places. The dissimilarity, and I said this yesterday, and I think what we're about to play is going to back this up, personality-wise on their respective platforms and on those shows, McAfee is, you can like or hate him, but he doesn't go out there trying to be hated or embracing hate. I think McAfee really likes being liked. Anytime he's on WWE, because he doesn't do anymore. He backed away from it, but he was on Monday Night Raw doing commentary. He wrestled at times, always as a good guy. Always as a good guy.
Portnoy is a classic kind of like Northeastern dude, like a Massachusetts guy that just he doesn't care what you think of him. He's going to say, this is how this is the way I'm going to live.
Leans into the hate.
Which is very entertaining.
Leans into the hate. And right. And that's that. And we'll play this audio and we'll talk about that for a second. So he did about a 2-minute video yesterday about announcing Barstool and Fox partnering up. And the video was largely about the Big Noon Saturday thing. He's a huge Michigan fan. This whole video wasn't about him sitting down at the desk with these guys and getting along with them the way McAfee does on game day and whatever. This was basically Portnoy telling everybody, I am coming in, and this is now a Michigan show that we're going to be doing on Fox. Here's about it's about 2.5 minutes long. This is the second half of it here.
When you look at the set of Big Noon Kickoff, I see an Alabama guy, we put them in a pocket. I see Ohio State can't beat us. I see Notre Dame too scared to join the conference. And whenever they talk about Michigan, you can tell the jealousy. You can tell how they want to be us. Oh, they knew the signals, this, that, Connor Stallion. Enough. Nobody has been there to defend the kings of the conference, the people who put this conference on the map. Well, that ends today, friends. Barstool Sports, myself, we are joining Big Noon Kickoff. The days of kicking Michigan when we're not around is over. I will be there, so we beat on the field and we beat in the booth. But only one school matters, and that's Michigan. We've ruled that conference with an iron fist for the past decade, and now it will continue in between the white lines and on the desk. So all you people out there who think you got the last word on Michigan, those days are over. Tune in, Columbus. Big Noon Kickoff. I'll be there with your dysfunctional little national champion. You can't beat us, and you know it. We'll see you soon. Music.
Music, and he points.
I question his journalistic integrity, Sean.
Yeah. You think?
I feel he might have a bias. Yeah, this is either going to go really, really well, or it's going to be a disaster. And a lot of it will have to do with the other guys on the panel and on the desk. Exactly how they kind of how does Urban Meyer does he just sit there staring at Dave Portnoy like he can't figure him out,
right?
Or does he join in with him? Remember, Urban Meyer took a shot at Pat McAfee back in the day because people had said something along the lines of like, people were appreciating Urban Meyer's hardcore breakdown of the games, and Urban Meyer said, yeah, it turns out some people like to listen to football instead of jumping into ponds, which was a shot at Pat McAfee kind of doing some of the goofy stuff he does.
Yep.
So, I don't... not on College Game Day, but as a pregame.
Yeah.
So Portnoy's a guy who would wholeheartedly appreciate people jumping into ponds in a pregame.
I tell you what, at least initially here, I'm way more compelled by the Fox show. Like going into the season, if you had to tell me like week 1, which one are you going to watch? I don't care which game they're at. I need to see how that mix looks with Portnoy and Urban Meyer, Ohio State guys, sitting on the same desk with each other.
I think the dynamic I might like is Portnoy kind of giving his voice of the fan take about various things. Let's leave Michigan out of it for the moment. And maybe kind of talking about the more emotional side of stuff or the more headline-grabbing stuff. The biggest thing will be, does he give Urban Meyer a chance to respond with actual football stuff? And does Dave... does Dave Portnoy listen?
Yeah.
Or there's a chance for blow-ups interpersonally based on how they take Dave Portnoy.
I don't think he's just going to get up there every week and just talk about Michigan. That video is clearly used to generate interest in it. That would get old if he was just Michigan guy the whole time. But I want that level of energy all the time. You know, that the level of energy I do want. And I do want him, drawing guys into conflict on that desk. That'll be fun. I pray for Rob Stone, my dear high school friend. That's going to be an interesting panel to try to control, 5 guys, and one of them's Dave Portnoy. Good luck.
Well, there's a part of it, too. That, look, Portnoy, a lot of his personality is stuff that he does online where you can do anything at all.
Yeah.
That I remember when Howard Stern was doing the talent, America's Got Talent, is that what it was?
Yeah.
People were, I remember reading people saying, well, what's he going to do when he can't swear? On Sirius he can swear.
Yeah.
He was on terrestrial radio for decades.
Yeah.
He knows how to be a different person in different formats. I would expect Portnoy's the same way.
Probably so, yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Into the 8 o'clock hour we go. If you had to pick one Astros get started back up tonight. You had to pick one, player, manager, whatever, to win an award after this season. You got to put all your money on one guy. Who's it going to be? I got my power rankings. We'll do that next. Oh, West Point Lincoln, yes. Oh, I was texting with Chris.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. You got to pick one. You got however much money you're comfortable placing on one big wager, and you got to pick one. And obviously, the odds would be different on different guys. You know, the chances of Framber Valdez winning a Cy Young different than the chances of Joe Espada winning Manager of the Year. But let's just say, you know, you got to be comfortable you're going to win some money. Who would you place if you had to, just knowing you had to win the bet, however much it is? Which Astro, either coaching staff or player, would you place money on to win a postseason award as of right now?
I think you and I are aligned probably on how we would power rank this. The guy I've been most impressed by since he moved to the leadoff role has been Jeremy Pena. Mm-hmm. And when healthy, he's been one of the best players in baseball by wins above replacement and whatnot. Yep. And yet, Aaron Judge is being annoyingly Aaron Judge-like.
We live in a world with Aaron Judge in the American League and Shohei in the National League. Like, nobody's winning the MVPs in either league other than
Let's
those
remember
guys.
that it's a regular season award, everybody.
Correct.
It doesn't matter that Aaron Judge is going to fall apart in the playoffs. It just doesn't matter.
Nope.
It's so I would put him as probably the last. He's the least likely to win one of these awards.
Well,
if his award is MVP, I think he's probably least likely to win it.
Yeah, I agree. I 100% agree with you. And he's going to end up missing at least a month of the season once this is all said and done, too. That's an absolute. He had an uphill climb even if he were playing at the level he was playing at healthy through the last 3 or 4 weeks. That hasn't been the case. He's at the bottom for me as well. I would say there's 5 people that have a chance. Okay, we got the 2 guys at the top of the rotation in Framber and Hunter, Joe Espada, Manager of the Year, Cam Smith, Rookie of the Year, and then Pena, MVP. Seth and I went through some ESPN rankings yesterday, some metric that they've come up with that combines wins above replacement, a lot of the advanced stats, and all of these guys are top 4 or 5 right now in the American League to win these respective awards. Cam Smith has not an equally uphill battle as Pena because, A, Cam Smith is healthy, and B, there's no rookie that's having a year that's as dominant versus other rookies as Aaron Judge is having versus everybody else for the MVP. And Cam Smith's made up a ton of ground at Rookie of the Year, but Jacob Wilson's going to be really tough to catch with the Athletics.
As of right now, Cam Smith is the favorite for Rookie of the Year.
What?
In the AL, at least according to whoever ESPN is citing. Yeah.
Whoa. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, ESPN bet. ESPN is citing ESPN bet where Cam Smith is the favorite.
I take it all back. All right. Yeah. That would be awesome. Well,
just ahead of Jacob Wilson and Nick Hertz. Which that's too close to Dick Hertz for my liking, but So he is at least as of 3 days ago, and assuming nothing has changed during the All-Star break, Cam Smith is the favorite.
They are going in different directions. Look, Jacob Wilson's going to get a lot of shine because he got voted in to start the All-Star game. He's got a higher profile than Cam Smith right now, but Cam Smith is coming on in that category, and Cam Smith, unlike Jacob Wilson, is going to be playing in a lot of important games in all likelihood down the stretch. The A's are going to be an afterthought. Nobody's going to be watching A's games. And they're going in different directions right now. Jacob Wilson was off to just a white-hot start at the beginning of the season and has, understandably kind of the numbers have dropped a little bit, whereas Cam Smith has gotten better and better as the year's gone on. Like middle of May, Cam Smith was batting in the low 200s before he went 0 for 10 to kind of close out the figurative first half of the season. Like he had a bad series over the weekend against – who did they play? I know they played the Guardians early in the week, and they played I forget who they played going into the break. Oh, the Rangers. He had a bad Rangers.
You're talking about the Astros.
I'm talking about Cam Smith. He had a bad Rangers series. Still batting in the high 270s. Still batting well over 300 since whatever date you want to cherry pick in May. OPS has been good. The power numbers are gonna come along at some point here. That may be the part I'm most excited about with Cam Smith, Seth, is that. Just pure. We know he's got raw power. It hasn't translated into a ton of home runs yet, but you feel like at any time, especially given the way he's just gotten the science of hitting down at the major league level, just purely hitting, is that eventually the power's going to be there, and maybe there's a September where Cam Smith hits like 7 or 8 bombs in important games in September. We know the clutch gene is there. He's the best hitter on this team with runner in scoring position too. I think that's big.
The craziest thing about Cam Smith is he's one of the best right fielders defensively in baseball right now.
Okay.
He's in the 88th percentile of range and arm strength, and he's done so well in right field after kind of a break-in period. He's got 3 outs above average. It's his run value is 1. It's not like incredibly Gold Glove type stuff or anything, but he's for a guy who's played a total of 4 games in the outfield in his playing career, and that was in summer league and left field. Yeah. He's a veteran out there in right field. You feel good about him being out there.
When again, we're just asking him to win Rookie of the Year, not MVP. He doesn't have to be through the. Now it would help if he's through the roof in either offensively or defensively. But I like the way he's trending for sure. Okay, so I had Cam Smith the second least likely of the 5. The odds makers, purely the odds makers you're looking at, are making me think I need to bump him at the very least ahead of the 2 pitchers, Framber Valdez and Hunter Brown, for the Cy Young Award. It is just such a tough American League when it comes to starting pitch. I mean, Framber Valdez didn't make the All-Star team, and they've won his last 13 starts. He's won 9 straight decisions. They've won 13 straight games that he's been the starting pitcher in right now. And the guy didn't make the freaking All-Star team. It is a tough sledding at that position.
They are on ESPN Bet has Hunter Brown as the fourth at 15-1, and then Framber is 6th, but it's at 50-1
I kind of like that value.
Yeah,
Framber. I mean,
that's true. Yeah, Framber really pours it on.
I mean, he's not missing the All-Star game because he doesn't deserve to be there. I think he didn't make the All-Star team just because there's too many good guys, and he got off to a slow start. Mm-hmm. And I think first impressions when it comes to stuff like that is more important than the most recent impressions.
Plus, based on nothing but visiting announcers and national broadcasters, they annoyingly still refer to him as a guy that will have blow-ups and meltdowns from time to time, which is just it's been years now where he's been pretty damn consistent.
Yeah.
I mean, once he went on that consecutive streak of quality starts, he's been a different guy than the early version of Framber Valdez, and yet that perception remains. Skubal is the favorite, and you know what I've noticed about Skubal lately, Sean? Anything that looks like that word, I cannot get Liam Cohen's Duval out of my head.
Oh, yeah.
I see Skubal.
Yeah.
Duval. And I tried to do Duval the proper way the other day, and it took me a while to work into it. I couldn't remember.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember what it was like, how you actually do it.
No. I'm not letting you do that.
I'm a guy who used to live in Duval County.
I know you did. No, this is the new way it's being said, Ben.
Duval.
Again. We got to pound this again.
Duval.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I've got $350. I've got $350 in unclaimed funds in the Duval County database.
Is Ben pounding this hockey making you more or less likely to bother and going and getting that $350? Because the word Duval is going to be on your brain that whole time.
No, I'm not going to go get that $300. No, I have to at some point. But it's the documents they need are ones that are so far out of my reach that
yeah, you talked about that.
I got to really set down. I gotta create a list of manageable action items that I can just click off one by one, because I'm going to have to go in and send a letter to the department, to the Secretary of State for an LLC that I used to own and all this stuff. I don't know.
Oh wow! So this definitely
I don't know if it's worth it, man.
This definitely isn't something you can outsource to Brandy to go do. It sounds like
she would probably do it. I don't know. She'd probably tell me like, "Why can't you do it?" Yeah.
I think the easiest one on this topic. Joe Espada, Manager of the Year. If I'm forced, gun to my head, I've got to win the bet. Doesn't matter what the odds are. I just have to win the bet. Joe Espada, Manager of the Year. I mean, look, if they keep playing the way they did in the first half, if they keep doing it in the second half, and look, he's going to be asked to do this, Seth, at least for the foreseeable future still, without any of these guys that were on the injured list going into the All-Star break. We've got no estimate for a return time for Jeremy Pena, other than things are moving in the right direction. Yordan Alvarez, the last report on him is like, yeah, he's going to come back, but he might not be Yordan when he comes back. I don't know what exactly is being intimated with that, but he's going to be playing through some things if and when he comes back. These pitchers, banking on a return date for anybody that brushed up against Tommy John surgery with the Astros is pure folly. even though things with Javier are going great right now. We've seen this before. There's setbacks, and even Spencer Arrighetti sure is coming back slowly from a broken thumb back in April. I mean, it's July, and he hasn't had a rehab start yet.
The only thing I could hope is that they're, having learned from the experience with Jordan and others in the past, that they're just taking it super slow. The Astros have the 5th best ERA in baseball. The absence of Arrighetti hasn't destroyed them, obviously, as a pitching staff. So I think hopefully they've just said, hey, let's steady as she goes. We're going to be very, very careful here and not tempt fate. I know it's just a broken bone, but the muscles of the hand and everything take a long time to come back and work properly together, so they're just being very, very careful.
Yeah. Texter says, do you not remember the second half of 2023 for Fromber? That's why the perception remains. No, I remember it. I'm just kind of going by what he's done this year. Like he was 1-4 with an ERA of nearly 5, and I don't think through that start, and maybe I'm just being biased about this because I like Framber Valdez. I never got the sense that through that slow start he was melting down like he has in years past. Like he got his stuff together, and he's been one of the winningest pitchers in baseball since May. So yeah, I mean, bad Fromber still probably exists in there, so, a little bit somewhere. It's just a matter of suppressing it and keeping it quelled down for the Astros. Espada Manager of the Year, bank it, somebody says. Someone's saying Josh Hader. I don't have Reliever of the Year as one of the main awards. It's not. I think Rolaids used to give out the Fireman of the Year award. I don't think Reliever of the Year. Now, I did say this, Seth. When Josh Hader was on his tear through the first part of the season, and he's been really good. He's blown one save. He had a rough week leading into the All-Star break.
Yeah.
But before that, when he was 25 for 25, really no blemishes on his record this year. My thought was if Hader keeps doing this, I don't think he's going to win the Cy Young because there's just too many great starting pitchers, but I thought he would get votes for the Cy Young. I thought some people would have him 4th or 5th on their ballot.
As far as the second half of 2023, I guess my issue there was I think he just wasn't pitching well in general.
Yeah.
He just had so many... He had so many games where he allowed 5 or 6 runs, and it was a stretch of them. It wasn't like a meltdown on one particular day after having pitched a couple of shutouts in previous appearances. Mm-hmm. It was just a bad second half of the season.
Yep. Circling back to Dave Portnoy being hired by Fox to do Big Noon Saturday, a lot of people weighing in on the text page on that, 713-572-4610. It's simple. McAfee is likable. Portnoy is not. I agree with that. I mean, there's some people that McAfee rubs the wrong way just because he's got a loud personality.
Or too much energy. And he's a little too hype or whatever it might be. But he doesn't have an aggressively abrasive personality.
Right, he's not a heel.
If McAfee rubs you the wrong way, it's because you just don't like his vibe.
Yeah.
Whereas Portnoy, specifically, he wants to make you angry. Like he's going to be combative and insulting and all that. Yeah. So I understand. I think I understand that person's point.
Brilliant decision by Fox. Somebody's saying their shows will crush and Big Noon will dominate. I don't think Big Noon's going to dominate. If you were to ask me right now who's going to win in the ratings, it'll still be College Game Day because it's Coca-Cola. This is like Pepsi trying to do something where you're like, oh yeah, it'll get some buzz for them, but people are still going to view Coca-Cola as the standard. I do think that the shows that they put during the week, Monday through Friday, I'm very interested to see how those do against the Barstool shows they put on Monday through Friday do against Get Up and First Take. They cut into them at all.
I'm actually glad you brought up the Cola Wars because earlier on during a break we were talking about how, man, sometimes the thing you don't want to happen happens and it ends up being, or you make a mistake and it ends up actually being really good in the long term. So the Cola Wars, Pepsi did these blind taste tests. Kids, this was the kind of stuff we cared about back in the 80s. Yeah. Pepsi did blind taste tests and put them on TV, and it turned out that, boy, Americans actually preferred the taste of Pepsi over Coke in blind taste tests. A lot of times people are really surprised that like Pepsi more. And Pepsi, after generations of Coca-Cola dominating the cola market, Pepsi started to gain a lot of ground. So Coke, they panicked, and they came up with New Coke. A new formula. They made it a little bit sweeter. They rolled it out, and it was a disaster.
Yeah.
It was a disaster. And people were wondering, oh my gosh, Pepsi actually pulled it off. And then you know what happened? Coke said, all right, okay, we screwed up. How do we fix this? We're going to go back to the old formula, and we're going to call it Classic Coke. And all of a sudden, people's nostalgia got the better of them, and they appreciated Classic Coke after declaring how much they hated New Coke, and Coke vaulted back up to having the premier spot.
Yeah.
So the lesson being, you never know what the hell's going to happen. And that's how I look at it with Dave Portnoy. I'd be a moron to sit here and act like I know exactly how it's going to go. I think it's a classic boomer bust situation. Just like one of his co-panelists, Urban Meyer, at Jacksonville for the Jaguars. I thought it was going to be boomer bust. I didn't know it was going to be that big of a bust.
Right.
But there's no way to predict how it's going to go. And I think likewise with Dave Portnoy.
Do you think you'll enjoy that show? Do you think you'll enjoy it? I don't
watch a lot of pregame television. Other than I like the 5 minutes before the game when they really lay everything out. Yeah. But I don't tend to like I don't, especially in college.
I guess
there's so little actual football discussion.
So for you, someone who doesn't, and that's fine. Like someone who doesn't watch college games, you don't spend 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. watching previews for the entire day of college football. Does this make you more inclined to go get the remote and put Fox on that first morning?
I'll watch it
out of curiosity, if nothing else.
Yeah, I'll watch it out of curiosity. Yeah. And but I think for the same, if it works out really well in the ratings for Dave Portnoy, I think it'll be more of the stuff that I don't really enjoy in the pregame.
Yeah.
I don't want either a debate show or a whole bunch of confrontation or anything. And it's not that it's bad or good. That's not what I enjoy.
I can't wait.
In the pregame, I'm kind of like I just want to think about the actual football stuff and the relevant things.
And it's a Saturday morning too, so it's like, man, I just kind of want to lay out, I don't need my brain to get pounded. All right, speaking of brains getting pounded, does a physical threat to somebody on a podcast constitute anything that is actionable by the authorities? We will play some audio here of one particular podcast personality threatening another one, former athletes going at it.
And I know that the potential victim here is totally a guy I would expect to test
yes,
in the courts.
Yes. We'll have some excellent audio for you coming up next.
I'll tell you what, don't let your retirement be threatened.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, so we know that RG3 has been saying and posting things about the whole Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark, what do we call it? Kerfuffle, the rivalry.
Feud, I guess.
Feud maybe. Feud's probably a good word. Like rivalry implies probably that they're a little closer to each other as far as how good a player they are. I think Caitlin Clark is substantially better at basketball than Angel Reese, but there's no doubt there is a thing between these two that transcends whatever the quality gap is between them as basketball players. They don't like each other. And RG3 seems to have taken Caitlin Clark's side in a lot of this on social media. You know who's not happy at all with this? Shaq. All right, does this constitute assault? Because assault can be verbal. Threatening to beat the crap out of somebody or punch them in the face can be construed as assault just as much as the actual punch itself. I just find this audio funny. I'm not trying to be legal about this. Here was Shaquille O'Neal on his podcast threatening RG3 if he dares do another post about Angel Reese.
Oh, speaking of man, RG3, tweet another monkey post about my girl Angel Reese and punch in your face. Okay? It's enough. Like, I don't usually do stuff like this, but just stop it, bro. You got your job, you got your podcast, leave my Angel Reese alone. I'm the one calling her and telling her not to respond. And stop it. That's the last time. Okay? Thank you. It's not real hate. If you look around what's going on in this real country, that's hate. This is sports. I'm not supposed to like you. It's a shame that all the stuff you did in your life, you're going to be remembered for your podcast. You're going to be remembered for your podcast. That should tell you you're not that great. I don't want to be remembered for Shaq's Bit podcast. I do not. Like, leave those curves alone. You already spoke on it. Let it go. So what? He hates us. So what? I hate you now for messing with her. Now what? Say something about me.
Okay. The first question. Yeah. Would Shaq actually punch Robert Griffin III in his face?
Whether he would or whether he would not. I know we have a lot of lawyers listening. And look, you can keep billing your clients as you text in to answer this question. I won't judge you. Right. I feel like my layperson's thought on that is that does constitute a threat of physical harm. Like, I think like a reasonable person wouldn't think that Shaq was joking or speaking metaphorically there or something. So I think he might have gone a little too far. When he said that if you do this, I will punch you in the face.
Yeah,
that sounds like an actual threat.
Yes.
And I get where Shaq is coming from. I'm not judging him necessarily, other than to say he might have gone a little too far in that moment.
Yeah. I mean, look, Shaq's being a gentleman, I suppose, being the white knight here for Angel Reese and all this. Angel Reese is not without some sort of complicity or participation in all this. Angel Reese, I can't believe I'm comparing her to Dave Portnoy, but we just talked about Portnoy sort of inviting the vitriol in. Angel Reese has a personality where she does that as well. This whole thing started back in college between these two when Angel Reese is walking up to Caitlin Clark and doing the John Cena "You Can't See Me" right up in her face. Like, yeah. Angel Reese has a heel quality to her that I think actually serves her well in a business sense. I mean, she's got her own shoe line right now. She's not a good enough player relative to the other actual all-stars in the WNBA to have her own shoe line. In a sport where you've got to be uber popular to cut through commercially, she cuts through commercially, and I think a lot of it has to do with her, smart to brush up against Caitlin Clark when it comes to trying to sort of fabricate a rivalry here. Go after the big dog. That's good. Punch as high as you can. That's what's going to get you on the map. But I think some of it too is her personality. And I think there's people that, similar to WWE, there's a lot of people that like to root for the heels. They like to root for the bad guys.
Yeah, I think I guess the big thing would be does Angel Reese need protecting? That's right.
Yeah, that's my point.
If anything, I'd kind of like, hey, Shaq, she can handle her own business.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
Like there's, and so Shaq can have his issues with RG3 or whatever, but to tell somebody, because Shaq makes his living talking about sports now, RG3 makes his living talking about sports. Shaq thinks that RG3 has gone too far, obviously, but Angel Reese doesn't need your physical protection of you physically threatening RG3.
Yes.
So I'd be my nonpartisan take in all of this, because listen, everybody, if there's one thing you can know about me, I'm not going to try to tell you. I'm not going to try to pretend like and convince you guys that I'm seriously super concerned about the WNBA. Okay, so I largely don't care. I got no dog in this fight. You don't have to go that far to protect Angel Reese.
No,
she can handle her own business, as I've seen in multiple instances on the basketball court.
Yeah,
she's plenty willing to just fight her. She can fight her own battles.
Yeah.
Now, not to say you can't weigh in with your opinion or whatever, but you don't have to threaten to punch RG3 in the face.
No.
Do I think RG3 has a punchable face? My God, yes. My goodness, yes.
Yeah.
But he said a whole bunch of stuff that I think that has made me angry at times. I don't like some of his opinions, but I don't have to go threatening to punch him.
No, but if he did, if Shaq did choose to punch RG3 in the face, I think
it would not go well for RG3.
It wouldn't, nor his cheekbones at all. But I think there'd be a lot of people who'd be like, all right, I don't mind that he punched RG3 in the face, but just doesn't have to be. Is that the reason why you're doing it over there?
I wish Shaq had picked somebody who had a less punchable face. Yeah. Because then I might be more up in arms about it.
I wouldn't be advocating violence nearly as much as I am right now. Yeah.
Here's the big question. If Shaq and RG3 were the same height, weight, and reach, who do you take in that fight? Because for me, it's still Shaq. Like a heavy favorite would still be Shaq. If both those guys were 6'3", 225, I think Shaq's going to wipe the floor up with RG3.
Yeah, and then maybe some of my bias is setting in because I would root for Shaq in that case to mop the floor with RG3. But I think I'm with you on that. People pointing out, wow, so petty by Shaq. Jeez. that audio came in this week after the Pettycast on Tuesday, but it was too good not to play.
We'll play it. We can play it next week because it's not the Sunday through Saturday week that we go by. We go by from one Pettycast to the next.
That's correct. Yeah, Tuesday through Tuesday. Yep.
Have any lawyers weighed in yet? Are they actually working?
That's a good question. I've not seen any lawyers weigh in. I'll send the clip to my son and see what he says about it. He loves weighing in. He's our legal expert on the show. Shaq is a hypocrite. Here's the text, Seth. Shaq is a hypocrite. That is a good point. He says sports isn't hate. Then 10 seconds later says he hates RG3 for talking about a sports feud.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't ironic bit of audio.
I think with RG3, so this is where I could have dug into this more, but again, I really don't care. RG3, I think, has made it more about societal things and perhaps it made it more about race at times, from what I remember about how he said some things. So I think that's where Shaq is. I think Shaq might feel like he's stepped over the boundary in what he has said on the societal part of things.
Here's a text. Stop trying to make it like Reese uses Clark to get popular. Get out of here with that. RG3's been coming at women since she got into the NBA. Two things can be true. It can be true that RG3's been going after WNBA players, if that's how you perceive it. I don't pay a ton of attention to RG3's takes on anything. But two things can be true. Like, Angel Reese could be going after Caitlin Clark, whether it's unintentional or intentional. Whether it's unintentional or intentional, there unquestionably the fact that it's Caitlin Clark that Angel Reese has a beef with has elevated Angel Reese's profile. All right,
right. So whether she's tried to or not,
yes.
It's like that's just If
she were going after anybody else and tossing them to the ground, then it would not be nearly the news item. I mean, I think. Texter, I think you can give me that, right? Like it's that it's Caitlin Clark is a big part of this.
No, the problem is as soon as you bring up Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, immediately people stop listening and just fire. They assume they know what your opinion is, and they assume they know, and then they get angry about it, and it's almost nothing you can do to actually have a reasonable conversation about it.
Okay, so let's make this about Shaq then instead of about those guys. Love Shaq, but he's old and slow, and he's trying to get into Angel Reese's pants.
Whoa.
That escalated quickly. I'm sorry. I'm not going to read text like that.
I think this is an LSU. He's probably feels like a big brother, or big
I never
uncle
thought
to
about
her
that.
because of the LSU connection.
Okay, that's the first I've even thought about that. That
was the first thing I thought of. I thought it would be assumed.
Yeah. No, that's okay. I just never think of Shaq's college career ever. It's.
But he still shows up in LSU type.
Totally. No, it's a me thing. It's not a. Yeah. No. I'm surprised I had that blind spot for this. I think it's a great point.
I'm guessing he feels like a uncle. This is like, if it were Angel Reese's uncle that said it on a podcast and he wasn't a sports media member, I'd be like, oh yeah, I get it. I mean, I get that sentiment 100%. I hope he doesn't do it because Angel Reese's uncle can't. Very few people are as wealthy as Shaq.
Yeah.
Shaq can afford the lawsuit.
Yep.
You know. So, but Shaq, in his position, he's got to tone it down a little bit when it comes to the. You're not being the better guy by turning it physical.
Yep.
You know, you're not all of a sudden being the better person by making a public physical threat.
Shaq hates Rudy Gobert, hates Dwight Howard, hates JaVale McGee, really for no reason, somebody points out. It is a little hypocritical to say sports isn't about hate. Like, Shaq has never said he's hated somebody, and he seemed to really hate Dwight Howard back in the day. Really much, yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, top of the hour, speaking of takes, Take-A-Mania. This week's edition of Take-A-Mania will be at 9 o'clock today. The bad takes from the week, taking on Kevin Keatsman from Kansas City about Patrick Mahomes' dad bod, that he was fat. Up next, though, the Seattle Times-Union called the Astros the Mariners' hated rival after they drafted their first-round pick from right near Seattle. Are the Mariners the Astros' hated rival? How many actual teams do you think call the Astros their hated rival right now in Major League Baseball? We'll do that coming up next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton. from Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we've had a few lawyers weigh in, Seth, before we get to my question that we teased here. Does Shaq threatening to punch Robert Griffin III in the face if he posts again about Angel Reese constitute assault? Right?
Or a physical threat or something.
Yeah.
I don't. It felt to me like it probably would, but I'm just a dullard. I never finished law school.
Yeah.
You know?
Me neither.
Or started it. Or applied. But I felt like some lawyer could turn that into, that was actually a physical threat or something. So I'm curious. So I asked the lawyers to educate me on it.
Lawyer Sam, loyal listener to the station. We love Lawyer Sam. Could be assault or terroristic threat at worst if RG3 believes Shaq could follow through. But if I'm working intake at the DA's office, I'm declining these charges and telling RG3 to get his weak ass out of here.
You know what? That comes into one of those. This feels like a situation where if you were maybe out in a small town and where the courts weren't overwhelmed and jam-packed all the time, you might be able to make something out of it, especially if you got some clout in the town. But if you're depending on where you tried to file your charges, they would really be like, what are you doing?
Especially because I'm guessing
I got somebody with a hatchet sticking out of the back of their skull, waiting in line behind you. Can I please get to the stuff that actually matters?
Yeah, and I'm guessing the two don't live anywhere near each other, if I had to guess. Nebraska.
Go ahead.
Nebraska criminal lawyer checking in on the text page. Doubtful this amounts to criminal assault. More likely grounds for harassment protection order if RG3 were scared or use of an electronic device to send threatening information. So the first two texts I read, literally, I feel like what it boils down to is, it kind of is, but man up, RG3. Even though RG3 hasn't said anything about any of this.
No. There's no way in hell. Can you imagine if RG3
I need it to happen. I need it to happen.
Ask for a restraining order.
That would be amazing.
It'd be the worst PR move in the history of PR moves.
And yet somewhat on brand, I feel like, for RG3.
Yeah.
He's agitating everybody. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. The Seattle Times-Union, Seth, the big newspaper up in the Seattle area, had a tweet that he tweeted out. This is after the Astros selected Xavier Nayens, a Mount Vernon High School star shortstop, Mount Vernon, Washington, about an hour outside of Seattle. So he's grown up near the Mariners. He's presumably a Mariners fan, been to a bunch of games. He's excited to become an Astro. Tweeted this out the day of the draft. The local kid went to the Mariners' most bitter rival Sunday as the Astros selected Mount Vernon star Xavier Nayens with the 21st overall pick in the 2025 MLB draft. I thought it was interesting that the Mariners call the Astros their most bitter rival. That's big. That's tough. That's tough talk. And by the way, I think that's accurate. The Mariners have been chasing the Astros for all these years. The Mariners have never been to a World Series. They're the only team in the major leagues right now who've never been to a World Series. They're chasing a lot of things as a franchise. Makes perfect sense that the Astros would be their most bitter rival. Do you think, and you're an Astros fan, do you feel like the Mariners are the Astros' most bitter rival?
No. Not even close. That's ridiculous. That's absurd. That is the Astros are the most bitter rival of everybody in the division from their perspective. Mm-hmm. But the Astros don't have the time or energy to become every rivals or bitter rivals with every damn team out there. Yeah. All of whom they've on the better part of this last decade made their little brothers. So this is, I've told you before, when I was in high school, our high school rival was, what we thought our high school rival was Canandaigua, which is where Ryan Pace went. Yeah. Or not Ryan Pace.
Ryan Poles.
Ryan Poles, yeah. Ryan Poles went to high school. At the time, they were one of the best teams in the state. And we just wanted to beat them every year, but we never could. So they would laugh. They would laugh if somebody asked, is Victor High School your rival? That's kind of how it is with the Mariners. Like, all right, you guys can say the Astros might be your most bitter rival, but the Astros, they don't look at you that way.
No.
They don't think about you at all.
Okay, from an Astros perspective, who do you think the most hated rival is that the Astros have? If you had to,
I would say the Yankees, except that they've just not put up much of a fight in games that matter.
No, and I think the Yankees would say the Red Sox just based on all the overall history.
Right.
Oh,
so as far as where is it symbiotic?
Yeah, maybe.
Like where do
so.
both teams I mean, it's tough because I would say the Dodgers, but they don't play enough. But I feel like there's enough bad blood amongst equal caliber of foe, and when it comes to venom and vitriol and everything else, by the fan bases especially, the Dodgers still feel it. Despite the fact that they're not in the same league, I think the Dodgers.
I think you're right. I think the Rangers, through geography and the Silver Boot, there's probably the most mutual rivalry there. You know, maybe more. If I had to guess, I think the Rangers' hatred and rival feel for the Astros probably exceeds the Astros' feel for the Rangers, just because the Astros have had hate coming from so many different directions the last 5 years, and they've been so much more successful than not just the Rangers, but most teams, if not all teams, over that period of time. But the Yankees and the Dodgers dynamic is interesting because the Astros have met the Yankees in the postseason many times. But to be a rivalry, there's got to be a give and a take, and the Astros have dominated them in the postseason. I'm with you when it comes to who's the bigger rival for the Astros right now in terms of just the sheer hatred between the two, Dodgers or Yankees, because one, it's weird because they've only faced the Dodgers once in the postseason, but it was a 7-game series in a year that has retroactively turned into a very controversial World Series. And they've not faced each other in the postseason since then. And there's almost been something about the two of them not facing off that's amplified that 2017 World Series and amped up the hatred between the two. I think the other thing for me is that of the two fan bases, the Dodgers fan base, for whatever reason, is the one that just can't turn the page. Even more so than the Yankee fan. I know the Yankee fans still boo Altuve. Everybody boos Altuve, so I don't even know that that's anything unique to Yankee fans. Dodger fans booed Altuve, and they found out what time it was 2 weeks ago with Altuve. But the Dodger fans, the ones that I interact with at least, all are still so stuck on 2017 more than Yankee fans are right now.
I think you're never going to be able to compete with the historical rivalry of the Yankees versus the Red Sox. But I think in terms of recency, I think there's probably a lot of Yankees fans that would say if they had to choose between the Astros and the Red Sox, who have I hated the most recently, it's going to be the Astros.
I agree with you on that. I think the only teams that get on the radar for me, like the teams that potentially see the Astros as their hated rival, you're spot on. Seattle, Texas, everybody in the division, but nobody gives a rip about the Angels and the Athletics right now. The Angels are better than everybody expected, and they're still below 500, right? Ron Washington is third on a lot of Manager of the Year lists right now. They're 2 games below 500 at the All-Star break. That's how low expectations are for the Angels.
Yeah, anybody from the Mariners thinking there's a rivalry with the Astros, like you might as well say that the Pirates are your hated rivals. No.
I think it says a lot about the success the Astros have had over the last decade or so that there are at least a half dozen, if not more, teams that have fundamentally far more hate for the Astros than the Astros have for them, like rivalry-generated hate, than the Astros have for them, because the Astros have to split their hate amongst several different teams because they've been so good against everybody over that time.
The Mariners had a chance when Scott Service was the manager. Boy, man, that guy rubbed me the wrong way.
Yeah.
I don't even know why. Other than they did have, you always kind of walk out with that. Yeah, and they had multiple confrontations back in the day.
Yeah.
There were more dugout clearing. They weren't brawls. They're never brawls anymore. There were more dugout clearing confrontations.
Shoving matches.
When Scott Service was the manager.
Yeah. No, and he's got a personality that rubs you the wrong way too. It's not just the way he kind of carries himself. Like he's a jerk. All right, Payne and Pendergast, you ready for Take a Mania, boss? You ready to go?
I'm ready.
All right.
I'm ready. I'm ready for a new champion.
Pope Zaza. All right, the champion right now is Kevin Keatsman from Kansas City, who had an awful take about Patrick Mahomes' dad bod last week. We got a number of challengers here this week, some better than others, but they're fun audio to listen to. Take a Mania, the worst takes that we've heard the last week or so, going up against the champ. We will have that coming up next.
Texans. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. It's 9 o'clock. Ooh, 9 o'clock on the nose. Good job, Sean and Seth. Right on cue, right on clock. We do Take a Mania at this time every Friday. The worst takes that we've heard in the last week going up against the defending champ. Love that we're bumping in with No Chance in Hell by Vince McMahon. I love that. Or Vince McMahon's theme song. He didn't sing it. So here we go. We do this every week. We've been doing it since February. We've had many champions hold the strap, some longer than others. Some only for maybe 5 minutes if a bad enough take pops up in the same segment. That's happened a couple of times. Happened last week. But nevertheless, the champ that emerged from last week was former Kansas City radio host, now podcaster, Kevin Keatsman. Been in that market for a long time. And he's got a podcast now that's half political, half sports. And he had this very polarizing take, bad enough take to become champion of Take-A-Mania, about Patrick Mahomes' dad bod.
Meanwhile, vacation photos are popping up of Patrick Mahomes, and he's fat. I'm going to say it, and I'm going to tell you the truth. That's why you hit the play button. He's an embarrassment. You're a $500 million quarterback. You've made all these comments in the offseason that we're going to do our talking on the field. We got our butts kicked in the Super Bowl. We're coming back with a vengeance. Dude, you're fat. Your belly would be fat at my pool, hanging out with us, 60-year-olds, okay? My skin's flabbier than yours. I get it. Stop. Stop the fast food. Do a sit-up. Do something. Yeah, I'm sure he's worked out and strengthened his arm, and he's done all kinds of different things, quarterback things, but there's no training to this man. I don't understand it. He's not a kid anymore. You can't just run through your NFL career eating Taco Bell all the time and door dashing fried chicken, which he loves, from that one place over in Leawood where he gets it all the time. It's time, dude. It's time.
Okay, I mean, I don't know how much we need to re-adjudicate this.
Yeah,
take.
we don't have to re-adjudicate it. It's just so bad. The biggest thing that I hate about it, honestly, okay, no, there's multiple things I hate about it. Like the fact that if you've seen the photos that he was talking about, like, no, he's not fat.
No.
I think all I know is that Keatsman spends too much time on Instagram because he, like, his version of what an NFL quarterback looks like must be fueled by, like, just gawking at Instagram fitness influencers or something. Yeah. He's not. He doesn't have a great body. He's got a dad bod.
Yeah.
But he's not, and he doesn't look any different than he's looked in previous years or anything.
No.
And obviously, just like he does all kinds of. It's a dumb take. Okay.
It's a dumb.
He's the champion for a reason. We don't have to explain it.
That's right. So he is the champ. That is the champion take right now in Take-A-Mania. All right. So here we go. I'm the one who finds the talent. Seth decides who goes over in these things.
And I think I realize we need to explain this every week because some people don't get it. This is you win it by being a horrible take.
Yeah.
Okay?
Oh, yeah.
Every week we get a few people saying like, "No, guys, that's a bad take. How could that be?" You're right. That's the point. That's why it's the champion.
It's an ironically named segment, Take-A-Mania.
Yes.
Yeah. This is Steve Sarkisian at SEC Media Days this week, talking about the University of Texas and where NIL and money to players fits within their culture there.
We only have so much money to go around, and so we've got to do a great job evaluating. We've got to do a great job of rewarding those players that are doing it at a high level within our program so that they don't go anywhere else. But we've also got to continue to develop our players as they grow and make sure that our players aren't doing this for the idea of money. And I think sometimes, quite frankly, I think it hurts us a little bit in recruiting in the fact that when kids come on our campus, one of the first things we do, we don't talk about NIL. We don't talk about NIL or revenue sharing or publicity rights until the very end. And that may hurt us on some kids, but if a kid is coming to Texas for that reason, we don't want them anyway. You know, we want kids that want to be at the University of Texas because of the school, the coaches, the team, the culture, all those things that go into it. And oh, by the way, you can get publicity rights or revenue share, so on and so forth. If you're coming for the other reason, he's probably going to be the guy in 18 months that's back in the portal going somewhere else where they're going to offer him more money.
Okay, he says some very valid things there. Please make your analogy again today for those who missed it when we played that audio yesterday. of the call girl.
This is like a guy taking a high-priced escort out to dinner and acting like the money isn't a matter. The money isn't a factor, despite everybody knowing what's going to happen.
The sex at the end that you know is coming.
Yeah. Like, okay, yeah, Joe, you don't have to talk about the money. It's already been agreed to.
Right.
So, it's a bad take, but it's him trying to present an image, and it speaks to the truth of also you do want to, Texas spends more money than anybody else, and when you do spend more money than anybody else, it's easy to not talk about money when you're the richest guy. It's easy to make it about I love reading these autobiographies by billionaires where they act like they were never driven by the money. It was never a thing. It was always about the love of creating microprocessors or whatever.
Yeah.
It's so easy to say after you've reached the pinnacle. Okay, shut up with your money grubbing ass. And yet this isn't as bad a take as the Mahomes thing.
No, I don't. I don't think so either.
Can he do it? Cover! Oh, and a kick out! Unbelievable!
Imagine the owner of the Dodgers saying, "There's only so much money to go around."
Right? Yeah.
That's kind of what it is.
You know what it feels like? It's almost like when some kid that inherits his father's wealth and fortune and becomes CEO of the company tries to present it like it's almost a disadvantage in a lot of ways because people's I had to prove to people that they had to take me for real.
Right.
And I was like, but by virtue of that statement, I can't take you for real.
Right. How the nepotism is actually keeping me down. I don't know if you know that.
Yes.
John Smoltz had this to say on a podcast about generational pitchers. In 3 years, there might not be any generational pitchers anymore.
Mark my words. I'll give it 3 years. When the generational 3-year pitchers, the great guys that we know are going to call it career here in the next 3 years, you're never going to see them again. The Verlanders, the Kershaws, Adam Wainwright just retired. You're never going to see Charlie Morton. You're never going to see Zach Wheeler. Like, that to me should be the narrative that organizations are going, man, we got to find a way to reverse this narrative because that commodity is getting shorter and shorter and shorter, and we're going to have to replace it more and more.
Okay.
Let me just say something before you judge this real quick, because I'm the one who brings the talent in. You're the one who eventually books the results here.
Yeah.
I hate the fact that I was on the fence about even bringing this one in. I hate the fact that what made me bring it in was the odd dropping of Charlie Morton's name amongst all those Hall of Famers that he was mentioning there.
I know. That's exactly where I am. I can't. I don't.
I hate that.
It's so bad that he put Charlie Morton
I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
And we love Charlie Morton. Charlie Morton would tell you that doesn't. Listen, John.
You know what? Charlie Morton would. Charlie Morton is probably wondering why I was mentioned with Verlander and Kershaw and Zach Wheeler. Yeah,
I appreciate it, but I think this is the first time I've been called a generational MLB pitcher in my life.
Yeah.
So that makes it bad. Mark my words at the beginning.
Yeah.
I had missed that the first time we played it. Mark my words gives it a level of confidence that I think does vault it up a little bit.
That's tough talk. Yep.
Oh, we could go through so basically, I misheard it the first time too, earlier this week, but basically he's saying after these guys retire, there's not going to be any of these pitchers that have that same cachet or anything, and I think that's a bad take.
Yeah, I don't know that it's true. I think
any of the current pitchers can't be elevated. After 10 years from now, they're not going to be viewed the same way.
I think the spirit of his take is the game is changing for starting pitchers, which overall. Yeah. But I think he did a poor job of illustrating and framing it. But yet, is that enough to knock out Keatsman?
It's got a lot of potential, but he also didn't have the same odd venom towards a hometown quarterback that Keatsman did, so no, he does not do.
All right.
Can he do it? Cover!
Keatsman is kicked out again. All right, this next one is from Hayden, right? Seth
Hayden
of
Winks.
Underdog?
Yeah.
Hayden Winks of Underdog, who contends that the Texans actually, the worst trade in franchise history, the DeAndre Hopkins trade.
Yeah.
That now, lo these many years later, as it turns out, the Texans won the DeAndre Hopkins trade.
You probably think that the Texans lost that David Johnson for DeAndre Hopkins trade, but guess what? You turned out to be wrong.
Wrong!
In addition to getting David Johnson, the Texans also received a 2020 second-round pick and a 2021 fourth-rounder. That second-round pick Well, immediately wasted, nose tackle, nobody cares. But that 2021 fourth rounder turned out to be awesome down the line. The Texans called the Panthers the next draft, offered that fourth round pick and some other draft capital to move all the way up to 89th overall. They really had nobody at wide receiver, so they took developmental ex-wide receiver Nico Collins. Definitely took out some time, but Nico Collins is now a bona fide superstar and a 12th overall pick over on Underdog Fantasy.
How do you like them, Max?
More importantly, the Texans have C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins under contract through at least the 2027 season. They've already won 2 playoff games together. In those games, Nico Collins, 96 yards in a tutty, 122 yards in a tutty. Not bad for just a throwaway.
Okay, this is where, real quick, and I'll let you lay this out, Seth, but just real quick for benefit of the people only listening on audio right now, this is why it's not a bad idea to go find YouTube or Twitch to watch, because Seth's reaction, there are certain bad takes where it's just funny and he's cracking up laughing. There's other ones where it looks like he's experiencing actual physical pain as he's listening to the takes, and this was a colonoscopy take for you, Seth.
I love the fact that he, with a straight face, said they took that fourth-round pick and other picks to trade for this other draft who happened to be a wide receiver. He almost makes it sound like they traded DeAndre Hopkins for Nico Collins with that trade.
Yeah.
When in actuality, it's a nice coincidence that Nico Collins is a wide receiver. This is like making a bad deal, but eventually you take 20 of those dollars that you got when you sold off your Chevette for $200 and actually made a good decision somewhere down the line. It's like it's trying to keep track of your individual dollars in a business.
Yeah.
And somehow acting like, well, actually, we know. Remember that really bad product we rolled out, but we did keep like $100 from that, and then eventually we pooled that $100 with more money, and it ended up being a great deal. There you go.
I'll tell you.
This is why people get fired.
Yeah, I will tell you, as a Texan fan, having listened to that take now at least 4 or 5 times, the part now where I'm at, I'm insulted as a Texan fan that this person this Hayden, completely ignores the damage that trade did over the period of time that it mattered. Right? Like,
and the guys that made the move for the DeAndre Hopkins trade were not the guys who eventually ended up taking that fourth-round pick and making something of it.
Yep.
So it's like the old boss made a mistake.
Yeah.
The new boss comes in and cleans things up, and now we're going to credit the old boss for making that bad move that got him fired? No.
So where are we at?
No, boy, I hate his delivery. Mm-hmm. It's not as entertaining. The use of Tutty.
Yeah.
And them dropping that "how you like them apples" on it too.
Keatsman's bad, man. Keatsman is a formidable champion right now.
Okay. This has, you know what? This Hayden Winks one.
Yeah.
It insults the viewer.
Yep.
And it also fuels the contrarians on Twitter who actually agreed with this take. The minimal number of Texans fans were like, "Yep, I told you so." So yes, this is the new champion.
Winner.
This is bad.
All right, let's see. We got 2 more challengers. Let's see how it stands up. We'll make this one quick because I don't think this one is going to take over Hayden. But Seth's the one who books the results here. This is Eli Drinkwitz, the head coach of Mizzou, their college football team, at SEC Media Days. He is apparently advocating a 30-team college football playoff.
You just hit the podium and pitched a 30-team playoff. Walk me through that. Is that something you've been stewing on? Is that off the top of the head? We're freestyling up there?
No, it's not really something that's outrageous. It's based off of the 12-team playoff where you had automatic qualifiers, but now we've decided we want to expand it to 16. So instead of doing 11-5, which you're going to put 11 teams in the hands of a human committee that nobody's going to agree. They're all going to have implicit bias. Why would we even do that? I mean, nobody thinks that the NCAA – we spend hours arguing about who was the 69th and 70th team in the NCAA tournament. What do you think we're going to do with the 11 there? So why not expand the opportunities, give 4 play-in games to the SEC, 4 play-in games to the Big Ten, 3 to the ACC, 3 to the Big 12, and say, man, create more opportunities for the fan bases to get excited, create more opportunities for players to compete for championships. And that doesn't sit well with probably some of the blue bloods who are going to consistently be ranked in preseason rankings in the top 25 explicitly because of their names, not necessarily because of their teams, but because of the brand bias that we have in college football. Instead, make people earn it. Make people earn it on the field.
Okay, to be clear, what he's advocating, Seth, is take the humans out of it altogether, so the selection committee, and use the standings in those conferences to create essentially like little mini play-in brackets to the big tournament against each other.
I think this would be the best way to get a tournament where you see nothing but the best freshman and sophomore, many of whom were backups during the regular season, as every single draft prospect bails the hell out.
You're 100% right. That is a great point.
This would be the best group of 19 and 20-year-olds you could see playing college football.
Opt-outs would be massive in something like this.
And yet, because it's the Wild West in college football right now, and it's not like he's making horrible arguments. Who knows? For all I know, there's going to be 32 teams in the NCAA playoffs a few years from now.
Yeah.
So this isn't a bad enough take to beat any of those.
100%. I agree with you. It's a take. Kicks out. So who's one? Hayden Winks from Underdog is our champion. He just kicked out. It's more of a take I disagree with and don't want than it is a classical bad take. Like he thinks that I do think the bad part of it, you're right. They're asking players to essentially play like at least a couple more games here on top of the rest of the playoffs and on top of a 12-game regular season. And I know the guys, the players I know from 30,000 feet, they, quote, get paid now, but a ton of them don't make enough to justify 2 more games worth of punishment on their bodies. Like that's all right. So last one here. Here was Mike Francesa's review of the Mike Francesa, longtime New York radio host, streams now for Bet Rivers, a betting website. This was part of his 8-minute rant about how horrible the new Superman movie is.
What I'm getting into is this stunk. As for someone who's a old-time TV show Superman guy trying to get entertained for a couple hours and wants to see Superman, this movie was pure torture to sit through. Torture. I mean, I'll tell you this. If my name was on the credits, I'd hide it. That's how bad it was. This was 2 hours of this new Superman. It was he wasn't Christopher Reeve, but he was okay Superman. 2 hours of him getting the crap beat out of him. Who wants to see Superman get beat up for 2 hours? He's getting beat up by everybody. Plus, you have other superheroes in the movie. I didn't go there to see some guy named Mr. Terrific. I didn't go there to see the Green Lantern or some lady named Hawk something or other. I don't even know who she was. Okay, these other superheroes who he calls on. Who are these other superheroes? This is a Superman movie. You want to see Superman flirt with Lois Lane, keep his disguise, and battle crime. That's what you want to see. Early on, there's robots. I don't want robots. Okay, I don't want robots taking care of Superman. I don't. Then there's a super dog. Who came up with a super dog? I mean, we all like dogs, okay? And I didn't like the dog getting beat on in the movie. It bothered me. But, hey, who came up with a dog with a cape?
So, Ben, thank you, Ben, for pointing out. Because at first, the only reason he's in the running for Take a Mania is because at first I didn't think he would be or should be because it's his opinion on a movie. You can like or hate a movie however much you want. But the fact that Ben found that the first time Super Dog appeared in the Superman comics was 1955. Right. So as Francesa is, presenting himself as an old-time Superman guy, that where does this dog come from? Yep. Well, it comes from right around the time you were born, Mike Francesa. Yep. I don't know where they are. They just introduced this out of nowhere. But it's at the end of the day, it's his opinion. Mike Francesa wants them to do the same Superman movie over and over and over again. Yeah. He does not. He'd rather see. He's probably a big fan of all these sitcoms that are reboots now.
Oh, for sure.
Every new sitcom is an old sitcom these days. Mm-hmm. So, which is annoying me because man, it makes me feel old. But no, he cannot. It's not at the end of the day, it's his opinion on the movie.
Not a winner. All right, there you go. All right, so our new champ, that's it for Take a Mania. Our new champ, Underdogs, Hayden Winks, as you said it is, Seth? Hayden Winks?
I believe so, yes, Hayden Winks.
Hayden Winks, who said that the Texans actually won the DeAndre Hopkins trade. Hayden Winks.
Plus, he also, the fact that he put that little "How do you like them apples" drop from Good Will Hunting. That's been. I like that movie, but that's one of my least favorite scenes in any movie ever. That you're badass. Your badass thing you're gonna say is "How you like them apples?"
Yeah, that's kind of.
Never did he sound like the nerd that he actually was more than in that moment.
That kind of plays into the question of the day on In the Loop yesterday of like old timey sayings that people still use.
That's you can see Ben Affleck and Matt Damon sitting around. We're like, hey, how do we sound like Southies? As they're writing, how about you say, how do you like them apples? Do tough kids say that around? I like, yeah, okay.
Totally. All right, that's Take a Mania, brand new champ, as we've had several weeks in a row here, man. That title has been passed around. All right, circling back to the Texans, the ESPN top 10 position group lists are all done. They went through all 11 of them over the last 11 days. There were 11 Texans that hit the radar on these votes. I think there's one big thing about these 11 guys that illustrates how Nick Caserio is executing his plan right now, almost to perfection. We will tell you what that is coming up next.
Area 45 with Bijani. is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so we'll close the book this week on the ESPN Top 10 series that they did, Top 10 at each position, the vote that they did with 70 various executives, coaches, and scouts voting on the top 10 players at each position. The Texans did okay on this thing. They had 5 players land in the top 10 at their position. They had 3 honorable mentions, which is, anywhere from 11 to 15. And then they had 3 players also get at least 1 vote. So 11 guys, Seth, hit the radar. And I think what's interesting about this is I think it's pretty accurate in terms of if you're any sort of team, if you're any team in the NFL, especially a good team that lands a bunch of these guys on this list, or on these lists, you get a real good kind of snapshot of who your core is, like who your foundational players are. And, so for the Texans, the guys that landed in the top 10 at their positions, Derek Stingley Jr., Nico Collins, Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter, Joe Mixon. Definitely core guys on this team, a couple of captains on that list. The honorable mentions, C.J. Stroud, obviously a core guy, the most important guy. 2 safeties, C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Kalen Bullock being honorable mention. And then the also receiving votes, they're a little more off the grid a little. Like Jalen Petrie, I think they definitely view him as one of those guys based on the contract they gave him. Dalton Schultz, because he got a vote or 2 from people. I don't know if that means he's a foundational guy, but okay. And then Christian Harris is just kind of a wild card in this thing. But I think certainly those other 8 guys who were at least honorable mention, and I'll throw Petrie in there, that's sort of the foundation of this team. I think if I were Nick Caserio and I were looking at this, I think where I would look at this and I would say, man, this is going largely according to plan, largely, because I think the offensive line is still way too big an outlying question mark on all of this right now. But at least in terms of how we're going about building this thing, how we are acquiring guys, of those 11 guys I just named, 7 were drafted by the Texans, 2 were signed in free agency, and then 2 were those sort of about to be cut, but I'm going to give you a 7th-round pick, or I'm going to give you Kenyon Green guys. I think if you were to ask Nick what the ideal ratio is of the core of your team, I think proportionally this is how he would do it, where like 2/3 of the guys are guys that we drafted. The other, and the rest of it, the other third is a combination of guys that we vetted pretty well that they fit in, and we're either signing them or we're trading before they get put out on the market.
Well, and the way the Texans have been operating and where they've made a lot of the improvements that I'm really intrigued by is that I like to use the Astros as a model for any sports franchise in any sport, because obviously there's going to be a lot of differences, but the biggest thing that I don't think Luno gets enough credit for, but that was huge and why the Astros remain as good as they are today, was how he structured the minor league system to be all about development and coaching and teaching things consistently and doing it in a way that a lot of other teams weren't or still aren't doing. And you get the absolute, that's why their pipeline was always not rated as good as it actually ended up being. Mm-hmm. Even when it was rated high, it probably wasn't rated as high as it should have been, because people they undervalued how some of those prospects were. But the Astros get the absolute most out of them. And then obviously they made great decisions on the draft and Latin American players and all of that. So there's the talent identification, and then there's the actual development of the talent. And I think Caserio and D'Amico have reached a good point where they know the types of players they want to go after, and it's up to Nick to go out and find those guys and see how it's all going to fit. But then D'Amico as a head coach in developing those guys, like Kamari Lassiter. Hey, Kamari Lassiter is a second-round cornerback and plays way above and beyond where most second-round cornerbacks ever end up playing. I think we've seen it time and time again with various linebackers. They play above the expectations, both in San Francisco and here. Now it's a matter of just transferring that over to the offensive side of the ball. I mean, we've seen, since D'Amico's been a head coach, we've seen way more of it on the defensive side of the ball than the offensive side of the ball.
The most intriguing category of player in this whole thing are the guys that were going to get cut, and then Nick says, well, we'll give you a 7th-round pick, or we'll give you Kenyon Green. I mean, Joe Mixon was a top 10 running back in the eyes of this group of experts around the league. C.J. Gardner-Johnson hasn't played a snap for the Texans yet, but he's enough on the grid to be honorable mention at safety. And honestly, I think what's probably keeping him out of the top 10 is just his admitted personality flaws, I'll call it, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe some people view him as flaws.
Or at the very least, like things that he. I think there's a narrative about C.J. Gardner-Johnson that's based on how he may have been when he was younger.
Yeah.
And he's still working his way through defying that or proving that narrative wrong. And it's going to take a little while for him to do it. You gotta change your behavior and then act that way for a long time. So there's kind of a narrative about it.
Yeah, there is. Let's listen.
It's justified, but I think he has changed and matured.
Yeah, he's of all the newcomers. I mean, we'll talk about this as training camp approaches next Wednesday. We'll be out there next Wednesday. Of all the newcomers, he's by far the most intriguing one to me, just based on his personality. This was C.J. Gardner-Johnson on the Pivot podcast, just talking about his mindset before the Super Bowl last year.
Do you turn up the energy so the rest of your team follows that?
I calm down.
Really?
You can ask the film team. This third quarter, 6 minutes left. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Because I know if I get out my body or get too up, we get out of control. It's been the biggest games we done played, and I was just like, I can't do what I do. I can't do what I do. Super Bowl, I was fine being the safety valve and understand I just don't let the ball go over our head. I don't care about no tackle right now. I don't care about knocking somebody head. That's not my job right now. I calm down.
Yeah, Seth, I'm impressed by his self-awareness.
Well, and mind you got to remember, this is in the same season in which he had been ejected from the Commanders game for not anything that he did in the play, on an actual play, but because of two different altercations. One with the Commanders receiver there, I'm blanking on who it was, and then the second time it wasn't after a hit he made, it was after a Zach Bond hit, but he was jawing at the opposing players or whatever it might be, so he got ejected for that. But then you go to the Super Bowl, and one of the most iconic moments of that game for me was the Travis Kelce, who is a master at baiting people into getting flagged. He just goes out there and he sticks his jaw in people's faces. The officials let it happen, God knows why, and then somebody retaliates and gets a flag. Travis Kelce got hit by another Eagles player, and then he gets up and he's searching out C.J. Gardner-Johnson to get in his face, and C.J.'s just standing there with his hands behind his back.
Literally hands behind his back,
Probably giving him a pretty interesting grin or something, almost like daring him to. But I think that was C.J. Gardner-Johnson learned something in the course of last season about, all right, I got to know when to turn it down. I got to know when not. I can't be 100% full C.J. Gardner-Johnson all the time.
Yeah.
I got to dial it back at times. So I know that's maybe I'm reading too much into just a couple moments, but him saying that. I understand that in this moment, in the Super Bowl, it can't be about me making a tackle or me doing this or that. It's all about the team. That shows a lot of growth, and I'm excited about it. I think for a guy with his personality, sometimes it's just a matter of finding the right fit. And I think Philadelphia may have been the right fit, but there was just too much baggage there already from maybe what he was like when he was a younger player, and they had to make decisions.
Yeah.
They had to make decisions as they were paying a bunch of guys. So it's not like C.J. Gardner-Johnson was a cap casualty per se, but when they have to make decisions about where are we going to be uncomfortable, there was just too much baggage
I think there are some general similarities, Seth, to the decision that the Eagles made with C.J. Gardner-Johnson to the decision the Texans made with Laramie Tunsil, which is, the cap is a thing. Laramie's probably going to want an extension at some point, and he's a good player. And I think similarly, the Eagles are like, okay, C.J. Gardner-Johnson makes this. He's a good player, but we've got all these other guys, similar to the Texans having all these other guys eventually. We'll talk about Will Anderson in the next segment. I think personality ended up factoring in. Now, very different personalities, obviously. Like Laramie's personality factored in, I think, in that he probably maybe maybe I'm overstating it, but didn't care enough. C.J. Gardner-Johnson might care a little too much in some ways.
Well, no, in one way, if you think about that, okay, these guys might have personality quirks or whatever that aren't quite fits.
Yeah.
I think C.J. Gardner-Johnson's personality fit the personality of that Eagles defense. It's just there's a lot going on there.
Yeah.
As far as Laramie, like, man, he is not a bruising football player. He's a finesse football player.
Yeah.
And D'Amico presumably would like the offense to take on more in the mindset of physicality that the defense already has. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, he fits the physicality and all that of the Texans defense. But Laramie Tunsil, he just doesn't quite fit that mold or mindset or type of player, perhaps.
I get this is the way I would frame the point I was trying to make, which is that finances were enough of a reason to where the teams themselves could give that to the player as the reason why they were moving on. There may have been other things, but we can tell the guy, hey, it's just there's a salary cap. We can only pay so many. It played
a part, and the gentlemanly way to handle it is to say that it's because the Eagles said they wanted to go with youth, and C.J. Gardner-Johnson would say, "Look, I'm 27 years old. What are you talking about?" I think part of it is that Reed Blankenship was I think he was a 2022 college free agent.
Yeah.
It probably really wasn't on their radar in terms of long-term planning a couple of years ago, but he's a young guy that's played well for them.
If you're wondering what Will Anderson Jr. is going to make if he is once again a Pro Bowl, All-Pro, near All-Pro caliber player next year, we got the answer, I think, yesterday. We'll have that for you coming up next.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, they've been here in Houston for over 30
SportsRadio610.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast. There are a handful of texters, Seth, that got a good sophomoric chuckle out of the fact that you said Travis Kelce is a master at baiting, which thus would make him
they
a
turned
master.
it into a little bit of... Yeah, he's a baiter, he is. Yeah. I'm going to pretend I did that intentionally. Yeah. I'm going to pretend I was smart enough to come with that on my own.
Yeah.
But
I think you actually are.
As a baiter, he's a master.
That's right.
You know?
He's the master variety of a baiter, I tells you. Yeah, I got a lot of LOL.
Remember when you were 12 years old and that was like the worst insult anybody could accuse you of?
Oh,
because
dude.
back in the day, it was more, we were more,
way more taboo.
More puritanical back in the day.
Yeah.
Sean and I, guys our age, pure as the driven snow we were. No, we did all the same things you kids do. It's just we didn't, we were incredibly secretive about all of it.
I was thinking about this. I was watching a little Seinfeld marathon the other day. I think that episode where they had the contest to see who could go without doing it for X amount of time, I think that increased the acceptability of discussing it or kind of knowing like, oh, everybody does it, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think it's somewhere late in. Yeah, it used to be it was later in your teenage years when people started to kind of be just like, and this has probably been like this for a long time.
Yeah.
You start to realize like, oh, okay, I'm not the depraved weirdo for doing things that you guys are doing depraved weird stuff.
There was this poor kid Tom Flaherty in my junior high in 7th grade who got caught like he was in the basement of his parents' house and his buddies were coming over to go get him, and they looked down in the window down into the basement, and there he is down there, working away, and he had to change schools. Like it was because everybody ran and squawked to everybody like, "Oh my God, look at Tom Flaherty!"
I can't believe that guy was doing that thing that I totally do. Human beings are the worst.
The worst.
Our ability to be hypocrites is just it's impressive, really.
Okay, let me ask you this: where do you come out on the sympathy scale? In light of T.J. Watt signing a 3-year, $123 million contract extension with the Steelers yesterday, where do you come out on the sympathy scale that his older brother, J.J. Watt, only made a paltry $129.7 million for his entire 12-year career?
I will confess to this. I caught myself early this morning around about 4 a.m. I read the note that you had put in here.
Yeah.
And my first reaction was, oh, poor JJ.
Not poor at all.
He paid $129.7 million.
Ain't that poor?
I'm acting like he was a casualty of the Great Depression.
Yeah.
How does a man live?
Yeah.
How does a man live? Taxes, she takes a bite,
Right. JJ's from Wisconsin.
After taxes... he would have had a paltry like $80 million. What do you do with that?
JJ is from Wisconsin, and they talk about cheese all the time, but it was that era where he was on the government cheese, only making $16 million a year. Couldn't keep the lights on. Yeah. Oh, man. It is wild, though. It is wild. Like, look, JJ would have made much closer to what TJ is going to eventually make if he hadn't got injured at the worst possible times. Contractual, like the very years that JJ would have done what TJ is doing, which is agitating for a new deal while you still have years left on your existing deal.
Yeah.
JJ's getting back surgery. JJ's breaking his leg. JJ's got issues all over the place. He was never at a point.
Those were poor decisions by him.
He was only
a lot of times these athletes are done by their poor decisions.
Shouldn't have done it. Well, maybe should have changed his workouts, but that's neither here nor there. But JJ only really had that kind of leverage one time at one juncture in his career, and it was at the end of his rookie contract. Now, he still made $130 million. But I thought what's jarring is not even a JJ Watt, TJ Watt thing. It's if you go look at JJ's income year over year over year, it topped out at about 16, 17, 18 million. Like the big extension that he signed in 2014 was about 16 million a year. TJ is making $41 million a year. It's 10 years later. That's how high. That was the biggest salary for a non-quarterback at the time, if I'm not mistaken. J.J. Watt making $16 million a year. In 10 years, it's gone from $16 million to $41 million for the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL. Like the salary explosion is bananas. in that
Yeah,
league.
it's nuts. It's nuts. And it's always been crazy monopoly money in that. I feel like JJ would be the last person to act, be a grumpy old man and be like, yeah, back in my day, I should have made that money.
Yeah.
And JJ's I know he's talked in interviews about having conversations with TJ and Derek when he was in the league about, maybe just being a little bit more careful with your workouts, and you don't have to be be squatting 700 pounds. You got to try to find that right balance.
Yes.
And yet at the same time, those psychotic workouts might have been what fueled. Could JJ have been a 3-time defensive MVP without those psychotic workouts? It's impossible to say.
That's right.
He could have made more. You know what? He could have made more money in his career.
Yeah.
Without if hypothetically he hadn't been quite as psychotic in his workouts, but he had stayed healthy, but maybe wasn't as good at his peak, he still could have perhaps made more money in his career if he had just kind of evened it out a little bit.
The way he chose to do it made him an unquestionable Hall of Famer early on. By year 5, he could have retired after that 3rd Defensive Player of the Year, and he's a Hall of Famer.
There's only 3 guys that have been defensive MVP 3 times in their career.
And at that time, it was just 2. Aaron Donald came later, but now 3. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So this time next year, my prediction is the Texans will have signed the highest paid quarterback and the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. If Will Anderson Jr. has the type of year that we think he can have this year, and C.J. Stroud just has to have a really good year. He doesn't have to be an MVP or anything. This is just the way the quarterback. Unless one or both of them choose to do the Mahomes thing, where you're not taking the most, so you can leave some for other people and build a team and whatnot. And I don't know for sure that either are wired that way. They both seem like great leaders and great dudes, but that being a great dude, I don't equate that to wanting to get the most money. I don't begrudge anybody wanting to get the most money. That does not make you more or less of a good person. I think this time next year, Seth, the Texans will have signed the highest paid quarterback and highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history.
Yeah, I guess if you look at the Cowboys, one thing Jerry Jones will say that is true is it's hard to have 3 guys who are the top paid at the position on a team. So where in the Cowboys have a quarterback, a wide receiver, and a defensive end. Getting ahead on the Nico Collins contract is big in that regard. Because if you do if Nico can stay healthy, he's going to be if Nico can stay healthy for 2 straight seasons, he would totally be one of those guys and kept up his production. He'd be one of those guys that he would get a top wide receiver contract. So at the very least in the short term, I don't think you're not necessarily in danger of being in that predicament.
No.
And you've got Derek Stingley taken care of, to where by the time his contract kicks in, he's not one of the highest paid defensive backs in the league. He'll be one of them, but not at the very pinnacle of it.
I know Nick says they look at things in 2-year windows. Look, if I had to guess, the day they drafted C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson Jr., they at least started looking at the cap in a way where we're like, okay, these 2 guys are going to be top of market guys. I'm not saying they put it into the formula in the computer, but they know you draft those guys for the right to have that kind of day, down the road.
Can we, before we do the toss sponsored by D&M Leasing, can we listen to this J.J. Watt speech?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, here's J.J.
I know it's a pep talk to send us into the weekend.
It's a pep talk to send us into the weekend. Speaking of the Watt brothers, here's J.J. Watt. This week he was in Wisconsin, and he gave this speech to the Badger football team.
When I came here as a walk-on, it was my dream to play for Wisconsin. I left a scholarship, I left a starting position because I have a dream and I want to go for that dream. If it fails, I want to know that I failed going for what I want to accomplish. So I came here and I walked on. When I left high school, I had told my parents, don't worry, I got college paid for. I got a full scholarship at Central Michigan. I'm going to go there, life's going to be great. But then I had to come back and tell them, psych, you got to pay for it. So I put my own back against the wall. Every single day that I came into this building, this exact building, that exact indoor, I was putting my future on the line every day. So whatever decision I made that day was a decision towards what my future was going to look like. And that's what you're doing right now. Whether you realize it or not, you're in a position in your life where your future is boundless, endless. You have incredible opportunities in front of you. But it matters what you do every single day for yourself, for your team, for the entire state of Wisconsin. Sometimes you fight, sometimes you brawl, but it's always for the betterment of the team, and at the end of the day, we're all brothers together. You guys may have been at a different school 6 months ago, you may have been in high school 6 months ago, you may have been a starter, whatever you are, but you're all Wisconsin Badgers today. And when you take that field in the fall, you are all Wisconsin Badgers, and you're all representing that W, you're representing all of us that played before you, and you're representing this entire state. I want nothing but the best for you. And I don't care what it takes to get the best. But realize that you have an opportunity in front of you right now. But every single guy in here needs to grab it. And you need to hold each other accountable to do it. It's not going to get done if it's only one or two guys leading the way. Every single guy, every single day, every single minute. You either choose greatness or you get forgotten.
Oh, the end. That's a good end. You either choose greatness or you get forgotten.
Dude, I might be 50 years old, but nobody's going to work harder for Wisconsin football this weekend than I am.
Yes, me too. Me too.
I am.
I'm going to see Superman today. I'm going to watch that movie with Wisconsin
do the Badgers proud.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I am. Yeah. If you take out all the Wisconsin stuff, that got me going, man. I'm 50 years old, but I feel like my whole future is ahead of me after I listen to that speech.
It was a really good speech. It was excellent, and I love how the energy built more and more as it went on. My one disappointment in that speech was where towards the end he said, and I don't care what it takes, because I was hoping it would turn to even if it takes anabolic steroids. I was hoping he would start.
Do you care about your brothers enough?
I was hoping he would start listing some things that were highly illegal to do just to get Wisconsin good at football again. Yeah. Good job, JJ, if you're listening.
Yeah, it turns into a pitch for some genetic engineering startup that he's working on.
Yeah.
And that's why you guys are all going to give me a vial of blood today.
No, he turns it into a pitch for venture capital. I know you guys are all getting NIL now. For $20,000, you can be part of this. Hey, thought we were getting a pep talk. We're getting a timeshare pitch here. The chuckling you hear is John Lopez, Reggie Atatula. The gentlemen are here from In the Loop, fellas. Crosstalk, sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing, by the way. How we doing?
How we ready to go win 10 wins and lose in Rose Bowl?
For Wisconsin. It's what we do. I am him. Yeah. How we feeling? How we doing?
Good,
great, man.
Yeah, that's good.
Friday?
Oh, yeah. We get sports back today.
Yes.
We were saying it's been a pretty fun week, though, even with no, literally, other than the All-Star game, no games being played this week.
A lot of stuff happening.
Been fun, man.
Mm-hmm.
The two people, Seth and I determined that the two people getting caught at the Coldplay concert, the CEO and his head of HR staff, young lady, her name is
Executive of People.
Yeah, Chief People Officer.
Chief People Officer. She took that job very seriously.
Very, very seriously, yes.
I need to know all the people intimately.
Well, back.
So to speak.
Yeah. So they picked
biblically, in fact.
They picked a really bad week, at least in our world, a really bad week to do that. I don't know how much attention in the sports world it would have gotten if it happened during any given week in the NFL season, because there's so much stuff to talk about. You know?
That's a good question.
No, timing is everything.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been
This
nearly.
is the perfect example.
Yeah, we during football season, we spent 2 segments on it today, and I don't think anybody in the building batted an eye about
I
that.
dug up some advanced stats on it.
What do you mean?
I did. I'm going to share.
He's not lying.
I'm not lying.
Advanced.
Are they on the doc or not?
They are on the documents.
I have advanced stats.
Can you tell us the category? Are they relationship stats? Or are they
integrations? How many likes? Amount of,
engagement stats.
I contend, and whether Reggie wants me to do it or not, I'm going to wedge it into the show today.
Yeah.
But
why are you pretending like I'm your boss? That's not how that works at all.
Gatekeeper over here. Yeah.
I contend that it is the biggest pop culture story of the year so far in this country.
Oh, that's bold.
Okay.
I have it. I have stats to back it up.
Take a Mania is over.
I have stats to back it up.
You have stats to back it up? Okay, well, that's good. I'm here for a logical argument.
Yes.
What time are you doing that?
I don't know. What time are we doing that?
We could throw that in at 12:40.
12:40.
Okay,
Good. Why not?
Okay, I'll be right in
Funny,
between.
I think there's a good chance the woman could end up parlaying this into like a podcasting
Hawk to a girl,
career or something. Yeah.
Hawk to a girl.
You see her friend next to her. Her friend next to her was knew something was up too.
Reportedly,
she works there.
She works there reportedly. Yeah. So that's,
and
what's
she hired her.
She's not the HR. She's the what?
She's a chief people officer.
Chief people officer.
Yeah.
Which was, I mean, it's HR.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's
You know
all
what? The country of Bhutan they don't call it gross national product. They call it gross national happiness. There's something their king created back. No, Sean, it's cool.
It is?
I watched 60 Minutes, like an 8-minute blurb on 60 Minutes, which I'm sure glossed over all kinds of choices. But still, I'm into it. I think I might start doing the show from Bhutan next year.
That'd be fun. Area, place of happiness. Do it.
Might be a hard place to get them into the kind of the hatred that fuels sports radio, but I can work at it.
It does not feel like a petty enough country for Payne and Pendergast to be emanating from, but I'm willing to give it a shot.
So when you mention this as like, hey, this particular time period made it big, I'm like, I agree, but I also wonder, because the vibe that this one gave me in a very condensed space was like, you remember the TV anchors that were both married except having relations with each other? Amy Robach, TJ Holmes?
Yeah.
This had that feel to me. Like, work romance that ultimately breaks up both of y'all marriages, but y'all want to be together. They ended up with a podcast as well, but that became a thing. People talked about that in a big way. So I was like, I wonder if this is just, we love mess, and extramarital affair mess is one of the top degrees or subsections of mess.
It did have all the ingredients, man.
Is there a podcast still going?
I highly doubt it. I'll do the research right now.
I found the two of them annoying. She was married to Andrew Shue of Melrose Place fame.
I am interested in y'all's answers on the question of the day.
Question of the day, give it to us.
Simply because I know Seth is going to have a good one, and I know pressure, Seth. Based on T.J. Watt outdoing his big brother, in terms of money and such. What's the best thing that ever happened to you because you were the younger sibling, or if you're the older sibling, the worst thing that ever happened to you because of your younger
Seth's got a lot of worst thing that happened to me because I was the younger sibling.
My older brother he brutalized me for years, and then as soon as I got bigger than him, all of a sudden he was the coolest older brother ever. So I guess maybe I'll just say the best thing that happened to me because I was a younger sibling was that I learned how to endure pain and suffering because of my older brother, and then, but then I also learned that I think I'm a relatively decent person because once I got to the age where I could beat him up, I chose not to usually. Unless we were drunk and he just wouldn't stop, and I had to stop him.
That happens.
And you have siblings.
I do. I have two younger brothers. I'm the oldest.
And did they ever get away with something?
100%. That was the worst part for me. Is I had parents that. And my dad's still with us. My mom's not. But my parents were among the parents of the kids I hung out with in high school. They erred more to the strict side of things when it came to drinking in high school. So I honestly didn't drink until like late in my junior year in high school. I'd never had a beer. Whereas most of my friends, freshman year, 8th grade, stuff like that. So when I finally did start drinking, if there'd be beer in the trunk of my car and I'd get caught, punished, bad punishments, like grounded, like all kinds of manual labor. And you know how much I hate manual labor.
That's right.
All of those things. But the punishments themselves would be they were just way more strict with me on stuff.
Yeah.
My brother Kevin got away with more. My brother Ryan, they were probably going and buying him the alcohol by the time he's 8 years younger than me. So that's just, I don't have any specific stuff other than I took a lot of bullets for my younger brothers to kind of soften up the rents.
My big brothers had to be home on a Friday night or Saturday night at 10:30.
10:30?
10:30.
What were you?
No curfew.
No curfew? Oh, you're my brother Ryan. I hate you. Oh, no curfew.
No curfew.
As long as you were alive the next morning.
Did your parents change on that because they realized?
I was cute. I was the good one.
They realized like 10:30 is a little much, or like I feel like by the time my parents got to Ryan in high school, they were just like,
that's what it was. They didn't care.
Lazy.
They didn't care.
Well, I'll tell you what. The most baller move I ever made was when I dropped out of school and drove to Florida in my 1982 Mazda GLC. And my mother was so After that point, I basically had carte blanche to do whatever I wanted because she was so terrified of what the hell was what I was capable of doing. Yeah, I was ready to just go live. I was going to go get a job and live on the beach, or then wait until and then go work up in Alaska or something. So the fact that I got back into high school and stayed at home, she was kind of like, all right, just whatever, just stay in school and I won't mess with you.
I'm glad you clarified that because you just said school at first. I'm like, I need to know. It matters whether it's college or high school here.
Oh, no, it's high school.
High school, okay. Well, that is a baller. That is a baller move. You were not overstating that one bit.
That hurt my class rank a little bit.
Yeah.
It was good that I had football.
Well, that one got you into Cornell, buddy. No offense.
That's
your ability to shed blocks.
Well, I went from 3rd in my class to 20th.
Okay.
Yeah, it turns out you miss an entire quarter of school. It's hard to rebound from.
Dude, you only dropped to 20th? What kind of idiots were you going to school with?
They let me make some stuff
They
up.
did?
You know?
Okay.
Again, football helps.
We understand. We get it. All right, Payne and Pendergast, we are done. You've been listening to Crosstalk, which is brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Gentlemen, have a great show.
Thanks,
Seth,
man.
Antibodies to you, my friend. Have a great
Antibodies to you, and you just go do everything you can to help the Badgers this year.
I'm going to go. I am going to be so about Wisconsin football. I'm going to go eat so many cheese curds this weekend. It's going to be ridiculous. All right, we're done. We are out of time. Friday is here. The weekend is upon us. In the Loop, taking the baton now. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. 4 hours of greatness coming right now. In the Loop starts now.
Do you think it was in the best interest of my career to make a joke at the expense of the Wisconsin Badgers?
No.
Especially
not at all. Not down
such
here.
close relation talking to JJ, talking about JJ Watt.
JJ, I'll text him, but that's okay.
He listens.
I know. That was the point. I was like, ooh, he probably doesn't appreciate that joke. All right, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio.
I'll tell you one thing right now. When the time comes, John, to dish out those autographed J.J. Watt jerseys again to media members, I know who's not getting it.
I know who's not getting
Reginald Atatula.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. Love you, JJ. All right, let's get going here on a Friday. You're right. That is John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig hanging out with you. You get involved with the program as in the ways that you always do. We appreciate when you do that. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. 713-572-4610, and also appreciation to the Mokaram Injury Law Firm.
We keep it 100.
For the live streams, both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and the Twitch chat 610 Houston. And baby, we made it.
We made it.
We made it through the deadest time of the year, I guess, if you were looking at the calendar sports-wise. But baseball back, baby. Baseball is back as of today, and we start the proverbial second half of the season with the Astros facing off against Big Dumper and them from Seattle.
Yeah.
Of course, the pitcher on the mound that you know you love, that you expected to see, Brandon Walter.
Oh, that's right. That's
right.
Yeah.
That's it. Yep.
Yep. That's him.
Okay, good. Versus Luis Castillo for the Mariners today. Just excited to see this team get back to baseball, especially as they have, the 5-game lead in the AL West. That they've managed to traverse all of the landscape of trials and tribulations to this point. But those things have not gone away. We have not wiped away all of those issues. And so how does this team get themselves to be able to be where they want to be, have a successful second half of the season in honor of the guy who we just took the baton from? John Lopez has his 5-step plan.
Yes.
A la Sean Pendergast to make sure the season go well.
I have a Sean Pendergast 5-point plan. A 5-point plan for a here's the key word, realistic blueprint for success.
Okay.
Because we can talk about, hell, we were trading Jordan for Skeens yesterday. I mean,
Well, that was a thought experiment, okay?
I'm talking about a realistic 5-point plan for second half success. I'm going to go in order, and it might sound like no duh, but I want to explain it a little better. Number one is health, but wait a minute.
Really?
I'm not talking about like health.
Oh, word.
See, I knew you were going to do that. I'm not like talking about health Jordan, health JP France, health Luis Garcia, health any.
We all got to stay healthy to have a good season, y'all.
No. I'm talking about
the best ability is availability, baby.
I'm talking about just get healthy like you were when you were good this year. I'm talking about Jeremy Pena, Jake Myers. I'm not getting greedy here.
Is that the lowest bar for you when it comes to health?
Realistically, yes. The whole point of this is realistic 5-point plan. I'm not going to count on Jordan. I'm not going to count on Luis Garcia. I'd love to see him, But I'm not going to count. But
you're not going to count on not a single pitcher, like not even Spencer Arrighetti.
No. I'm talking about a realistic 5-point plan. I'll get to Arrighetti in a minute.
Okay.
And here's the reason why. Let's not forget how good they were with just that squad. Not having Jeremy Pena and Jake Myers is the reason that they put out these lineups that are just overwhelmed. So the number one point on here is health, but not like not pie in the sky. I'm talking about like just get those two dudes back, get healthy, and you were good, man. You were really good. You were second best in the American League, second best in baseball, or third best, whatever it was.
Yeah. And you don't have here's the thing. I keep going back to we were constantly waiting for the shoe to drop with that particular situation because we knew you had, and I've called them the zombie Astros, and I say that because it's just so vivid. The imagery is so vivid in my mind of you are clearly playing, what do they say, left-handed with a hand tied behind your back, what have you. You were clearly having some weaknesses and missing some things that you would generally have. Mm-hmm. And we were like, all right, well, you're making do and now you're making do in an extravagant way, playing really, really good baseball. And playing winning baseball is probably the most important part. Do you feel like that is something that can be sustained for a whole second half of a season? Because that was one of those things that we were kind of amazed that they were making it happen during that stretch. The idea of getting just back to that level of healthy. In my mind, I have a hard time going, well, do that and that's fine for you to continue to just skate by. Mm-hmm. While, again, I don't want to make it sound like I'm not giving them credit for that. It's been incredible what they've been able to do. Jose Altuve as a leader, Espada as a manager, all of the other people that are involved, don't mean to shortchange them. It just feels like and I guess that's the realistic part of it, but I feel like the bar for health needs to be just a little higher for me.
I would love for it to be, but again, that's almost pie in the sky. And let's, and to your point of is it sustainable is basically what you're saying.
Yes, thank you for helping me.
Is it sustainable? They've played 96 games, man.
It's 162 of these, though.
I know, but 96 is a pretty damn good sample size.
Yeah, but 96, 100, the additional quick math, 70-something of these, right, or 60-something of these in that range. You could change your outlook very quickly if this goes in an entirely different direction. Knock on wood that does not happen. But that's that's the thing that I fear if you do end up in a place.
It's still early.
It's not that early. It ain't that early. It gets late pretty quick, as Yogi Berra said. Anyway, point number 2, you got to attack the trade deadline. If point number 1 is let's just get these guys back, point number 2 has to be attack the trade deadline. If you're not gonna, if you don't feel like you can count on Yordan, Arrighetti, JP France, Luis Garcia, etc., then you have to attack the trade deadline. Prospects be damned. Prospects be damned. You have a window here, man.
Okay. I don't hate that as an idea. I'm just trying to find how you're able to do it. And I've been kind of perusing as well. Obviously we got a little time. I guess I say a little time. We're getting to that place where it's a week and a half or so, a couple of weeks till the trade deadline actually hits. In all reality, I mean, the names like Zach Gallen, names like Cedric Mullins, names like Jarren Duran. Are those the ones that feel like attacking it aggressively? And I'm not saying all of those, clearly. I don't think that you have the capital to get all of those guys.
But you got to get something in.
Those types of names. Would someone like a Cedric Mullins, an outfielder, left-handed bat, is that sufficient for you? Is that the attacking that feels like it's sufficient for what your 5-point plan, 5-step plan is that you're setting up?
It is, but I would approach it more towards starting pitching than left-handed bat. I get you. And again, it all goes in order here, because if point 1 is true, and in my mind it is realistically, then point 2 is attack the trade deadline, and you have to get a starting pitcher. Left-handed bat, I wouldn't mind. Point number 3, it ties in with exactly what we're talking about right here. Find someone, bro. Find someone in the starting rotation that can be the exception to the rule. Whether it's Lance McCullers and he gets more consistent, or it is Arrighetti or Luis Garcia. Find someone.
You start talking about Arrighetti, Luis Garcia, then that's the bar of health, right?
Yeah.
That's where they got to be healthy first before we see if they can actually be.
I'm saying just one
that level of pitcher.
Find one.
That's where
you got 5 dudes out there. Find one.
I'm with you there. I'm with you there on that. And that's where I have continued to lean on the idea that you got to have one of those guys.
Yeah.
Like, one of those guys has to be able to do this. And if you are able to have one of those guys, you still want to add a pitcher on top of it.
Yes, I do, but I wouldn't be opposed to a left-handed bat either. Point number 4, and this is sort of seeped through the cracks, and people haven't noticed it. Recapture that middle relief effectiveness.
Yeah.
It was waning. It was waning for weeks, not days. It was waning for weeks. You're good with Abreu at 8. You're good with Hader largely at 9.
Wait,
no, he had that one.
I was like, come on, man. Like, we can't let him have one day where it didn't look
That's
perfect.
an all-star, man.
I'm just
What
being
you talking about?
I was just being funny, but apparently not. But find that middle relief effectiveness. You have to, because it was waning, flat out. Point number 5, and this is a very easy one if you can do it. I mean, if you're just yourselves, win the games you're supposed to. No team has only one team, I should say, has an easier schedule in the second half than the Astros.
Correct.
Beat the teams you're supposed to. Even if it's 2-1, and it's ugly, just win 2 out of 3 against those teams you're supposed to.
Yeah, you got 7 more against the Athletics. You got another set against the Rockies.
Mm-hmm.
You have the Nationals. I don't know what to do with 7 games remaining against the Orioles, who have not been on paper a good team, but it feels like they're having some pieces that are resurging in a way. The Braves they made a trade yesterday for a starting pitcher, not necessarily a great one, in Dane Dunning from the Rangers yesterday, and I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah,
that was one of those. What do you think is happening right now? Is that them being delusional? Is the word I was looking for. Yeah. And thinking that there are going to be some levels of buyers at the deadline. I don't know, but yeah, win the ones that you're supposed to win has been the name of the game for the Astros. I think that is a fair thing to ask. It's what the Astros have been really good at, is just finding a way to make something shake. The nervous Nelly within me constantly asks, are you asking too much of how spread thin you have been?
Right. And look at how they ended the first half of the season. Losing series they were supposed to win.
Yeah.
And that's where I came up with that, because if you can just do that, by and large, you're not going to do it every time out, but by and large, if you can just do that, the division is pretty much going to be yours. So
you're not worried about the Mariners?
If you have the second easiest schedule in baseball and you win the games you're supposed to, the series you're supposed to, you're going to probably win the division. And then that gives you more time. That takes you down to the end of the season. Maybe guys get back. Maybe you did do something at the trade deadline and people start to kind of fall into a groove with this squad. If you just win the games you're supposed to, you'll be in a really good spot.
So you're not worried about the Mariners on your heels here, are you?
I mean, obviously you should be a little bit. This series, man, is going to be pretty important. 3 right out of the chute. And what do you have? A 5-game lead? You can't get swept. And really you don't want to lose the series.
Does that feel realistic to you, the idea of a sweep? Like, I'm still, and maybe this is, just wishful thinking, pie in the sky thought, that the 1-5 that, you kind of slunk into the All-Star break with was more about a general fatigue from having to, rev the motor at such a high rate just to get yourself to the All-Star game. I think that with hopefully the weekend, the All-Star week gives you enough to rest, recuperate, and get back out there and get back active. Although I guess you could go reverse of that, which is hot hand. You at least played pretty good baseball. This time off, does this allow you to hit the ground running?
The way I would go reverse of that is the Mariners, I mean, if we're just being honest, they have the advantage in the pitching lineup this series.
Yeah.
I
mean, I think you have Luis Castillo. I forget who is after Luis, and then we don't know who is the probable pitcher for Sunday, but it's Logan Evans, who I think is like a 3.75 ERA right now. Not an incredible dude, but he's facing off against the Lansing Colors that typically in a vacuum of I guess I don't even know if I can say in a vacuum of the season. In the best parts of the season, you go, oh, I feel great about that matchup, except that's not the Lansing Colors that we can depend on. I feel like that guy is still in there, and hopefully if he is, pursuant to what was that, 0.3 on your plan, was that? If you end up with the Lance McCullers Jr. that is capable, then okay, we have 3 pitchers we feel good about, giving us the things, the supports that can span your rotation, right? You have Hunter Brown, you have Framber Valdez, you have Lance McCullers, and whatever you have in the middle, just give me a good outing as best you can, even if that continues to be the 500 baseball outside of the big time guys that you have as starters. But yeah, I'm very, very intrigued to see what this Astros team looks like starting the second half, Today, Brandon Walter on the mound facing off against, I imagine, Luis Castillo. Not made official, but that was
what it's the report.
Yeah, that was the report by Daniel Kramer, who covers the Mariners for MLB.com. So excited to see what it looks like against the Mariners team that's been playing, I guess, better baseball, 6-4 over the last 10 as they get going for the second half tonight. From the 3-4-6, let's be real, these guys will cost a lot. If you thought last year was crazy for what you gave up for Kikuchi, you're going to hate it.
Ask me if I care. The window's open.
You're in scrape the barrel mode.
The window is open.
You're like, if we got to send Arrighetti, if we got to send Bryce Matthews, if we got to send. Oh, these are nods that are happening, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, all right. We are going to have to revisit that here.
The window's
in
open
the coming week.
Lopez must have seen that 0 for 8 or whatever Bryce Matthews has.
0 for 7.
You know what?
And counting.
I felt bad for my man.
I did too.
The eyes were big as saucers. We're talking about fastballs that he couldn't get anywhere near. Now, of course, the Rangers pitching in that series, you got some tough ones to come up and face off against. But yeah, that just felt like I give him a little bit of a pass on that particular series. But I'm still looking forward to like September when you have more of an opportunity for him to be in a role, hopefully in a role that fits a little bit more with what we expect for him at this time. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, two of the most expensive positions in the NFL have set a new floor, at least for the elites. Are the Texans going to be in that game very soon, right? Like they are absolutely next year. How should they play it? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss it next.
In the loop.
That's SALArmyEDS.org.
Peggy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Clogging the toilet like at somebody else's house and you can't find them.
Dumb and Dumber? Awkward at all. When you Dumb and Dumber it?
Not awkward at all.
Yes, it is too.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, happy Friday to you. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. 713-572-4610. That's the number to text. Movings and shakings here in the National Football League. Ain't it, Lopez?
Man, big time. And if you don't think it affects, you don't think they're looking at it right now over at NRG, you got another thing coming.
You really feel like, because obviously what's happening is we got another, as we're getting towards training camp, obviously for the Texans, players report on the 22nd and 23rd. We really are active. We are out there ourselves on the practice fields, broadcasting, giving you the play-by-play of what's happening on the grounds, but also just kind of getting a feel for what the 2025 Texans are going to be in full. But all these teams, all these people in the NFL are gearing up and getting your guys ready to go as part of it. And when TJ Watt is out here dangling as though he might not actually show up for you, the Pittsburgh Steelers made sure that was not the case, giving him big-time money, making him the new highest-paid non-quarterback in the league, surpassing Myles Garrett's big money that came this offseason. But
3 years, 123.9, I believe. Right at 124 million.
I mean, at that point,
yeah.
Who cares? What's the difference, right?
Give or take a couple of hundred
with a lot of it guaranteed money as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, you end up with this space where, I mean, it's always been a one hand above the next league when you talk about elite players, and the Texans have elite players at a couple of positions where the money is really big. But you say that like, hey, they're definitely looking at this. Yes and no. I think when you have guys akin to, and who we're talking about here is obviously quarterback C.J. Stroud, and then pass rusher Will Anderson Jr. And I feel like when you have guys like that, you have already baked in that you are going to have to get to this space, and you're already kind of approaching and looking at what the numbers are going to be, aren't you?
You are, no question you are, but that number's rising quickly, man. And, you got another year, and you're going to hit these two guys. So, I mean, they would have rather it not gone to 41 average annual value, what was Myles Garrett, 39 or something like that? And so that's $2 million more per year right off the shoot in just a matter of weeks. So, yeah.
Miles was a clean 40 on average annual value.
Yeah, 40, TJ 41.
All right, so $1 million just like that at the blink of an eye, and it's going to go up even more. Here's
what's $1 million amongst friends? Speaking of, I've been meaning to ask you.
Yeah. So, yes, they're baking stuff in, but that pie's getting bigger, man. That pie they're baking is getting bigger by the second. It is very real. Well, tell me if you agree. To me, it's a very real possibility, a probability, in all honesty, that C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson Jr. are going to combined account for about $440 million. 300 for C.J., 140, 145 for Anderson Jr. That's all. $440 million, two players, contract.
Yeah. No, I was thinking you said 300 for C.J. And
yeah.
I'm hesitant to say that. I'm trying to think like
how long of a deal in your head are you thinking?
Yeah, what do you think the deal would be?
Just
guessing.
Given that it's 6 years, maybe something like that.
You think that the current MO of the Texans takes you to a 6-year deal for the quarterback, a young quarterback who probably at least his agent will want to get him to a place where he can get back to the table and make even more money.
See, that was my question. I feel like the Texans will want a 6-year deal to lock him in for 6 years, but just the Mulligata camp, I could see them going for like a 3-year, maybe 4 years, so they could go right back to the table.
The thing seems to be more fair on a quarterback and trying to get back to the
CJ's
table.
23, man. Your 6-year deal makes you 29. That's a huge contract. That's a huge contract. 5-6, let's say 5-6, split the difference. But in the neighborhood of $340 million, two players is my point.
Yeah. That funny enough, that doesn't move me. Yeah, go ahead and do it, right? Like, that's what you need to do, because one of the reasons why a CJ Stroud or, whoever would like to get back to the table on the second side, on the other side of this, is the money seems to continually be going up and up with the NFL. How it feels like we're reaching the stratosphere where I got questions as to how we're going to continue this growth. Like, are we reaching peak NFL money? But it seems like no, as they continue to try and expand the markets, not just in America, but then outside of America, and what can those deals possibly bring in? The various other ways with gambling and such, they bring in more revenue that then is split towards the players. But the revenue continues going up and up. And so the numbers themselves, like the raw 300, 400 million number that you're throwing out here, the additional context is, what is that in the span of, like, the salary cap? What is that percentage of the cap? That is the way that I try and view this more than anything, because the numbers have gotten so big that we can get googly-eyed and we can kind of lose what's happening here. But it does matter when you consider not only will you likely be in a position to be paying the highest paid quarterback, just because next up, right, without even just talking about how good he is, which I think we believe him to be very good, and then potentially the highest paid non-quarterback, Will Anderson Jr., just in the same space as the way that Myles Garrett, TJ Watt continue to do this, particularly if Will puts up the type of season that we want him to. The thing for me is, you're doing that, that's cool, but you're also doing that on some other fronts, like with some other players.
Yeah.
This is where it gets very important, and this is where I might be actually more interested in the kind of laissez-faire nature that Nick seems to have about moving around with picks. Like, I do wonder, does it, quote-unquote, catch up to you at that point when you need not just, particular picks, but a lot of them? I mean, he has done a good job assembling a lot of picks in order to try and build up your team with cheap labor there when you're paying a lot of money to the top end of what you're doing.
On your first point, I just had this conversation last night with my oldest son about, where's the line? How much, what's too much? When does it start working in reverse in terms of just the money that's being out there? I had this conversation 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago. I had this same conversation. Well, that's too much. There's got to be a stopping point at some point. There hasn't been. Never. And to your point, when they signed this collective bargaining agreement, correct me if I'm wrong, I think this is correct, there was no gambling money coming into the NFL. There were no
not like how it is now.
Certainly not like it is now. There was very little digital money coming in with the Amazons and the Netflix and which means more people competing for those contracts, which means more money, etc. So Reggie, I've had this exact conversation each decade for the last 4 decades. So it's I don't feel like it's going to stop anytime soon.
And so if you feel like that's the case, I think that I don't worry about paying the top end guys commensurate to market value, which I think you would do, especially when you believe in their capability of performing at that level. CJ Stroud, I believe in his capability of performing at that level. Will Anderson Jr., I damn sure believe in his capability at performing at that level. And so if that's the case, and the numbers are going to be big and gaudy, but if those guys are delivering like akin to the guys that they're in that same space at, and quarterback is an entirely different one at that space. Yeah. But I'm good with it. Now, I think the additional portion that I imagine you wanted to get to is then you have to be really smart about the way that you do it. Like, you have to be very careful. The money is going to be there. The additional level on top of it of, being a good steward of it is, do you move the money? Like, how do you account this? Can you backload this, or can you put the money in certain places to make it more feasible for you to win on the perimeter?
Yeah, we can certainly dig into this more later. But my thing is, you have 3 options. You can front load the contracts, you can backload the contracts, or you can give the biggest guarantee. I think those are 3 sort of avenues that the Texans are facing. Frankly, I want to give the big guarantee. I want to give the big guarantee because I think it keeps them happy, and that's what the Texans like to do. It locks them in for that time, and I think it opens a better window for down the road, because I feel, and I think the Texans feel, like this window's going to be open for an extended period of time with all their draft picks and young players. So if you backload it, you kind of limit yourself to a degree, when the window's open further down the road. If you front load it, what are you going to do with some of these other contracts, as you talked about, that are open right now? So I would rather give the big guarantee, The problem is, as you've pointed out a couple of times on this show, you got to put all that money in escrow. But I don't think the Texans, I don't think that's a big issue for them.
No.
Yeah.
No, like that one actually I've had very little concern about. I feel like Callahan got it. I feel like they got a big bank over there. I think they're putting that money aside with the guarantees. And if you don't know what we're talking about, the actual mechanisms that happen in the NFL is that when money is guaranteed, the owner has to right at that time of signing put the money into escrow. So immediately they're paying out.
It's there.
As opposed to this contract says that we have to pay you at some time, and when that time comes, then we'll pay you. And it's just the contract. It's almost like a credit card,
like a 401k
or what?
It's there.
But I don't have any concerns with the Texans' ability to put that money in escrow.
Would you do the big guarantee?
I think it fits in line with the way that they've operated. It'd make it just a smidge more difficult because again, you can't be as fun with
in the short
accounting.
term, but it keeps the window open.
And I think that that's the most important thing. I think being consistent with your MO, especially that would be a real tough sell. Is if with all these other guys, Petrie, Stingley, all these other guys you've been dealing with, we have a certain MO, and as soon as the big time guys, the leaders on both offense and defense, the guys for whom this particular project has been built upon, they come up and we go, actually, we need to change the way we handle business. I don't think that would be a smart way of doing things culturally in a people business.
Yeah.
So it feels like the Texans have done the work ahead, right? They pre-planned the way that they did. They built their MO. They've planned the ways that they typically handle contracts. And I think that it'll make it very easy for them to get in these situations where they won't have to have, Will Anderson Jr., not that I even think that he is the type of dude to do this, posting things about him wanting his money or, requesting trades in order to get his money. I don't think that you're going to end up in a place where people are having to ask CJ about his contract questions time and time again into training camp before it gets done. I think that they have set themselves up in a very good way we know how they're going to handle it. We know it will get done. The only question is, what's the exact dollar amount and where do we sign?
Yeah. Totally agree.
That's the thing that makes me very comfortable about these Texans. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, speaking of getting big money, again, salute to TJ Watt getting that big-time deal, making him the highest-paid non-quarterback. And J.J. Watt had a very funny tweet that highlighted something that he only made somewhere around that 123 in his entirety of his career, that TJ will be making over the next 3 years. And it feels very unfair when you're an older sibling sometimes. So that got us going. Question of the day, what's the best thing that ever happened to you because you were a younger sibling? Or vice versa. What's the worst thing that happened because you were an older one? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Our job is
LendSeek.com. LendSeek. You seek, we lend.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, if you care at all about the British Open, Lopez is your guy. And if you are like me and you care just very little about golf, but just a little bit, and you know some of the things, Lopez, it gave me a little tickle, or a chuckle, rather. I guess those could be somewhat similar. When I looked up at the screen and I see tied for 9th, Tony Finau. Yeah. Because that's exactly what it looks like up until about Saturday.
What do you mean?
Sunday.
Oh yeah. You know enough.
Yeah, Tony Finau. I love him. He's a good golfer.
Yeah.
Just never seems to show up when you actually need it, huh?
Not on Sundays. How about the Hogard brothers? Figgy, the Hogard brothers are both in the top 10.
Is this someone I'm supposed to know?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Salute to them.
Rasmus and Nico.
Who's older of the two?
I think Rasmus is.
Are we talking the minutes?
Hey, I see what you're doing.
Yeah, I was like, is one of does it work the same with twins, right? Like, is there a circumstance where you're like, hey, man, this one that you are a few minutes older and thus you get all the bad treatment or what have you? Because question of the day, what's the best thing that's ever happened to you just because you're the younger sibling or vice versa? The worst thing that happens because you're the older one. 713-572-4610.
Rasmus is the older one by minutes.
Okay, there you go. Look, if we could ask them, I would like to check in with them and see exactly what their experience has been in that same way. We all, for those of us that have siblings, we all know what it's like, man. Like, the younger ones, they get all the love. Sometimes it's always fun though, seeing the families in which that is not the case.
Yeah,
where it's flipped on its head or something in various different ways. It's like, oh man, you give all the love to the older kid because you view them as more responsible or whatever.
The real fun part is it never goes away. You know, I'm 63, and my big brothers and sisters to this day. Oh, you got away with everything. They let you. And I did. And I did. Like the story I told earlier, and I got another one here, basically what you could get away with that they couldn't, or what you were mad that your younger sibling could get away with that you couldn't, as in TJ Watt getting away with 3 years and $123+ million.
JJ had to work a whole career for 129, man. A whole damn career for that.
And that tweet you're talking about, JJ tweeted, I swear, if he even lets me reach for my wallet the next time I go to dinner with him.
I saw that and I was like, all right, JJ, I think that was one banger tweet. Yeah. I like where we're going here.
Yeah.
We're going to ignore the fact that you be doing TV.
Yeah. Oh, JJ has a lot more money than TJ.
Like, JJ, we're going to pretend pretend like you wasn't on them commercials.
Yeah. The Watt family's worth $500 million.
Shout out to man.
$500 million.
Just imagine. I always think about that. Like even with the Manning family.
Oh, the Manning family. They were rich before.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Let's go back in the day.
Yeah.
Before all of us was probably born.
Because Arch had all the. Archie, not Arch. Archie had all the endorsements and stuff, and was a legend in Louisiana.
That's what I'm saying. All that football money, man. Right. All that, man.
Like New Orleans, they lived in New Orleans, and the thing about New Orleans is, especially now, you can maybe look at there's a certain part of New Orleans where it's, Magnolia Projects, all that. There's also a certain part of New Orleans that is bow ties and slacks, and they are that. Yeah. And I'm always amazed by the fact that Peyton Manning is so damn affable, and like he comes off as somewhat everyman in his quarter zips, while he is not that. Yeah. Like he really should not end up in the place that he does when it comes to be feeling like everyman, except he does. Good for him.
So yes, I told the story earlier, and I got another one that's pretty funny, but. My brother and my older brother and sister, well, my two older brothers and my sister, they had, I'm not kidding you, they had a curfew in high school of 10:30, including Fridays and Saturdays.
Wait, all the way across?
Across.
That's
10:30.
nasty.
You had to be home by 10:30.
Like school night and weekend are the same. It's crazy.
Little clubs and parties.
10:30.
They get started. Well, I don't know about back in the day.
I'm not saying they never snuck out of the house because I've heard stories, but they had to be home at 10:30. My curfew, Figgy? None.
Unlimited.
And they still give me a hard time.
You took advantage of that too, didn't you?
You're damn right I did.
Terrible.
Because I'm the youngest. But here's the story that was so funny. And
is this what you have written down as condom story?
The condom story.
What is that supposed to mean?
Y'all want to hear the condom story?
No. To be completely honest, I try to live my life in such a way where I don't ask questions.
This story before.
I've told you this story before, Figgy. So I was minding my own business in high school, in the kitchen, which was right near the laundry room. And my mom would fold clothes on the kitchen table. Well, she comes out of the laundry room holding a condom and says, red eyed. She never got mad at me. Is this yours? Where did this come from? Because she was washing my clothes. And I just, in an instant, looked at the kitchen table, panicked, and I saw my big brother's clothes folded on the table because she had just done his and she was doing mine. I said, no, that's Manuel's. That's my look. I mean, he probably came out of one of his.
You're the worst. You're the worst.
I said, it probably came out of one of his pockets. You know, like a nickel or a quarter.
Yeah,
Stays in the dryer.
Yeah.
And she goes, okay.
The worst.
Okay. Couldn't have been Johnny.
Did you explain what happened afterwards?
To who? My brother?
Yeah, to you. Did something else happen to you where he found out that you lied?
Oh, he beat the hell out of me. He beat the hell out of me.
I feel like there's certain trends that are popping up, and this one I very much relate to. From the 832, mom and dad were making more money when the young one was growing up, so it was all better for them. That is right.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's funny because for me, I was an only child for a long time, and then my little brothers came through. So there's a 13-year difference between me and the next one, and then a 16-year difference between me and the youngest. So can you imagine 13 to 16 years of difference in a career?
You were hot. You were hot.
And like there was a lot of we got food at home that did not happen anymore all of a sudden. I was like, oh, what?
Y'all going out to eat every night.
All the time. Them boys picky eaters now too, which is crazy because I was like, buddy, I had to eat what was on that plate. They be like, I don't feel like that. Can we go to? I don't want that. I'm like, really?
I was kind of that kid. I wasn't picky. I was still kind of in the struggle. But my two older sisters, they were more in the struggle. They were like, they always talk about like government cheese and how the lights were out because she ain't had no money to pay the bill and just all this stuff going on. I never had to go through that. I never had to be the person that was hungry or anything like. They always had food on the table and stuff, and she got me some cool clothes and stuff like that. But me being the youngest, I was always the one, and then I kind of got that year's difference between my sisters too. So I never went through the things Seth went through, where they were like picking on me and stuff like that. They were more like another mother.
Yeah.
So there was that much.
Happen.
So my sister used to buy me Jordans and all that stuff.
Okay, so you got benefit. Oh well, then they gave you additional benefits.
He's the youngest.
Yeah, I was the youngest, so I was like I was really the baby brother.
Yeah.
All right, so was this also your experience here, Fig? Because from the 281, they said their sister got everything earlier than they did. Cell phone, going to concerts, later curfew like you, Lopez, because they broke the mold. Younger siblings have it so easy. Did you feel like that you got things younger as well, like than compared to your siblings?
Not really. I never really had that feeling, and plus it was a little different because it was two older sisters. They was into other stuff too.
Yeah.
But I do feel like my mother spoiled me a little more than them.
Yeah.
Because with two sisters around the same age, you can't really pick one or the other type of deal. So.
Yeah, so you were the baby by yourself.
I felt like the only child, to be honest.
Yeah.
It was kind of like I was the only child because by the time I can remember, I think my second oldest sister was like 16, maybe 15, 14, somewhere around there.
Yeah. And the 713, I was grounded all the time. My younger sister got away with everything. And that's part of it. Like, they just stopped caring. The parents just stopped, like, whatever.
And I'm sure you can attest this. Like, I think also with parents is some of that hard-nosed discipline comes from a level of fear of, oh, man, I don't know how this all works. And then you find out that, hey, I might have been tripping.
Yeah.
I might have been doing a lot. This could work a lot easier for both of us.
Or it could be a thing where you like, man, I know exactly what he doing with this. I'm not even about to stress out about it anymore. I did it twice.
Yeah.
So I ain't about to stress out about this.
And on the YouTube, it says it's a very similar story about the older sister. And this is true, too. By the time I was born, my parents were exhausted. Kind of what you're talking, like they were just like, I ain't doing this no more.
Yeah.
Parents are worn out. Yeah. It's just a common refrain.
I was going to say, I think another good thing about me being the youngest and my sisters was that much older, they'd be ready to fight people over me.
Oh, yeah.
So if I get in some type of trouble with the teacher or something like that, they be ready to go into the school to fight. I had to hold them back like, no. Like, they be ready to fight for their little brother.
Yeah. That is the beauty as well, is that you got built-in henchmen, which Again, I've seen a number of younger siblings use their advantage. Like, hey, don't do that. One of the things I do love in sports is that it seems like this is always the trend. Whenever you have a family of siblings, it's always the youngest that's the best, ain't it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Which I guess this is the one where JJ might be able to be like, nah, dog, I got you on this one. Like, JJ's still better than TJ, right?
Yes,
yeah.
I had that conversation too, and we were talking a lot of sports last night with at my son's house. I was like, TJ is awesome, Hall of Famer. JJ's better.
Because I always felt I always think of it in basketball, but it happens in a lot of other sports where it's like that kid had to play up usually, like he had to play amongst his brothers or what have you.
Yeah.
So he had to play at a higher standard for his age, and usually that helps foster development to where the youngest is often the best of the bunch. JJ's like, nah, I broke the mold there.
Not this one.
We got it over here. So yeah, hold that one, JJ.
And there's Derek.
Don't say it like that. See, this is what I don't like. You don't have to do that to Derek.
And see, that's why his middle son is his favorite. Derek is the older, right? Derek is the oldest.
I don't remember.
Or is he the middle?
JJ's the oldest.
So Derek is the middle.
I thought he was the youngest. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Yeah. He's just being a jerk. You're in the loop right here
Good
on
job,
Sports Radio
Derek.
610. 361. My younger brother got a car at 16. Didn't have to work until he finished school. I had to work at 15. That's right. They sent you to the salt mines. That's what you. And when you're talking to that younger brother, you make it always dress it up. Man, I was in there working in the factory at 12 years old. Left middle school, went right to the factory. Derek is the middle, according to B. Scott. And speaking of, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL. B. Scott joins us to break down what is happening in the National Football League. And I wonder if he is as interested as I am in the unfurling of the NFLPA drama. Let's talk about it next.
Area 45 with Bijani. play here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, we're about to go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Myself, John Lopez. I'm Reginald Adetula, Figgy Fig, and the man himself, Brandon Kyle Scott, B. Scott in the building, baby.
That's right. Good to be with y'all, man. It's funny being here on a Friday. You know, we're doing this on Fridays now.
That's right.
That's from here until eternity.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. Or until we decide differently.
But I got to admit, though, I'm not – like, I come up here on Fridays, and I know that it's a ghost town, but I guess I'm not here every Friday, and I'm contributing to it being a ghost town. Man, the lights ain't even on in some places.
They're not.
I was like, what is really going on? Do we work? Goodness. But I'm glad to see y'all, though.
Well,
at least we up here, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, I was like, the we is really the port there. Who is we when we're talking about that? We work, sure.
Yeah, we work. The collective we, I mean.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. No, fair enough.
We are here in the building.
Fair enough. All right, let's go around the NFL here, and we're getting more and more on the second rounders, of course. It was broken. The second round kind of guaranteed hold up. It felt like that was happening. The traffic jam that was happening by Alfred Collins out of Texas with the San Francisco 49ers.
But shout out to Nick Caserio for creating such an environment.
In some ways, with Jaden Higgins, his 4-year fully guaranteed rookie contract. So he's set up and he's ready to go. But are we pushing closer to finding the Ariante Ursery deal? That's the big thing for me, as we are well on our way tracking these various things. The latest ones that have come through and trying to figure out how far the guaranteed money will spread, at least fully guaranteed, and then obviously at that point, what percentage of guarantees. We had pretty high up there in the second round. Another guy get his money, Nick Emanwari, the safety out of South Carolina that he came from. He who was of pretty early picks. He was 35 immediately after Jaden Higgins. He got his 4-year $11.6 million fully guaranteed. So we're pushing a little further down the board on fully guaranteed money. Tyler Shuck will be an interesting one at 40 because he's a quarterback that has a pretty straight line towards starting. That makes me wonder if you'll get guaranteed money in that space. However, the weird part is Quinshon Judkins, number 36 overall to the Cleveland Browns. He remains unsigned. He was arrested on a domestic violence charge last week.
Yeah, I saw that.
And I wonder if he's going to be the line breaker of sorts on who can get fully guaranteed, and if he maybe messes up the 36, 37, 38, 39, who might have had an opportunity to possibly get fully guaranteed, because I imagine Tyler Shuck gets his.
So is it not unfair to feel like the guy that gets popped for domestic violence has to be an outlier in this kind of?
I was going to say the same thing. Like, I don't know if it's going to matter at all.
To me, what's weird about it is forever these things were kind of slotted and just assumed, and there wasn't a lot of intrigue to it. Now there is, so there's clearly more nuance to it than it was before, right? But with this, I feel like there perhaps is less, with that particular player, right, getting caught up. But I don't know because we're such in uncharted territory. So it'll be interesting to see how that unfolds. As far as Ariante Ursery goes, though,
he's further down, 48.
He's further down.
80% guarantee.
So the guy that was picked 40 picks ahead of him,
44,
got like 80% guarantee.
Defensive end Donovan Ezeiruaku, who was drafted by the Cowboys. He was the one who on the chart put the Dallas right in the middle of the state. He of his $10.1 million got $8.1 guaranteed.
I'm intrigued by all of it. I want to see how it unfolds, and I have no idea how it's going to. But from the Ariante Ursery standpoint, you gotta feel like, and especially if you're Ariante Ursery, you're the second pick in the second round, and you're on the team that kind of set the precedent, that did the first fully guaranteed contract for who is now your teammate, Jaden Higgins. And we all know the backstory behind, or at least we've heard the backstory, what we believe to be the backstory behind the Texans wanting to get Ariante Ursery and how much effort they put in to go and get him. So if I'm Ursery or his camp, his agent, or whoever is negotiating on his behalf, I feel like I should have a leg up between those two things. You wanted me badly, and you've already shown that a willingness to do this, to set this precedent. I would be hung up if I was Ariante Ursary too, if I didn't get at least the 85 to 88 to 90% to perhaps the fully guaranteed deal. It's already going to be less. So, like, why treat me any differently, especially if I'm somebody that you supposedly coveted so much?
I feel like you just nailed it. I think that's exactly the case. Hey, you're the Texans. You did this.
Right.
You know, you set this standard, and you really wanted our guy. I said 80, but you might be right. It might be more than that.
And to do it knowing damn, like from the Texan standpoint, to do it knowing damn well that you got another second-round pick, I'm curious on what the strategy is, what the logic is behind guaranteeing one and not the fully guaranteeing one and not the other. Not that everybody's created equal, not that you treat everybody the same, but you have to know, like ahead of time, on the front end of it, you have to know that this is going to be the next question asked. It's like, okay, so what about the other guy that you just picked several picks before or after this guy?
I think the best guess for me is, again, 2 picks off of being a first-round pick, and a guy who, remember, Nick Caserio all through the draft process was saying that part of their evaluation process is what kind of role are you going to have on this team. Jaden Higgins profiles as a starter right now. Now, of course, remains to be seen through training camp, but you could easily slot him in as a starter. Ariante Ursary doesn't. I think that's a distinction that is worth making.
It is, but you're not fully guaranteeing the rookie season. You're fully guaranteeing the life of the contract, which is 4 years.
Correct.
Right? So we're talking about second-round pick. So you're 4 years.
With no options.
No option. So what is the projection of Ariante Ursary next year, the year after? And I'm not saying that they're already doing that, but that would be part of the conversation is, hey, no, you're not just drafting me and you're not just guaranteeing my deal for what I'm going to contribute to you as a rookie, but for the life of this deal, for the full 4 years of the contract.
And I feel what Reggie just said, while in concept is true, and the reality is you draft a lineman in the second round, you project that guy as a starter. Offensive linemen in the second round are projected starters. Yeah. So whether it's rookie year, first week, first month, third month of his career here, you drafted him to be a starter. And I think competition is open for him to be a starter. I just mentioned, you hear the promos. I'm talking about perfect world. I think he is the starter,
Yeah. So the competition is there. Yeah. And that's a friendly way of putting it. I would say another way of putting it is the desperation. Like, we're talking about the Texans offensive line here, right? That does not have a Nico Collins counterfactual right on it, right? So like, hey, you guys need offensive line help. Y'all coveted me as the offensive lineman that you targeted in the draft.
Right.
You fully guaranteed the contract of my teammate. So what's good?
What's up?
A portion of what's good here is, and maybe these allows these two stories to dovetail, is, hey man, we kind of have to deal with the context, which is the draft order, not just setting the scale, but then also kind of establishing what the percentage of guarantees are, which some people could view as a level of collusion, the way that all these teams are sitting around and like, hey, what is the next man doing? That necessarily dictates the way the percentage.
Collusion?
Yeah.
Look, I understand that gets a little dicey for folks, how we ultimately parse that.
Who's talking about collusion these days?
But yeah, man. I think
the NFL, certainly.
Because if you're looking at the way the slate falls out and you're looking at, hey, the man at 44 got 80% or 80-something%, and the man all the way down at about 56 got 72%. We in that range. Like, now that is what the range is, somewhere where you're looking at for the 48. So yeah, that's I don't know. I imagine that's part of it, but it's always funny because it doesn't feel like Nick Caserio and the Texans organization seem to often operate in lockstep with the ownership, but they're still part of the ownership group. Like, that's a big old group with a lot of social power to try and make people work in a certain way. Hey,
understood. But if I'm Ursary's people again, I'm coming at them like, look, I don't want to hear about everybody else. I don't want to hear about what the next person did. We talking about you and me right now.
Well, we got to talk comps. Whenever we making a deal, we got to talk comps.
We can talk about it, but I'm going to dismiss it, and and the comp that I'm going to make is the one that you just did, the thing that you just did.
Yeah.
Do it again.
Yeah, no.
Well, whatever those conversations are, make them quick. Guys report on Tuesday.
Yeah. It started to get a little bit nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah. Well, we're watching that space. The weekend will be very interesting. Speaking of collusion and things of that nature, shout out to Pablo Torre. Shout out to Mike Florio. Shout out to Don Van Natta, the Feds, because the Feds came knocking and things moved.
Yes.
As NFLPA now will be looking for a new executive director, as Lloyd Howell, the man who has been in the been at the helm for a couple of years of the National Football Players Association, the union that the players have in negotiations with the NFL. And the guy who was in charge for both of the situations that have now been unearthed, that the NFL and NFLPA worked together, two adversaries in this, although you can think of them, I guess, as partners. Labor negotiations make them adversaries inherently. They have worked together on two separate occasions to bury information that, in theory, would be good for the NFLPA, the membership to know. And when you have somebody at the top not allowing information to filter down in the best interest of your union, I thought it was only a matter of time for him to have to step down. He did it sooner rather than later.
Well, not even just everything that went into his hiring, like the whole background. And you have to follow the Pablo Torre podcast that accompanied Mike Florio on it, the original. I don't know. I didn't actually get to watch the second one that they did, the follow-up.
Yeah.
But they've been all over this, and they were kind of working in concert behind the scenes the whole time, trying to get the unearthed documents that have now since been earthed about this whole thing, and how how the NFLPA and how the NFL, like you said, they were working together to hide information, and then just the good old boy nature of how he was hired, the quid pro quo nature of how he was hired, just screams nepotism. It screams good old boy network, and it also speaks to.
And he has connections with a partner of the NFL,
right? And then
not just connections. He works for a private equity
ownership,
of a private equity fund that is now working to buy.
I mean, what is going on?
Buy portions of ownership.
Which is so dirty.
The most recent part that was revealed,
That's
right?
Dirty.
All of it, all of it, and so it makes you like the bigger picture thing is it makes you question everything.
Yeah,
it makes you question everything about the whole process and how it works and. These talks about collusion. I know a lot of fans kind of shrug their shoulders because they either don't care or I don't want to call them lazy, but just don't care to do enough thinking and digging into what it all actually means. But this is just so transparently problematic that you don't have to be in the weeds of it all to look at it and say, well, hey, wait a minute. How are they conducting business exactly over there?
Yeah, I said this yesterday. It's a very simple human, emotion from the NFL. The players. Can't trust you anymore, man.
Yeah.
Can't trust you anymore.
In a spot where they've already had trust issues in the past to begin with.
Yeah.
And which makes sense because we're talking about sensitive issues. But in an environment where you already have trust issues, for this to be revealed, man, it really damages things.
Yeah.
The thing I'm interested in now that Lloyd will no longer be at the helm, obviously DeMaurice Smith was gotten out of there, and I know that he could easily be a lightning rod for people on the outside looking at, the NFL has not had, the PA has not had teeth. Not that that organization has had a lot of teeth for a long time, but they have not had teeth. I do wonder if this particular scandal and how it feels like the PA wanted a guy who knew better about business, but they got away from a guy who knew how to do the fight of labor. I do wonder if this is like the having a defensive-minded head coach, and then next one is an offensive-minded head coach. Do we get or does the PA end up with a labor head that is here for the fight? And does this maybe take us to a place where the NFLPA, as much as they can with the circumstances that they're dealing with, ends up as more of a fighting union? Because I think that could be the interesting part. As the money is getting bigger and bigger, if they have the ability to fight a little bit better, does that change kind of some of the things that we see when it comes to player safety, the possibility of expansion into various different spaces, whether it's more days on the schedule, further flights, things of that nature? I'd be very intrigued to see what the branches are on this going forward.
See, I'm intrigued by that, but that's further along even in the process because I'm just as concerned or just as curious about just the process of finding the next NFLPA executive
has
director.
to be more open, right?
It has to be. So I got to start there before I even get to those next level questions that you're asking that are relevant.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm looking for, of course, like you mentioned, very rightfully so. That's down the line, so we'll see if we can keep you up to date with that. A couple more things before we go. Mike Williams, wide receiver, returned. You can always go home. Apparently, you can always stop in home, too. He stopped in back with the Chargers, the place where he started his career. Seems like he got one practice in with Jim Harbaugh, rather, and was like, you know what? I'm going to take it to the crib.
I'm good on this, man. I saved my money. I don't know if he actually did, but money's in the bank. I don't have to do this no more.
I relate I relate so heavily to the dude who's like, you know what? This job doesn't seem like what I like. I'm going home.
30 years old.
I'm not making myself clear. It ain't in me.
And finally, we made fun of the NFL's top 100 and the ways in which they're just putting things out there. So what I will do for you from here on out, your top 100 player of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Number 72, drum roll, please, Sam Darnold.
Ooh.
What does this even mean?
React.
I hate this so much. I hate the way the NFL does its top 100 list. It used to be 20 at a time, and we could have some context, and we could talk about it and compare and contrast and all that
72.
stuff. Now
Sam
they're doing
Darnold.
What's your reaction to it, man? Give us your reaction.
I have no reaction.
Okay, very good.
If Sam Darnold is 72, does that put into question how far down the list we even need to go? It's like, should we stop this thing at 50?
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
Well,
like if Sam Darnold is 72, then why did we get this far?
Christian McCaffrey was 73. So
and how
that one hit you?
How?
But again, you can't
probably injuries.
You can't put any idea on it, any opinion. It doesn't.
I'll take a one-legged, one-armed Christian McCaffrey in the top 60 easily.
Okay. Well, wait till Monday to get your next, hopefully a few at least. They'll keep doing this over the weekend, right? Of the
one
top
a day.
100. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. B. Scott sitting in on a Friday as he has become wont to do. Coming up next, because he's here, let's get some of B. Scott's thoughts. We'll do it next.
Texans. WEEDS.org. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I look forward to it every week. It is Friday at 11:20, which is the time when you get to hear from B. Scott and his thoughts. B. Scott, what's happening, man?
I will be tremendously disappointed if at the trade deadline the Astros end up going the starting pitcher route. And not because really? and this is in part from, I think it was you, Lopez, who said you're leaning towards starting pitcher in terms of their priorities or where you want them to focus.
Yeah,
it's not that I'm dismissing the importance of it, the need for it, the urgency, if you will. It's just disappointing if that's where they end up having to land or where they end up landing, given how much they already have in this space.
Yeah.
Right. So we're talking priority of left-handed bat versus plug-and-play starter, just a guy that you can just bring in and he can fit into the middle of your rotation somewhere after, of course, Fromber and Hunter Brown, right?
Yeah.
Who can be that third guy? That's a question that we've been asking for weeks now. Who is that third guy? We think it could be Lance McCullers, but he's not the same Lance McCullers. Is that guy still in there? I know, Reggie, you were just kind of hitting on that earlier in the show. Like, it feels like, and this is me kind of being in my feels, though. It feels like between Lance McCullers and all of these dudes that are duct taped and bandaged on the injured list that have either had Tommy John or a freak accident with their hand or thumb or whatever the hell it is with Spencer Arrighetti, it's like between this collection of guys, it should save you from having to go out and spend a tremendous amount of capital on another starting pitcher when it feels like you got 50-11 of them, right? Or you should at least have a couple or I don't know, one that shows up and is effective for you. Now, the left-handed bat thing is different because even before the Jordan catastrophe, right? Even before Jordan's hand messes up and he's missing, I've lost track how many games, 60, 70 plus at this point. Hasn't played since, was it May 2nd? I think it was the last time we saw Jordan Alvarez.
That's correct.
Even before that, he wasn't playing up to Jordan Alvarez standards. And even then, even if he was, they didn't have the left-handed bat. They were too right-hand heavy, right? And so that was going to be an issue whether he played like Jordan, whether he stayed healthy or not. No matter what, they were going to need another left-handed bat. Here they are, still in said position, but even more so because Jordan is still missing. And now they've got even more injured. Jeremy Pena, we feel like, is going to be back probably sooner rather than later. But, like, aside from just the left-handed bat thing, their order has taken a significant hit between, again, Jordan, the Jeremy Pena injury, and, of course, Christian Walker's another thing. Like, you know, you were expecting more from him throughout the season. So, to me, there's just a little bit more desperation within, or should be, more desperation within the lineup, balancing it out, getting that left-handed bat, Jordan aside, as opposed to, like, hey, we're going to go get another starting pitcher, even though we got all these guys in reserve, and we seem to be able to manufacture pitching one way or another. I would be really disappointed if they come away from the trade deadline without a left-handed bat and there's just another starter. If there's another Kikuchi situation.
I get your point, and frankly, I would be disappointed too. But to me, feelings got nothing to do with it. You know, you need a pitcher. you know.
But you see what I'm saying? Like,
no,
they shouldn't.
They shouldn't.
It doesn't make sense to me how it is that they are as desperate in that regard with all of the guys that they've had.
You are 100% right. They shouldn't. I would be extremely disappointed. It would be a shame. But that has nothing to do with what they need the most. They need a number 3 pitcher.
What about the fact, let me throw this to you as a little bit of pushback. What about the fact that they've been able to somehow, some way, figure it out with whoever the hell it is these guys are that are pitching? I'm talking about, no disrespect, but the Brandon Walters and Colton Gordons and Ryan Gustos of the world. They've been able to make it work with these guys. We've seen them do it before. That's how Spencer Arrighetti becomes Spencer Arrighetti and how JP France becomes the JP France that we know. Another guy who's on the shelf. So, like, to me, it also matters that they are able to figure out pitching, whether it's a new guy that they bring in or if it's a guy that they have, had kind of in reserve or in the minors that just turns out to be a guy that you weren't expecting. To me, it seems like they're able to make do, to kind of simplify it. And they're able to make do a little bit more with pitching than they are with their lineup.
And I agree with that too. But again, you can make the same argument with what they were able to figure it out without a left-handed bat to the tune of a second best record in the American League. So my big thing is Myers and Pena. Got to get those guys back.
Yeah. It's a conundrum, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because I don't know if there's a wrong answer here. It's just kind of about, and this is where feelings do come into play. Where do you lean? What's your hunch on what's more desperate? What do you need a little bit more?
And I think the thing that is most concerning for me is that it's not going to be made abundantly clear, or maybe I'm just wrong, and it is abundantly clear right now, and I'm just not feeling it the right way. But like I think you guys have laid out the reasons why on both fronts. I go, I don't know how to make this decision, and this is where executives make their money, being able to look at what's happening here and go, you have a lot of guys that should be answers, that could even be answers for you pitching-wise. Will they be?
Yeah.
Will they actually come back? And, of course, I imagine from the inside of the Astros executives front office, they look at this because they're the ones who have constantly given us those return timelines, and I'm sure that they do believe it. But should they believe that the return timeline is going to be there and they get that, that will give you some level of answers on how aggressive they should be or not be in acquiring a pitcher. The fact that I was looking at it in July, the month of July, which, of course, we're midway through at this point, the Astros have actually been one of the better teams at extra base hits. One of the things that slugging has not been good for them this year, except it started trending up in the month of July towards the end. Does that kind of point to the idea of maybe you can find a way to make it shake, especially if you find ways to get Pena and Myers back healthy, that you don't need to go too heavily into the idea of manufacturing your ways to get at some other bats, even if you need a left-handed bat? They've done a pretty good job with the platoon hitting as of right now. So, like, those are the things that I keep looking at. I'm like, I don't know how to read the tea leaves on this. This is such a weird team to exist with in this season.
Yeah, and so in baseball, there are so many numbers, and it's such a long season, and so you can break down the math in a bunch of different ways and tell a bunch of different stories depending on what you get, right? But my colleague over at the Houston Chronicle, Matt Kawahara, pointed this out, how the Astros ranked 22nd in the majors in OPS in left field and at second base. And so this is pre-All-Star break. And 23rd at the DH spot. So we're talking about Yordan's spot. Of course, we're talking about another one of Yordan's, two of his spots, left field and at DH. So it's not like it's been all good. It's been pretty good as of late.
Yeah.
But we've talked about it plenty on this station, how they've had sort of an issue, even though they've been able to make do. Here's an issue that I'm having as I play out the hypothetical that you just kind of presented there, Reggie. It's like, okay, you go get the starting pitcher, and we're all doing the what if, and when's the guy going to come back? Are they going to come back and all that?
Yeah.
You go get the starting pitcher, you spend whatever capital it takes to go get like a legitimate guy, and then 2 or 3 of these guys show up and they're ready for you. And it's not a big problem because, hey, now you got these reinforcements. You got this guy that you just traded for. Oh, and look, Christian Javier, Spencer Arrighetti, and Luis Garcia are ready to pitch
now
for
you're
you.
just talking crazy.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, like, if that does happen, I'm like, okay, well, great. They got the pitching depth to get you through a postseason run, which is, look, I'm not complaining about that. But now you got a luxury item, and you still haven't addressed this one hole. So that's the hypothetical that I'm playing out. You go get that guy, and then these other guys show up. There ain't no other left-handed bat that's showing up. We understand Yordan could come back, but you still needed more than that even before he got injured. So that, I guess that's the
But that's also how they got here.
Sure.
With that pitching staff being something like that, you know. But I am interested. Are you in the same place? I said this earlier, and you were listening, and Reggie kind of raised an eyebrow. Do something. I'm at that place. The window is open. We don't know if next year it's going to be open, much less 2-3 years.
Yeah, I've long stopped being the guy that covets prospects. And I can't even tell you when this started, but the Astros have been on this run for so long now. It's just like, hey, I don't have, and I'm glad to be in this space as an Astros fan, to where I'm not like monitoring our farm system to see who's the next guy. Like, if anything, I'm monitoring to see, are these guys tradable? Like, is this a guy that I could present to another team and say, hey, give me your Yusei Kikuchi equivalent? Like that's more so the way that I view, almost like with Nick Caserio and the 4th and 5th round draft picks. Like, you're not hung up on, let me go look at the crazy mocks that go all the way deep into the 4th and 5th rounds. Like, no, what is Nick gonna do to work his jelly, if you will, like to turn that into something? So that's more so where I am, like, kind of to your point is like, hey, no, let's not fall in love with prospects. As much as I am rooting for Bryce Matthews as a local guy and all of that kind of stuff, like, I want him to do well, whether it's with the Astros or elsewhere. But I'm not so married to that idea that, like, I'm you're going to be stingy about a potential run. You know, especially being at this stage of the window or of the run, if you will, of not knowing how many more years they're going to be able to pull this stuff off.
Yeah.
Like, nah, man, go out there and get a guy. Do something, bro.
No, I think that's fair. I appreciate you saying that. I think that's the thing that I was having trouble with. But you mentioned the Nick Caserio comparison, and I do wonder if that is also where I was thinking, and maybe I'm just getting too far ahead of myself, because I start thinking about, okay, but a different circumstance is going to require you, I would imagine, to operate just a little differently. We were just talking about the number of guys, especially come next year when CJ and Will Anderson Jr. inevitably get their, game-changing money. That changes the way that you have to operate. The landscape is different, and you have to operate differently in that space. So I think that you have to have a little bit more care for those middle-round guys, because that is where you possibly find the cheap labor that helps, make all of the other stuff work, right? And similarly, in my mind, somehow I guess I've gotten to a place where I go, eventually, especially as you don't have as much available to you, you might need to lean on the types of guys that are in the high portions of a farm. And if you continue to deplete it, like, yes, you've been great about having the next guy and finding wherever the next answer is going to be. As you're getting towards the close of a window, do you shut the door on yourself trying to make a run by depleting the farm entirely? I don't know.
It's a common theme of not sacrifice. We hear executives and personnel folks talk about this all the time, not sacrificing the future for the present. But for me, the Astros for so long, you only think in terms of the present, because the present is so prolific. The present is so, it feels so rewarding right now as opposed to looking further down the road. So, like, I don't know. I guess that's the benefit of being a fan and not being in that position to have to actually answer that question.
Yeah.
Or to actually, like, put it in practice. You get to say, no, I want right now. I don't have to worry about next year, the further years down the line. The World Series window is today. So go give me a guy today.
That is fair. That is fair. And maybe I just need to lean back on one of my favorite quotes from the greatest show in the history of American television, The Wire. Scare money don't make none.
It doesn't.
Yep.
No. It doesn't.
All right.
That's true.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. B. Scott's Thoughts, as you always get at 11:20 right here in the loop. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including that thought process that we were going on to maybe revolutionize college football. That's not happening. I'll tell you what that is, and we'll get into more next.
All right. Just had a little conversation yesterday. spoken. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, you in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get into what's popping here on a Friday. And, of course, we do so with the man, the myth, the legend, B. Scott from Hiram Clark holding it down. A fun conversation about the Astros. And the Astros getting back into action tonight as they will start off the second half of the season, I guess proverbial second half of the season, against the Mariners. You got Brandon Walter on the mound facing off against, we believe, Luis Castillo. And, of course, with this being in Seattle, you staying up late for this?
Oh, yeah. This is going to be a series to watch, man. No doubt about it.
Yeah, I feel like you got to stay up. And for me, there's a little added importance to this. I mean, it's obviously important no matter what. It's the Mariners. You're in a race for the division, all of that. But I remember doing the show with Ron going into the All-Star break, and he had a question of, like, how big is this Rangers series? You know, before they started it, like the day of the first game. How big is this series really? And at the time, you know, I thought, look, it's not, you know, like make or break or anything, but it would suck to go into the All-Star break, you know, reeling a little bit. Yeah. It's a division opponent. You open the post-All-Star break against another division foe, one that's more relevant actually in the Mariners. Like, you want to, all of them, all the pieces, to use another Wire, a quote from the Wire, all the pieces matter, right? Yeah. So in my mind, I'm like, okay, so they got to go out there and handle business. They don't, right? They don't. So to me, there's a little bit of added importance, added weight to this series because of how the pre-All-Star break ended. As good as they were playing before that, right? Was it 1-5 to end the pre-All-Star break run?
Yep.
As good as they were playing before that, being the best team in June and starting off July pretty hot, I feel like, you know, losing this Mariners series would really start to worry me a little bit more, a lot more than I was about the Astros, let's say going into the All-Star break, with just having a skid against Cleveland and Texas.
I just don't want to be uncomfortable. Because I'm pretty comfortable right now.
Right, and I would be if they lost.
And even if they just lost the series, and Lord, if they get swept, then it gets real uncomfortable, and that's where I am with this one.
Yeah, and a poor showing in this series takes away the opportunity to wipe away that 1-5 as, oh man, there's a level of fatigue, just get me to the All-Star break so that we can restart this up. I think it opens up the opportunity and maybe the responsibility to have more tough questions about, okay, are we seeing the other foot drop on this? And obviously that just the most pragmatic part of this is the Mariners on your ass, right? Like that would be the case if you do not have a good performance here. So it starts with Brandon Walter tonight, hopefully an opportunity to get him level because he's 1-2 thus far in his outings. And maybe most importantly to me personally, Lance McCullers Jr., can the real Lance McCullers Jr. please stand up? Please. Like, who are you going to be?
Is this going to be the most important start of his season?
For him or just in general?
For him.
I mean, he's the one where it feels like everyone, until he gets on some kind of type of roll or finds a groove, everyone that's the next one is going to be the most important. And then when you factor in the Mariners element of it, like if it's the White Sox, then obviously like you don't necessarily feel that same level of desperation. But it's the Mariners and Lance has been shaky. So, yeah, I think so.
The reason why I think I'm actually going to go as a yes there, Lopez, is that obviously this is against the Mariners. It'll be, I guess, MLB network, so whatever you want to view that as. But the Mariners have been a pretty solid team. The bats have been gotten going a little bit. I imagine the next time around for him is against the Athletics, which I don't know how much you want to use as a gauge. And then I don't know if you get maybe one more time around with him before you're at the trade deadline.
That's the reason I said that. That's the exact reason I said that. It's July 30th, usually 31st, something like that.
Right. Well, there's not
31st. July 31st. I just looked it up at 4 p.m. our time. So that's why I think it is, because if he scuffles, which is a fun word to say, by the way, it's hearkening back to yesterday.
Harken.
I even said that just for you, Figgy. If he scuffles, you're looking whether it's in-house, getting guys healthy, or the trade deadline.
Yeah, and again, like the Lance thing is fascinating. It's almost like its own story, but it also applies for obvious reasons. But again, I just keep going back to the math of it all and all of the pieces matter. And I feel like if you don't have the 1-5, there isn't the same level of antsiness that there is today. It's still important because it's the Mariners and they're on your heels, but it's not the same as it feels right now. Absent of the 1 and 5, I think that kind of makes it matter a little bit more for me.
And maybe I've just been holding out too much hope because this fair text that comes in from the 832 on the text line, 713-572-4610. We've already been seeing the real Lance McCullers. What he's been doing is what he is. And
yeah,
I guess
I was gonna inject that a little bit.
Maybe. It is what it is.
It is possible that the real Lance McCullers has stood up, and we want him to sit back down.
Yeah. Maybe.
And if you're, and I guess this is the thing that I was getting to, is if you're already in that place, which again, I'm not saying is wrong. I think that's a fair place to be. If he does have a good outing, does that change your perspective? Because he is giving you a little bit of all of that throughout the course of his healthy portions of the season.
It's almost like damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Which way's the wind blowing?
Because if he does have a good outing, then you're on this part of the roller coaster.
Yeah.
And again, like I said, until he shows some level of consistency, until he finds a groove, you're gonna feel like, okay, so now we're going up on the roller coaster. At what point do we come down when he has that start against the Athletics? Does it happen post All-Star break? What does the All-Star break look like? So it is just another element to the Lance McCullers roller coaster.
Now, B. Scott, I think you know about me. I'm one of those people that kind of likes, almost like the kid that takes things apart just to kind of see how it works. I kind of like observing things to get some level of lesson about what's happening. And with NCAA, with college sports, particularly college football, I am very much in that place. So when I realized that there was people plotting on the idea that Shamar Stewart, the Texas A&M a guy who got drafted from Texas A&M to the Bengals and has had this whole situation with his rookie contract not being the language not being the way that he wants with the Bengals, and the Bengals trying to maybe get over. That's my interpretation of the situation. The possibility that he could go back to school and just not play football again, even though he has already declared for the draft and gone and been drafted. The idea that maybe he could possibly even get out here and sue the NCAA to open up what is the idea of what is eligibility. I was like, oh, this is very interesting, and Mike Elko went and shut that door nice and tight, making it known that Shamar Stewart will not be playing for Texas A&M this upcoming season.
But wouldn't it be just a cool story, kind of to your point of wanting to pick things apart, put them back together, And I think this has been the case over the last few years with the introduction to NIL, the transfer portal, and the new transfer rules. I shouldn't even call them new anymore because it's been this way for a little while now. But just your understanding, your surface level understanding for how everything works being flipped on his head, and this being that to another degree, I would be fascinated by it just from an observational standpoint. I was rooting for this. Damn you, Mike Elko, for shooting down this dream.
Here's where I stand on this. I don't think it's going away. It's going to happen. There will be, if it's not Shamar Stewart, and it doesn't seem like it will be, there will be a player with all that money out there. I can go back and make $1 million, $2 million. Maybe it's Arch Manning.
Yeah.
Maybe it's someone else. I don't think this story is going away because of where we are.
Shamar Stewart might be the wrong messenger, if you will.
Right.
Because of some of the things with him. So it's kind of hard to find the good guy or the person to advocate for, the side to advocate for, I should say.
Yeah.
Which, if you're having trouble, I would say always just go against the Bengals.
The Claudette Colvin to someone's eventual Rosa Parks. Is that what you're doing there?
There you go. Yeah. Exactly that.
Yeah.
But. Yeah, no, I agree with you, Lopez. I think at some point, just the fact that this is out there
and a possibility
and a conversation that we're having today, it means more likely than not. I feel like at some point in our lifetime, we will witness this.
And there's already kind of people advocating and pushing to try and shift what the eligibility looks like as of right now. I've mentioned Diego Pavia, the quarterback at Vanderbilt, is really trying to push the issue there on hopefully getting it to where eligibility, JUCO participation doesn't factor into eligibility, and maybe getting you to like a 5 years of eligibility regularly. We're getting to a place where I think that we'll be looking at college football very soon as just a major league of sports in its own right, or just a professional league in its own right that then feeds into the NFL.
Yeah, and if we become at some point transparent about what college football actually is, which is a pipeline to the pros, it is a de facto NFL minor league system. If we just become open and transparent about that, I feel like this will be at some point a story, and then eventually a non-story, just a thing that happens that we don't necessarily bat our eyes at.
Some other things that are popping. I guess I wanted to give a salute to a Houston native, Lindsey Harding, who coached in the NBA Summer League, and I don't know, this brought me back around. I think we had a little bit of a conversation about this, Lopez Fig. Just Do you think the NBA is ready for a woman as a head coach in this league? Because we're seeing more and more, and of course you have a native Houstonian who was the summer league coach for the Lakers out there. We've had, obviously, the Becky Hammonds of the world. I was giving a big shout-out to, is it Jenny Bouchek, who is on the Pacers staff, who is the right-hand woman of sorts for Rick Carlisle. And this was just another reminder of, man, it feels like we just keep inching closer and closer to it, while I think anybody who brings up this question very quickly goes, yeah, but I don't think we're ready for it yet.
Yeah, so who is we, right? When you say is the NBA ready, I think the NBA itself, like teams, players, their coaching counterparts, I think the NBA infrastructure itself is more than ready for it. I fear, though, that whoever that person is, whenever that first woman head coach is, she's just going to be treated so poorly and so badly in the age of social media by the public. I don't feel like the public is ready. I don't, and I would like to have more faith in our society and in people. I do not. I feel like this would be a cool story, but something that we would have to consider some issues with, like with the way this person is treated by, let's say, basketball fans at large.
Look, I think those are two different things, and I think you're right. The fans and the social media and all that, there's always going to be some smart asses, out there doing whatever, some trolls, some bad people, if we're just being honest.
We're really bad with women.
But I don't think
really
it's
bad.
But I don't think it's going to affect the first thing. You say, are we ready? I think we're on track. This is like the third or fourth or more.
There's a lot of women that people don't realize are on those benches.
That are on the benches and have been the head coach in the summer league. That's training ground. That's getting them ready. I think we are on track for that to happen. But at the same time, when it does happen, and I think it'll be sooner rather than later, there's going to be the dummies out there.
It's going to happen, and it helps that there's no public voting in this.
Yes.
I'll just say that.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That is fair. 832, want to shout out some baseball. Lamar Little League 12U All-Stars won Texas East State title last night.
Okay, Lamar U.
Salute
what
to
is
them.
it? How many under? What age?
12 under.
League.
12
That's the Little League World Series age.
Shout out to them.
Shout out. Somebody said think being treated poorly is off base. Think it's more about locker room nudity. I don't.
That's a non-factor.
That's not.
I've been in the locker room with naked players and women in the media 100 times.
Yeah, we're well beyond that portion, I think.
And the coaches don't be in the locker room like that.
That's what I'm saying.
They
It's
got
a
their own
non-factor.
office.
Yeah,
come on now.
But I mean, it's also worth noting that, from the outside, people don't have the same privilege that we do. So this is why it's great for someone like you who's frequently in that locker room. Lopez, you've done this job. So you can give a test to the years back and how this has been happening for a while.
Non-factor.
Yeah. There's no weird stuff going on in the locker rooms with boys and girls. No, we're professionals in there.
Very good. Very
with
good.
Boys and girls. I like the way you put that.
Appreciate you, B. Scott. Always good to have you in on a Friday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. All right. Coming up next, I've been rewatching the 2024 season of the Texans, gearing up for the 2025 year that is fast approaching. And coming up next, Week 10 versus the Detroit Lions. Yep, the 5-interception game. Let me break it down next.
The Drive with Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Appreciation again to B. Scott for chilling with us for the last hour. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610.
I like the Friday hit.
It is fun. It's
gonna
fun.
be real good during the season.
Oh yeah, during the season it'll be great. We'll be gearing up for a football game with B. Scott in the 11 o'clock hour. Man, that's gonna be really great. So make sure you keep it locked for that. The 2024 rewatch rolls on for me as I continually watch more of the games from last year. Hopefully, hoping to see just remind myself and you about some of the things that we saw with this team last year, and hopefully spin forward some thoughts into the 2025 season that is going to really, we're going to move even faster towards as we get into training camp next week. Feels good to say that. But week 10, Detroit Lions came to NRG Stadium for a Sunday night football extravaganza. What do you recall from this one?
I recall being as upset as I've ever been upset after a Texans loss. This was a no excuse game, no excuse to lose that game. And I know you're going to get into the particulars, but just in general, 5 picks.
5 picks in this one.
You don't lose that game, man.
Yeah.
You don't lose that game.
And let's talk about what happened. Interception 1 was very early, in fact. A simulated pressure with the cornerback blitz. Jalen Petrie getting his hands on the football. Jimmy breaking hard to cover the flat already, and then he just gets to the football. It's really fun to get that going. And, one of the things that was a common portion all the way across on a day where Jared Goff wasn't particularly good was pressure. For him in particular, Jared Goff is a very weird dude. Like pressure in general, when I say a quarterback is worse under pressure, of course, no duh. Him in particular, he becomes one of the worst quarterbacks in the league under pressure. And the Texans put him under pressure constantly, as evidenced by, I think, 4 of the 5, by my estimation, were pressure related to where he's throwing the ball in a bad place. And then you're getting like Kamari Lassiter contorting his body, or, Jalen Petrie getting his hands on a football and then allowing an interception to happen. So the Texans defense did great in that way. In addition to that, you had a delay of game at one point by the Lions just because the building was so damn loud. And there was a lot of Detroit Lions that came down. They travel well, but I was still thinking about, man, why do quarterbacks play so poorly in the stadium last year? And I had to give credit. Like, you could hear it on the Sunday Night Football NBC broadcast. The energy in the building, it was electric. And I'm looking so much forward to this year. Hopefully that effect of in the home, at NRG Stadium, quarterbacks come in and we can expect that there is like what is the reverse of a multiplier or whatever in that building for the opposing quarterbacks. I think that'll also be something that I'm excited to see continue.
And I think you're onto something there. This is a franchise. I was going to say this was a game. This is a franchise that traditionally has had a hard time getting their own fans to the game, and especially on big type games like this. Detroit took over the stadium. They were not alone. I mean, it's happened a lot. But if that reverses a little more, and I don't know if it will, but if that reverses a little more, then that noise that you're talking about makes a bigger difference.
By the way, the delay of game in that first quarter as well. Not to say that the stands were full up to start, because I vividly remember seeing a whole bunch of Honolulu blue.
Yeah.
But at the very least, you got in there and you were loud relatively early into that game. That was very good. There was one of these instances where Azeez in the first quarter makes a huge kind of wrap that allows Jalen Petrie to come up and rally. It's like 3rd and 15, balls thrown short in the sticks. The idea is to see if they can rally towards getting a first down. And this is Azeez returning from injury, and he makes a huge play. And I'm like, with all due respect to Neville Hewitt, respect to Jake Hansen, I don't think they make that play. And why it's important is, you say 3rd and 15, and he makes a stop at ultimately the tackle happens 6 yards short of the sticks. The Detroit Lions are a team that's willing to go for it on 4th down.
Yeah.
And so that is going to be, the tackling is going to be something that's going to matter a good amount. But I made note of it because I feel much better about that this season, because you won't have to do the thing where you lean on a Neville Hewitt because he's further down the depth chart. Now you have the likes of EJ Speed, and then we again come back to the question that I think I'm going to be very intrigued on during training camp is, is Christian Harris a real thing is he real for this team this year? Because the theory of Christian Harris is a really fun one. He got honorable mention in the top 10 linebackers, off-ball linebackers in the NFL, ESPN, and Jeremy Fowler has done. If he's real, that makes this even more fun, this linebacking core, and I don't think that I see a whole bunch of weakness in what they can do.
No, I think that's a good thing to get out of this game, despite the outcome. Just to hone in on what the linebackers may or may not be, they certainly seem to be. They'll be better.
Some other things that I noticed in looking at this, there were some good plays by Bobby Slowick. It just felt like even when you had a few good plays called, there was then also a very annoying one that comes, and there was a very start and stop nature for the entirety of this game, really on both sides of the football. That's how you end up with 5 turnovers and still don't really make a lot of them.
Right.
You turn the football over and then aren't able to go and score or go and turn the football back over. That happened a good amount. One of those instances.
How much was that, just in general? Because I'm trying to remember exactly where they, you get 5 turnovers, but they didn't capitalize into touchdowns.
Ooh, I should have, and I feel
don't
bad.
Worry about
I should have actually.
I just thought you might have known that off the top.
I should have actually done gone back and looked at exactly how many of those turnovers then led to you not particularly scoring. But there was an instance where you had a play where you have a really good use of motion to free up. He used motion with the wide receiver, and then it's just basic spacing where, you have all your receivers go and do like a little hook, gets the ball to Hutchinson for a first down. I mean, you pick up like 8 yards there, and it's beautiful. Like, it's just a well-called play. And immediately after that, you run a toss. And with the way that the Lions had been kind of working your offensive line to some degree, and Mechie is trying, admittedly hard, to pin down a defensive end, Josh Paschal, who is 6'3" and 274 pounds, and he is the guy that blows up your toss play because, of course, he does.
Yeah.
And I think those are the things that I'm looking forward to. Can the play sequencing be significantly better with Caley, where not only is it that, hey, we can make some good play calls, but do these play calls stack and you have enough good play call after good play call so you can actually build drives and capitalize in the ways that, because the offense was good enough to go and score a number of times, especially in the first half. The second half, we can talk about that. But there was also a lot of meat left on the bone early where you should have put up, the game should have been out of reach for the Detroit Lions to even try and make a comeback.
And not only that, but also, concepts, the concepts of what Nick Caley can bring. Because, look, in the NFL, there are going to be games, there are going to be plays where the wide receiver has to do something like that. But you just don't want a heavy dose of putting it all on a wide receiver or putting it all on a tight end, et cetera.
Mechie was playing really well in this game.
He had a good game, didn't he?
He had a great game in my estimation. I'm sorry. And this was one of those things that maybe this is the Kool-Aid that I'm drinking right now that made me think, okay, maybe I'm not giving Mechie enough of a chance in this wide receiver battle. I'm sure there's someone saying, I don't give a damn. That's fair. And I still have more of the season to watch. But there was a lot of getting himself into good spaces. And there's a particular play at the end, near the end of the second half, which is an incredibly well-run route. And then you have, obviously, CJ climbs the ladder. Or no, actually, I'm talking about Mechie in my notes here. He climbs the ladder, goes up, grabs the ball, brings it down through contact. These are all things that are inherent to the way that he plays, not the scheme, not CJ putting the ball there. He has the capabilities. We know that. I'm interested to see if one of the things I keep coming back to with the system is how does it affect the individuals, especially we know Nico is going to be able to outplay any system, Mixon able to outplay any system. What happens, and can Mechie be a guy that gains advantage from a system that's better situated for the players in it?
Yeah, no, Mechie, I kind of look at Mechie in a different way, for a different reason, I should say. Like some of these Astros pitchers. I'll believe it when I see it.
Fair enough.
Fair
enough.
I'll believe it when I see it. But no, I don't think your assessment there is wrong. Maybe the system, we're talking about how the system might help the offensive line, how the system might help the tight ends. Hell, maybe the system's going to help these wide receivers the same way. I don't think you're wrong, but I'm going to believe it when I see it.
All right, this is where I raise my hand and I apologize to all of the listeners for a particular player. Eric Murray. This was a rough Eric Murray game. There was a lot of times where a big play happens, and who's that free safety back? Oh,
yeah.
Okay, that's Eric Murray. There was also
every big play was made on this mother.
That did feel like that. And mind you, there's one that's a big play, one that's a big play touchdown, and it's the same play going the other way. And he bites on the same thing and he gets his eyes maybe just on the wrong thing where maybe he's watching the offensive line who is, operating an outside zone concept, even though Jared Goff has pulled on the play action and is booting the other way.
Yeah.
And so now as the free safety single high, he's flowing to the wrong direction. Now Sam Laporta's going the other way and boom, easy pitch and catch touchdown. But I could not. That one made me sick. And so.
Dog, take him the out the game.
Yes. And so in that moment, I was like, good riddance. And more importantly, obviously, I joke, but more importantly, I don't feel like you're going to have a game like that, especially a big game like that, where the likes of C.J. Gardner-Johnson or Kalen Bullock are going to put you in that place.
Yeah, that is a really good observation from last year's rewatch and what you're going to see this year, because not only C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Kalen Bullock is gone. They've drafted another safety in Jalen Reed. Jimmy Ward is still around, we think. We'll see. But no, that's one where you have to feel a little bit better. That's why they made these acquisitions.
Absolutely, 100%. A little bit more for the offense. There was this 3rd and 10 run in the second quarter that's blown up by Alim McNeil. Alim McNeil was all over this one. He's a very good defensive tackle, defensive tackle, by the way, as I think we know now seeing him. But he was very good all the way up and down. So I don't want to bang on the offensive linemen for this game particularly, because it's blowing up. Alim McNeil, he just beats Juice, and Juice is not big and strong enough to maintain a block on him. He gets to the block, he just can't maintain on Alim. He sheds it and just eats up Mixon in the backfield. 2 plays earlier, Alim blows it up as well, and that was Tunsil trying to down block. He's very strong, but that got me to the point. There's teams with really strong defensive tackles.
We've talked about it yesterday. Not just the ends, it's going to be defensive fronts that they're facing are going to be tough. Again, though, is the concept going to be better for them to be able to make those blocks in terms of rather than having to step outside or step one direction, even on run plays, obviously with the scheme that Slowick had. But I got that guy, and I got help from either the other guard or the fullback or whatever it may be. Does the concept make that a little easier to manipulate?
Well, my question was is this iteration of the offensive line strong enough, and maybe strong enough in technique as well to muscle up versus the best in the league? Because there's going to be instances where you're just going to have to try and muscle up against a dude who is a freak. In this instance, this McNeil.
But if you're blocking him rather than having to step and find a player.
Well, there's these plays here. I understand what you're saying. There were some instances with the zone blocking where you're just trying to find a guy and he's able to kind of play offense in a way because he has the aggressive nature where you're kind of playing on the back foot. Hopefully that's likely not going to be the same from what we're hearing about the Nick Caley offense. The thing then that I asked, though, is...
Are you good enough? Are you good enough?
I'm willing to buy the hype of, we're going to, do the right things and be in the right places and know our assignments. Are you going to, this is a larger subset of actual guys on the offensive line, so hopefully that helps with the strength, but a decent amount of transferring that power is making sure your technique is on point, making sure that you actually have the physical strength to do it. Yeah. And I'm not saying that they don't, but that's going to be a big question for me is not just are they getting all this together, are they hand in glove, because I think that has been an issue. The difference of are they good enough or are they going to be an even better offensive line is that one. Are they
be there Wednesday? We're going to start to find out.
Yeah, that one got me. Aaron Glenn was really clever in this, and obviously we knew that about him as a defensive coordinator, but he wasn't rigid. He was very fluid in making moves defensively and play calling versus the offense that Slowick runs that's very rigid. And that there was the first possession in late in the second quarter that the Texans didn't score. But I think I was wrong about the week prior being the milestone where CJ kind of was feeling pressure even when he wasn't feeling pressure, because he was phenomenal in this game.
Well, he had 2 picks, though.
He did have 2 picks. Yeah. But he managed the pocket really well. He was throwing into windows with anticipation. And whenever he had just any level of time, and he also dimed up Dalton Schultz on a corner route. Dalton was pretty fine in this game. I'm super excited for CJ year 3.
Yeah, sure, and I am too. You mentioned Aaron Glenn, though, and it got me thinking about this. This was the game. I just looked at the box score to make sure. One thing Aaron Glenn did do is hey, Joe Mixon, you ain't gonna beat us today. He balled up on Joe Mixon. In fact, I think he only had, and here it is, 46 yards on 25 carries. 1.8 yard average. Yeah.
Gonna be good that this team is like they're geared towards running the football, or at least that's what we've heard from the Texans, because the gashes started happening for the Lions late in the game as the defense wore down with the body blows of the way that the Lions run the football. And this is a 23-20 game, then a 23-23 game. And you get towards the end, and CJ 23-20, CJ is just making stuff happen, and then you remember you get in the red zone, and then you get the Titus strip sack, which is I actually give Titus a little bit more love. I think I think folks were harsh on him. Both tackles lose. And Pascal beats Titus back around, and CJ, as he's trying to escape, knowing that both his tackles got beat, there's guys behind him, tries to escape to his left and forward, and the tackle for the defensive end from the right side is looped around and is now in front of him on the left side, and that's where he's kind of falling back into Titus. Titus trying to hold him up, pulls the football out. Less about the football holding up, but I think the big thing for me is both of your tackles, Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard, can't get beat in that situation. And that is something that, how comfortable are you about your tackles going into this year?
Back to your other point. How good are they? Are they good enough?
Yeah, but the real thing about this that I also wanted to talk about with that is it was just always something in this game. And I would very much love to shed that, because if it's not always something, if it's just, hey, a few times it's something, they beat the Detroit Lions handily in this game, and it's a different year entirely, I think. That was the particular it's always something of this team is why your offense wasn't able to be what you needed it to be. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into our lunchtime confessions as we always do. Next.
All right, it's
makes a difference. That's SALArmyEDS.org.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, boys. People like to say low key. Sometimes they use it incorrectly. And I don't think this is low key for me anymore. I think one of my favorite things in all of sports is morning sports on TV. You guys,
that's your low key favorite thing.
It's just not even low key anymore. It's just one of my favorite things. Whether it's when the Olympics are in another country, a lot of times you can turn on TV and watch whatever, or Wimbledon.
Yep, that's the best right there.
The Premier League. NFL football when it's on in the mornings.
That's the one I don't get with.
And British Open.
Really?
Yeah. For morning.
Waking up at 9 o'clock and the game is going.
Isn't it the best?
I hate it. And maybe you know what it is? I think I know what it is. I think it's because this ain't by itself.
Mm-hmm.
This is just another window, right? So we already got 3 football windows on a Sunday. I know I'm going to be watching that noon slate. I'm going to be watching that late afternoon slate, and I'm going to be watching the Sunday night football.
But that's the point.
You're adding a 4th one?
Yes.
How do y'all got the stamina for all that?
I don't, but you got to, you forge through. But I woke up this morning, I'm watching Rory, man. I'm doing stuff on my laptop in my office. Usually I watch, Payne and Pendergast on YouTube. Screw that. I'm watching the British Open.
You can't do both?
Well, not in my office. I only have the one.
Yeah, I forget you got the Reggie set up.
Yeah, not in
maybe.
my office.
See, this is why you should. Because at all times you should be watching Payne and Pendergast.
I'm talking 7 in the morning. Morning sports on TV. It's not even low key anymore, right? It's just great.
Gosh,
I think it's good. I think it's good. Yeah.
It's just great.
These TV corporations love you in particular. They're like, oh, we could put live sports on in the morning too?
Quit thinking about the big picture and morals and capitalism and all that stuff.
How can I not? How could I not always think about capitalism?
Just enjoy the British Open in this case. I mentioned some other examples. Is on when you're drinking your coffee.
Oh, you know me. I'm a sports sicko. Like if there's sports on, I'm usually gonna watch. So the opportunity to put on, like legitimately, it's weird that the only one is football in the morning, but it's because I immediately already get fatigued. Like damn, I'm gonna be up
I was about to
midnight.
say you like the other football in the morning,
but that one's done by like 1.
Okay, what's your point?
Man, and you know what it is? It's like the weekends during the fall. And I guess this is a part, I guess let me go ahead and get to my confession here.
These are my confessions.
I am super excited for football, and the second foot just dropped on that, which is...
Shoe.
I mean, the shoe is on the foot, ain't it?
No.
The second foot.
The foot falls, right? Like the foot falls with the shoe, right?
Shoe drops.
So the shoe drops by itself?
Do we keep the foot up all that time?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand the situation.
The shoe drops by itself.
By itself?
By itself. The second foot drop. What are you, an amputee? What are you... What's going on?
Don't laugh at amputees right now. But anyways, I think the other
I got
shoe,
what you were saying.
Thank you.
You being well, actually.
I should talk better, but I appreciate you understanding what I'm saying. No, is that, man, I'm excited for football to come back. And what that means is my weekends are gone. Because I am the sicko that starting at noon on a Sunday, I am in front of a TV until 11:30. And then on Saturday, the day before, starting at 11, and that's generous because if I have not watched any of College Game Day, all right, I am going to be watching from 11 all the way till maybe midnight because then whatever the West Coast games are, although those have become a little bit actually more interesting because now those are possibly Big Ten games that I feel interested and intrigued in watching. I am already tired. Like I'm already mentally tired just thinking about it. I'm excited for it, but I'm already tired.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that first week gonna get you though.
Yeah.
Probably that first week or two.
For sure.
Because it got me when I got the Thursday night football.
Mm-hmm.
Like after the first week and then the normal Thursday night football,
Mm-hmm.
I was falling asleep in the game. I'm like, man.
What do you have? Like a month of honeydews? Maybe not even that if you're watching preseason. You got a month of honeydews to get done. That's it.
Yeah, that is the ultimate PSA out of this. Mm-hmm. Hey, get it done because here once September gets going for real.
Yeah.
Those weekends, you're not. if you want to be able to do this right, and if you don't want to miss stuff that you actually want to see, you want to make sure that the significant other is placated.
Here's the thing, though. You're going to miss it as soon as it's gone. So just forge through.
Oh, I'm not worried about being tired. I think the tired becomes an issue probably for me around like Thanksgiving. When I'm like, all right, now I'm starting to trudge through it a little bit.
Yeah.
But the adrenaline of it all, the high of it, that'll carry me through the fatigue. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That'll do it.
These are my confessions.
So I think it was the other day I heard Clint talking about the his issues with the electric cars.
Oh yeah,
and I gotta confess, I've been on the bandwagon of wanting the electric car, Tesla or one of the like a Riviera or whatever. Rivian. I say Riviera. That's old school. But the Rivian and all that stuff. Man, he kind of talking me out of it now, man.
Really?
The way he was talking about how awful it was and how bad of an experience it was having that car. I'm kind of getting talked out of it, where I kind of don't want an electric car
talked
anymore,
out of
man.
it.
Like I really
reduce your footprint.
Maybe
man.
I do want to ask
shoe print. Those can be used interchangeably. I'm
Drop
pretty
your
sure.
Foot.
Yeah.
I do want to ask him what his major issues was with this, because I know a lot of people don't feel comfortable with an electric car because it's not gas, and they feel more comfortable being ran by the gas car and all that other stuff. But I do wonder what was the real issue with that, because I know a couple people with electric cars and they don't really have those type of issues.
Yeah, I know a couple people that love them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, but just listening to him, I'm just like, man, maybe I should just stick to the rivers and the lakes that I'm used to, man, and not try to go that route.
Hey, Lopez. First of all, welcome to the sidebar. I don't know if we've done this before. Real quick sidebar. Fee got electric car money?
It's not as bad as it used to be.
Really?
Yeah, it's not as bad as
that's good.
And aren't there incentives, as well when you get an electric car?
I don't know how to answer this. I don't want to answer this going into political space. I don't know if those incentives still exist.
Well, they've existed through both parties, regimes.
But I don't know if those still exist now. And then we get into particular legislation that I don't want to do.
I will say I cannot afford a Rivian.
Yeah.
So that's off the tape. That's like that would be up there with the dream cars.
Also, how much of this is user error, with all due respect to our guy?
Yes.
Because I do wonder, is Clint the type of dude that's like, I know my car when the light comes up on E? Because I feel like that might be affecting him more than this. Or maybe it's not. Like maybe it is the car is just a POS. I'm not trying to say that. But Clint does strike me as the dude who's like, oh, it's still gas in there. I got 30 miles.
Well, he is that guy, and he goes 50 miles and runs out of gas. To hear it spoken. I'm an advocate, and forget politics. People that make everything political. I just think reducing your footprint, man. Do your little part. That's all I say.
Someone said you need a home charger. You need to be a grown up. Okay. Someone said technology is not good enough here for electric cars. It's another text. Someone said on the YouTube page, hybrids are the way, Figgy. Full EVs.
I thought about that too.
Jan has a hybrid.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, she likes it a lot.
Good on gas and all that stuff.
Great on gas.
48 miles, something like that.
These are my confessions.
I was kind of hoping we'd run out of time before I got to my second confession, but here we are.
Okay.
I'm getting a little irritated.
With what?
My bad. I didn't mean to do that.
It is you. It is you. It is you too.
Oh, Figgy too.
I'm getting a little irritated.
Why are you being so sensitive, man?
It's not. I think it's reasonable. Why are you guys always taking my wife's side?
Because she's right. What you mean?
Why are you guys always taking my wife's side? On Pillowgate, you took her side.
That one I will defend Stan. I think she was right.
She even made you guys like breakfast muffins because you had her side. And then this morning, I forgot my cold brew because she dropped me off because we're leaving straight from here.
Congrats.
Welcome to the party.
And y'all are like, why's she doing that for you? What do you mean, why's she doing that?
No. That's not what was said. See, I will defend myself here because I did not attack you in that way. I attacked you in a different way. What I said was, man, I don't understand why she does that, all things considered, because you be out here acting up, brother, at least. And here's the thing. I think that you intentionally just tell us the parts that make you sound like you be treating her bad because it's funny, and I appreciate you for that. However, that's all I have to go off of, and I'm like, Jen, you ain't got to do all that. You ain't got to do all that.
Why are you taking her side all the time?
Yeah, I just be feeling like Lopez be up to something. Like, wait a minute. Like, like we call him slick for a reason. So I'm like, oh, she dropping you off.
Yeah.
Like, what you being slick for, man? What you doing? Like, she never drop you off
She
here.
never drops me off. She did today.
And she getting you a cold brew?
She turned around and got me my cold
Yeah,
brew.
man. Like, what's going on here, man? What you being slick about?
That's what happens when you properly lay the pipe.
Yeah.
I didn't know that you did plumbing. Because clearly, anyways. Do you need, I feel like for Christmas, my gift to Lopez is going to be one I'll take your side card. And he can just like cash that in at some point. Because it feels like I didn't realize that this was an issue for you.
You're so sensitive, man.
No, that's not sensitive. That's just reasonable opinion based on what you guys have truly done.
Yeah, she was right though. Man. What you mean?
I think he wants us to just go. What is the old saying that I don't even know how comfortable I am continuing to say it? Bros before hoes. Like, I think that's where he wants to go with this.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Eventually, it'll come back.
I would do that if I never met her. If I never met her, I would always take your side. But now that I met her,
she's a real person.
So nice. I'm like, man, nah, screw John.
If Clint had a mobile charger, he could have plugged it into the Flip House's dryer plug. All right, guys.
Hey, some people like I hated electric cars, got one, and now everything else feels like a horse and buggy. No, there are some good ones out there, man.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So yeah, there's it's up and down, but there's a lot of people that are actually rocking with the electric vehicles.
I'm gonna have to think about it a little more.
Okay. All right. You're doing that now as with the car search? Is that
no, not anytime soon. But I do eventually want to get.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, you really about to jump into the future right now? Okay.
Nah.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Those are your lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Clinic. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Coming up next, Lopez being, and maybe this is sometimes the reason why I don't take your side, because you're doing stuff like this. We were all having fun laughing about.
It's probably not a good time for this segment.
That's right. Laughing about the CEO who got caught being an adulterer out here at the Coldplay concert. And you know what? Lopez, a man who notoriously hates stats, decided, you know what I need to do? Make cheating into sports. So we will give you the advanced metrics that Lopez has gotten on this situation and talk more about it next.
Texans.
been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Friday. Hope your Friday is going pretty well. Did not realize that the folks were that we were rolling so deep on EVs on listenership. Not a good or a bad thing inherently, just did not realize it. So a lot of people willing to give game to Fig. We appreciate you doing that. Get involved with the program all the time. 713-572.
I didn't realize that I was going to get the people going like that, man.
Oh. You never know, man. You never know. But EVs, apparently, that gets the people going. And never mind, I'm not going to say that. So how did you get to a point where you saw the fun that people were having on social media over the last couple of days, Lopez, with this CEO out in Boston going to a Coldplay concert and being put up there on a kiss cam with a woman that he was caressing and locked in with? Did you notice that they had like fingers interlocked as well?
Oh yeah.
With this, I mean, they was all the way caressed and hugged up,
all up in there. It wasn't her stomach.
They were locked in.
It was up in.
They were locked in. Like they were tight in embrace.
Dang near diddly.
I will say. All right.
That's a good word.
But I don't know that they were diddling though. Like I feel like there's barriers and stuff that are. Anyway,
no, it's not what you think. Diddling means they're just kind of like in there.
Does it?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's not how I've heard that word used. Yeah, you with me, right, Fig?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
I'm trying to stay away from the explicit, but I was like, that's not. Anyways.
Google it. Anyway, go ahead.
they had that situation happen. They pop up on the kiss cam, and oh boy, I don't know how he hit the elevator. Like it looked like there was an escalator or elevator there in wherever they were, because he went beyond the barrier and just like completely went out of sight.
If it was like a high school bleacher, he would have been on the grass.
Yeah, I was like I don't know how.
He was trying to get underneath the stadium.
I don't know. He managed it. He managed to get underneath there, and then old girl turns around, embarrassed clearly. And this has been making the rounds on social media, numbers of tweets that are hilarious. But you decided to get to the numbers of this. I did not have to take you for the person that would go there.
Yeah, I went to the advanced stats route on this. By the way, did you guys go anywhere yesterday or have any conversation and this did not come up? Like everywhere I went yesterday, and with everyone with whom I spoke, everyone talked about this.
Yeah, well, I didn't go anywhere. I mean, I didn't really go anywhere, but I always judge it based on my timeline from Instagram, from Twitter, and even Facebook, because usually something that's going crazy on Twitter, people don't even know about it on Facebook. Yeah. But it was everywhere I looked.
It was everywhere. In fact, I went so far, and you raised an eyebrow, Figgy, when I say like just a pop culture story, not a sports story, not a political story, nothing like that. A pop culture story. I thought this has got to be one of the biggest, if not the biggest pop culture story of the year so far. And so I kind of did. I kind of went into,
the biggest pop culture story.
I mean, think about
of
it.
The year.
I mean, not Diddy, right? I mean, because some people just didn't care. But this is like everywhere. Like, I'll give you some examples real quick before we get into some of this other stuff. The Newsweek, MSN, CNN, Fox News. I looked it up. Again, I was just kind of playing because I can't get enough of this story for some reason. All four of the major those major networks either led with this. I think it was, I forget which one. I mean, anyway, one of them led with it or featured this on their nightly news. This story.
Okay.
That's one thing.
Ultimately, actually, I think that's a good thing. Like, ain't no if it bleeds, it leads on the day. God, good job, America. Everybody decided the criminals and what have you, and the people that were might be inclined to do some level of robbery or whatever. Everybody looked up and was like, "Wait, that man cheated on his wife," and we all found. We found a level of unity and peace.
Yes.
We took a step towards the perfect society, and all because old boy got caught cheating on the Summer Jam screen.
Yes. The New York Post, of course you're going to go there when a story like this happens. Front page headline, full page picture, 90-point or bigger headline that it only said Dumbotron. They're so good at this.
Dumbotron. Okay.
They're so good at this, the New York Post. Verified accounts. This is just a few that I went through. Sugarland Space Cowboys.
What was the Space Cowboys?
I don't have it in front of me.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I seen a couple accounts joke on this.
ESPN reenacted it on SportsCenter. The Tampa airport tweeted, "Take your girl to see Coldplay or her boss will." This is the airport in Florida. I'm presuming that Coldplay is going to be going down to Florida, whatever. All the verified accounts of celebrities and such. Travel sites have tweeted, like verified travel sites have tweeted about this. And I'm like, this is absolutely incredible. It is a worldwide phenomenon type story.
Do you feel like this might be an obvious answer, but do you feel like this really helped Coldplay too? Because I wasn't even thinking about Coldplay.
Spell the name right.
Now it just seemed like Coldplay is known, like, hey, Coldplay concert coming up. Take your girl or boss will. That type is like that type of joke now.
Maybe if you're just going, hey, Coldplay is touring. I didn't realize they were touring because I sincerely did not realize that they were.
That's
touring.
What I'm saying. Like I haven't heard their name in a minute.
Yeah.
It seems like there are more people than I thought would be actually upset at Coldplay for putting people on the screens with the kiss cam.
Oh, by the way, that statement is fake.
The idea that the Coldplay is not going to be doing a kiss cam no more?
No. The apparently there was one making around.
They said the CEO made that a statement about it.
They made a statement, apologetic, and et cetera, and then he said, but I didn't expect Coldplay to do this and put people up there on this. That's fake. But now let's get into some numbers here, because I was just like, this is absolutely incredible. So TikTok, as of this morning, I want to say it was about 8 o'clock, reported more than 50 million views in a 24-hour span on this one video. Twitter, in a 24-hour span, again, as of this morning, the comments, not likes or retweets or whatever, comments numbered 370,000 on one of the original, I think it was a TikTok, somebody, whoever first posted it, on one tweet, 370,000 comments.
Damn.
Comments. The Facebook numbers I couldn't find because they seem to be inexact for some reason. I don't know why. Like how many Facebook accounts are talking about this?
Sure,
or posting it. But you got to figure it's in the same realm. Like this is absolutely incredible.
So while we were looking for the things that would bring us together, right, and nothing in politics or what have you, apparently it is Schadenfreude laughing at this one or these couple of individuals' particular transgression. And this is where now we go into the film portion of it. If we've made this sports, let's go into film here and break down what went wrong and how you execute the play better. So Lopez as the man who, and actually Figgy, both of y'all the married men, if you were to somehow find yourself in a situation where you were doing something like this, of course, neither of you would. You're a good, upstanding gentleman. But if you were in this situation, how do you avoid ending up on the Summer Jam screen in such a way and becoming the apparent star of everybody else's comedic movie
and if
of this week?
If I did, I know you'd take her side. Anyway, okay, the number one thing, and again, we're not condoning or anything. I think the biggest reason this story has millions and millions and millions of views is it has all the elements. It's a person of power, a CEO of a major company. It has the juiciness of an affair, being outed, so to speak. It has the coworker. It has success. He's a millionaire, or at least I presume so. He runs $1 billion company.
Which part of it catches the most interest for you personally?
I think the fact that these are successful people.
So so the coworker.
Oh, for me personally, no. I'm talking about like why it has taken on the life that it has. It crosses into pop culture, of course, with Coldplay. I think the fact that it even people have dug in, and even the woman who was kind of shading her face and halfway laughing, halfway embarrassed, also works there and was hired by the woman that was being diddled or whatever.
Stop using that word. You can't keep saying that. We can't keep doing this if you're going to keep saying that.
It has every ingredient, to be juicy and take off like the way it has,
Yeah, and it has taken off. A lot of people were, I think one of the avenues of conversation is if they don't do if they don't recognize and see themselves on the Summer Jam screen and immediately, the guy doesn't try and hide and the woman doesn't turn her face away to make it very clear, something wrong is happening here. And Chris Martin can easily then make the joke that is wildly accurate. He thought he was just joking. Yeah. Oh, yeah, they must be having an affair up there. Lo and behold, yes, they were. So, what's the play here? Do you think it's the simple idea of play it cool, just act like y'all in a relationship and everything's fine? Y'all think that's how this goes?
I think that helps. I figure I'm interested in what you say, and a lot of people have said that. Again, the conversations I had yesterday, a lot of people, if they had acted like not. Yes, I think to a certain degree it wouldn't have gotten this kind of run. But the bigger thing for me is how stupid do you have to be?
Correct.
Just to go to the concert. Like you could run into a friend. Just people do stupid things, man.
Were they in a suite? Because it looked kind of like they might be in a suite.
Yeah, it looked like a personal suite,
which is probably
or at least a personal area.
But you do got to walk in and walk out.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, but you don't know how they came in. They could have drove separately.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe.
But it could have been just that little moment where he said, let me put my arms around you and lock hands type deal. But honestly, if it was me, I probably would have. I wouldn't have leaned into it and this is my woman type deal. But I would have we on the camera, and then maybe slowly just kind of drop her hand a little bit, just stand there.
Like everybody has either reenacted it or, major accounts, as I just illustrated.
Yeah, you mentioned that the Space Cowboys, their account superimposed Big John Singleton on there saying they were happy he's back.
It's crazy, man. USA Swimming, the Olympic swimming, I saw them do it as well. That one just occurred to me. It's two swimmers, and it says something like, when the clock is out on practice, but your coach wants to do one more lap, and then everybody is in on this. Everyone.
Somebody said if they played it cool, worst case scenario is you get caught locally, not by the planet. Here's the problem though. The local portion is still a big deal, because if it's as long as it just got to get back to the wifey, right? Like it just has to get back to the wifey. Although I did see people, and this is the tough part, hypothesizing that is this one of those, with how bold they were acting, this might be one of those do what you want, just don't embarrass me.
Well,
and I kind of thought about that because he is a CEO, and it's a reason. If he was like one of us, he probably wouldn't be all out in public like this. But a CEO, he probably doing all type of wild stuff anyway.
Yeah.
If this is the do what you want, don't embarrass me, then yes, play it cool, and this just does not go off as an embarrassment that it actually is.
Yeah.
But I think getting caught locally is the issue. Why it's so dumb that he was acting like this out in public.
Yeah, I think the part that kind of make it worse is she was part of the HR team.
That's
all the elements.
That's the part.
Yeah.
That's the part. It wasn't just like a regular 9-to-5 guy having an affair with another 9-to-5er.
Right.
It's the CEO, and this lady just got hired to the HR team.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. It's also something that everybody, either someone in your family or heaven forbid you, can relate to have, be in that situation. Yeah. And it just has everything.
Yeah, I will say they was a little bit dramatic with it too when they seen they was on that screen.
But it was sincere.
Yeah, it was sincere, but you would have thought you caught them naked. The way they reacted,
That's how they felt.
It was just like, like covering up.
How long before we get because at the sporting event where they have the proposal and the person says no and we find out that actually those are actors.
No, this was real.
No. I think that this was real. How long before we had the reenactment with actors at a sporting event?
Yeah. I think 100%. It's going to be more
this season somewhere.
It's going to be a rollout. Somebody going to make it some type of rollout.
Oh yeah, somebody else.
Because they do it anyway. I thought it was fake when I first saw it, because you do it all the time with the little kiss cam type deal.
But you wouldn't do it at a concert. That's a weird place to have the fake.
Somebody else said Halloween costumes. Galore.
Yes.
And then the last thing, and we mentioned this morning, either probably the woman who was cheating, the HR person, or the wife, podcast heaven. Just like Hawk to a girl. podcast heaven.
You went that way. I went the other way of like ABC anchors that were having affairs on their significant others and ultimately came together and had they actually have a podcast and it is still going. Amy and TJ on iHeart. And from the 713, this is how they finish it. That's what you get for listening to Coldplay. Don't do that. Fox is fantastic. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, obviously a good thing that your Houston Rockets have gotten Kevin Durant signed up, traded. It's going to be great for this upcoming 2025-26 season. But is this possibly another huge thing that you avoided by making sure that you got to Kevin Durant? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
In the loop.
What are your best case and worst case?
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Y'all silly, man. Somebody said, don't ever treat your side chick like your main girl. Learn from this.
Learn from this.
If you're a millionaire, have your own personal concerts. Don't go into the public. Okay. Also, potential lessons that could be had in this space. Yeah. All right, so let's spin this forward because the Houston Rockets have gotten Kevin Durant. It feels fun to say it every time. I'm so excited for what the upcoming season here in a little bit holds for your Rockets. Now that they have that high-level prospect on top of a pretty nice young core that's well-built and all those things. Excited to see what training camp preseason happens for them. But before we even get there, there's in the world of basketball, not a lot happening, but there's been a couple of stories that kind of pop up that give us a little bit more insight into what the offseason has looked like thus far. And Brian Windhorst of the ESPN, one of those from him is why the Suns and Bradley Beal finally came to terms. Because Brad Beal bought out from Phoenix, ends up signing a really small deal with the Los Angeles Clippers to go there. And I do sincerely believe that they become a more interesting team, even though the common thing that you have to look at with them is, are those main guys healthy when it matters? But they were a team that won 50 games last year. But neither here nor there. Within this piece brought something up that I thought was really interesting. And obviously, you needed to bring in Kevin Durant. I think we were very strong on this idea that you need to bring in Kevin Durant for the purposes here, right?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
I think that this is another reason why it was important to bring in Kevin Durant just for the Rockets' purposes, because you were the second seed, and maybe you looked at it and you felt that the internal development was going to be good and they would still be able to compete. Okay, Kevin Durant was going to be traded. We knew this to be the case, and maybe he gets traded to a team in the West, maybe he gets traded to a team in the East, but there's going to be another team that has a good player. We understood that. And what were some of the teams that we were looking at, maybe like San Antonio? Well, something was reported in this piece that made me go, oh, we might have saved the Rockets from having to contend with not just one other team, but I think two more good teams being made out of a potential Phoenix Suns Kevin Durant trade. Because of the teams that were talking to Phoenix and trying to acquire his services, Brian Windhorst reports that the Minnesota Timberwolves, who were discussing doing a deal for Kevin Durant, sought a package that would include Rudy Gobert, Dante DiVincenzo, a promising young forward named Terrence Shannon Jr., and the 17th pick in this year's draft. So a nice young player. And correct me if you think I'm wrong here, Lopez. That is a Phoenix Suns team at that point who obviously does not get to a point where they feel like they absolutely have to just get rid of Bradley Beal because they're trying to just turn this thing over and maybe be a little bit bad. That's a team. I think that's a good team with Devin Booker, Bradley Beal.
I don't know how good, but they're damn good.
Rudy Gobert and Dante DiVincenzo, who maybe he starts in that team, but maybe also has an opportunity to be like a sixth man type guy. I think that's a team that maybe is not the best in the West. Don't get me wrong. But that's another team in the West that is just another. I think the West becomes even more log-jammed in that space.
No, I totally agree. And what happens now wouldn't have happened. And foremost, you wouldn't have gotten to Durant, but secondly, they become really, really good. And then that's not even to say what they're trading away to, trading Durant to. That team becomes really, really good.
And then on top of that, you have a Kevin Durant and Anthony Edwards match in Minnesota.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I am so happy that you don't end up in that space as well. Like you don't end up with, and again, maybe you say, well, the Rockets were the 2 seed. You don't have to contend with that. I don't know that that's the case.
Yeah.
Like, I think that the West is so finicky, and year to year in any sport, particularly basketball, I don't know that you guarantee a level of upwards progression that you anticipate, right? That we often anticipate. And so it feels like this, as much as Rafael Stone made the acquisition of a player of Kevin Durant's caliber, something about this has to be a move that really changes the outcome of what we're talking about. I think that there was also a kind of a defensive move against the league.
Whether intentional or not, right? Whether it's intentional or not. Right now, what are they, the second favorites in the entire league to win the championship?
They are.
where would they be if that trade had happened and they didn't have Kevin Durant?
That's an interesting question because
right?
I think
that's the first thing I thought about because now it's like, all right, do you run it back with Jalen Green?
Yeah.
Or are you trying to trade Jalen Green?
Yeah.
Clearly, you have the Oklahoma City Thunder, who will still look like a good team. I'm fond of what the Nuggets are as a team as well. You have that there. I think that they are up there as a team.
Timberwolves would be up there.
I feel good about the Minnesota Timberwolves, a team that was 6th in the West this year, and then
especially with Durant.
With Durant, in addition to that, that feels like a better version of them. So they're in that space of teams in there. I think the Clippers are still an interesting 50-win team, even though, again, you're talking about injury problems. I understand that. I'm not trying to fight you on that, but I think they end up in that mix as well. The Lakers?
Well, maybe.
That's a 50-win That's a 50-win team last year with bringing Luka in. Now, of course, I still don't know exactly what they have, but it's going to be a team that's at the very least annoying in that space, right?
Yeah.
How do we feel about the Golden State Warriors? I don't know. How
do you feel about the Warriors? How do you feel about the Spurs? How do you feel about
the Spurs? I think the Spurs are a team that maybe is just below that, but they're ascending.
Did you mention the Clippers?
Yeah, I just mentioned the Clippers. Okay. And then on top of that, we get news that happens recently that I don't know. I think it still happens irregardless of that trade. Damian Lillard, who was bought out by the Bucks, is going home now.
Yeah.
And so he's going to a Portland team that, yes, only won 36 games, but it's a weirdly ascendant team in the ways that they have some
to not play for $70 million.
And then he's gone, and he's added a nice little contract as well, returning to Portland right now.
He mentioned he was going there anyway to rehab, so might as well get $70 million or might as well get
his
paid.
Total. I believe his total is going to be $70 million to rehab. Between the two, yeah.
Now, of course, Portland this year will not get his benefit of services, but in the upcoming years he'll be.
Yeah, ultimately they'll be better, and that just seems to suit him. It just didn't look right in Milwaukee.
Went back to his old girl.
Yeah, he did.
Somebody said the Rockets have shown that progression, I guess, in talking about from to this year with under Ime. If you had not made that, to a certain extent, but then there's different stratospheres, and you're trying to jump into an elite one. And again, that was the conversation we were having: is do you have that top end that's necessary? And that's why you bring in Kevin Durant. A question comes in that I want to get your opinion on: how likely do you view Kevin Durant finishing his career as a Rocket?
Oh, I think very likely. I'm not sure where you fall on this, but 37 is still 37. I don't care how much more you think he can play. I think he's comfortable here. Obviously, he's from the East Coast, but played college here. Knows Ime very, very well. I think he's in a perfect spot to finish his career.
And I think ego-wise, I think he is perfectly situated to do what is necessary here, but then also hand the keys off to the youngins. Right. And one of the guys that he'll be handing things off to is Amen Thompson, a dude who, I used the word ascendant earlier. He might be the definition of it right now. People are in love with this dude, all defensive team guy, and a guy who, stands to reason will have even more responsibility this year, starting as a starter and a main guy in what's happening here. Amen Thompson, we're already getting the workout videos. We're seeing him working with a shooting coach.
Thinner.
He does look thinner.
He's lost some weight.
He's working with a shooting coach.
Yeah.
Who's trying to get the shot up. And
which just makes sense.
It's necessary.
That was a given, right?
How much better do you think his shooting can be?
I've always said
this upcoming season, not overall, this upcoming season.
No, I think it can get how much better we'll find out, but I think it can absolutely get better. Shooting is the one thing that if I were scouting college players or high school players or whatever, to the next level, shooting is the one thing that is absolutely teachable. 100% teachable. Very rare cases where it's not. Everything else he has. There's a million examples of players that weren't fantastic shooters because they weren't getting whether the reps or the coaching or whatever, and then become more than passable shooters. I think he will get better. I just can't tell you how much.
All right, so that's the question I have, because I think that him as a shooter would be very helpful in spacing things, like to kind of get guys off of sitting on his drive, even though as of right now he's already relatively dangerous. Gets more dangerous if people can't sag off of you or whatever. So it's good to see that he's having that progress. I love to see what it looks like, because again, he was somewhere in the low 30s or high 20s shooting from three last year. How much of a jump can you expect year to year? I don't know that you can expect a 10 percentage point jump. I don't know. We'll see. Mm-hmm. But I say all that. He's been working out this offseason, and at one point he gets caught in front of a microphone talking about playing with KD.
What are your expectations playing with KD?
A lot of stuff I haven't seen before. You know what I mean? It's one of the greatest players ever. One of the best scorers ever. It's gonna make my life a lot easier. You know what I mean?
What do you think you can learn from Kevin just by observing him?
I mean, I just hear his work ethic is different. You know, I feel like I have a different work ethic too. So just like combining that, and I think it's gonna be fun.
What kind of plays do you envision you and KD making together?
Maybe I'll throw him a lob. I don't know. He might be. It might not be the same. I don't know if he wants to jump like that, so he can throw me some lobs. I'm definitely gonna be passing it to him a lot, and they're gonna be double teaming him, so I'm gonna be cutting off the back of him.
You can just hear the awe in his voice, like, "Oh," he's like, "Oh yeah, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be fun."
Yeah, the excitement that these guys seem to have to play with KD is also part of it. But yeah, I don't know why, but just the envisioning of the amount of gravity that KD's going to have and the ability to just throw it up to Amen, throw it up to Bari, and them playing off him. I'm very excited about what we got in KD and what we got in this Rockets team, and very happy that they were able to get it as opposed to what I think could have been the alternative, which is a even more messy West, which I don't know. I don't even know how you begin to look at that. So thankfully, that is not the reality that we live in. We live in the reality with Kevin Durant as a Houston Rocket in the 25-26 season. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, about the time where we hand things off to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us?
Yeah, so Starbucks is embracing TikTok's secret menu, and you can win $30,000. I'll let you know how. Plus, you might know this rapper for dissing Drake, but did you know he had beef with McDonald's?
What?
I will explain all of that in the mixtape.
Let's do it next.
The Drive with Stu.
Starbucks at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
I'm not the one or the two. Try Jesus, don't try me.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. Before I get to the story about Starbucks trying to pay people $30K for a secret menu drink, I like to update people on what's going on in Houston and all that stuff. Because yesterday, I don't know, maybe Lopez, you might know about this or kind of going through this issue. But do you have the recyclable bin that you usually do? Yeah, so
frustrating.
Yeah, I realized that they wasn't picking it up. The recyclable bin.
Ours is you put it out on every other Monday.
Yep.
And you're lucky if they get it by Wednesday.
Yeah, mine is every Thursday. Every other Thursday.
Do they get it on Thursday?
Yeah, they usually get it on Thursday.
You're lucky.
Yeah, but they haven't picked it up, I want to say, in about 40 days, 40 plus days. And here's the news, KPRC News with the story on that, just in case you kind of wondering, why they ain't picking up my stuff?
Yeah.
Some neighborhoods, some of these recycling bins have been left sitting for up to 40 days. You can see some of these recycling bins behind me here in the Heights. Now, the Solid Waste Management Interim Director blames rodents, broken down trucks, and outdated systems as a reason behind some of these delays. Rodents are damaging trucks, raw sewage is backing up in facilities, and much of their equipment is simply just too old. He says out of the 218 trucks the department needs, only a small number are actually up and running. And on top of that, the city is dealing with a driver shortage. 27 people have left, partly due to a retirement incentive program. Mayor John Whitmire did acknowledge how serious the issue is and defended recent moves to address it.
It's frustrating.
Yeah. I wasn't sure what was going on. I'm like, it was a couple weeks where I'm like, yo,
yeah,
they ain't picking. So now my recyclable bin is pretty full.
I actually feel lucky that they do get mine within 2, maybe 3 days, because it sounds like 40 days with no recycling pickup.
Yeah. So
at what point do you start doing the bad thing and just putting that in the trash?
No, I think a lot of people are.
I actually did it this week.
Yeah, I think a lot of people
because
are.
we had a whole bunch of boxes and stuff, and I just cut it up and put it in there because I have nowhere to put it.
Yeah. No, see, you're doing the people a service here, because I've often wondered, like, what is going on?
Yeah, I didn't know what was going on either. And, I actually seen an article about it. I'm like, is that why? I thought, I didn't know what was going on, but I didn't know they had an issue going on.
Yeah, it's bad.
So I'm not sure how long that is when it's going to get resolved.
And it's unsightly. It's unsightly if you want to get, like, old school. Like the people leave their bins out there for days, weeks at a time, and they never pull them in because you don't know when the truck's going to come.
Yeah, and then I don't want to be the person that don't take it to the curb, and then they do show up.
Exactly.
And then I'm like, damn.
Yeah.
So, just a little update on in case you was
You're doing
wondering.
good work there, Figgy.
I'm trying to, man.
Yeah.
I'm trying to. But, just wanted to give y'all an update on that. As I continue on the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So, are you guys familiar with this? With the secret menu at Starbucks?
I am not.
I'm not even familiar with the regular menu at Starbucks, to be fair. Yeah.
You don't do coffee, do you?
Nah.
Okay.
Sheer power of will over here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Life is my caffeine.
Yeah, high on life, baby.
Life is my caffeine head ass. But, I used to work at Starbucks. And a lot of the times people used to come in with these secret menu items.
So they did do it.
Yeah, well, they just leaned into it. This wasn't officially a Starbucks thing. This was something created by fans. And I want to say it was a website. You could probably check this website out now if you want to, but StarbucksSecretMenu.net.
Okay.
Where they had different stuff that's not on the real Starbucks menu. And so now Starbucks is leaning into that by offering, secret menu items on their app.
Is it a secret if they offer?
Yeah, that's not really how that works.
Yeah.
They're just putting things on the menu there.
Yeah.
But it's some creative stuff on the menu that on the secret menu that's not on the real menu.
Okay.
And so they're doing a contest where the best new idea wins you $30K.
All right. Well, now we're talking.
Yeah, so finalists get $5,000 and the winner gets another $25,000.
Mm-hmm.
And the current ones they have on this secret menu now is cookies on top, which is a cold brew with 2 pumps of vanilla syrup, and top it off with cold foam and cookie crumbs.
Dude, that is sweet.
Yeah,
that is sweet.
I've seen this frequently thrown out there as a level of judgment.
Mm-hmm.
Is are you really drinking coffee at that point?
No, you're drinking a slushie.
Nah, man, that been over, man.
Yeah, you're drinking a slushie.
Yeah, it's a treat.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a treat. And some other things they have on the secret menu, they have 4 items.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing they have is the Dragon Fruit Glow Up, which is a mango dragon fruit lemonade refresher, and they add the peach juice blend to it and top it off with vanilla cold foam.
Still not in. I didn't like the first one. I don't like this one.
Yeah, let me see if you like this one. They have a lemon tea and pearls drink, which is black tea. Is black tea and lemonade.
The names of these are annoying. The names of these are annoying.
I'm gonna get to you why baristas like myself or former baristas used to be so pissed off.
Yeah.
By the way, so it's black tea lemonade plus raspberry flavored popping pearls.
Popping pearls.
Yeah, so it's basically raspberry Arnold Palmer with those boba balls.
Oh, I hate boba. I hate
you
that.
hate boba?
Yeah,
in Houston, Texas.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't need that.
And the last one is just this one is called Just Add White Mocha. It's an ice brown sugar oatmeal espresso with 2 pumps of white chocolate mocha sauce, and top it off with cold foam.
I'm just mad at all this.
I don't like any of these.
Yeah.
I don't like any of these. By the way, do you want to be healthy or not? You have oat milk, but then white mocha and brown sugar?
I hate all of it.
I'm not a fan, Figgy.
That's just for the people that don't like whole milk or they can't do whole milk or whatever.
Right.
But this used to piss baristas off so bad because I remember working there.
Mm-hmm.
And we used to get a lot of people, especially younger people, to come in and ask for something on the secret menu.
Yeah.
So they'd come in. I remember somebody came in and said, "Hey, can I get the unicorn frappuccino?"
Oh, Lord.
I'm sitting there like, what the hell is that? Like, what is that? So I call my man. I'm like, hey, what is a unicorn? They just want something on the secret menu. And we had to explain to him, like, hey, you have to tell us how to make that.
Yeah.
So you have to explain to us, like, what ingredients you want in it so we can make it. We can't just say, oh, unicorn.
Here's the unicorn, yeah.
Yeah. So after we explained that, her next thing was, all right, I'll just do the Ariana Grande Frappuccino.
The Ariana Grande?
Yes.
And is that a real thing?
I guess. I don't know. It's not on the Starbucks menu. We have no idea what that is.
Yeah.
So, but that website just gave you, I think it was StarbucksSecretMenu.net.
Mm-hmm.
They have all type of random stuff. I was just looking I seen the Taylor Swift drink and all this other stuff. So that used to drive baristas nuts when people just coming in. Hey, let me get the in the loop frappe.
Yeah.
Or a frappuccino. It's not a frappe. That's McDonald's, but
yeah,
that used to piss me off.
I could understand why. And it's clear that the only reason people do these things is so they can say they ordered off the secret menu to their friends or post something on Instagram. Secret menu, I got the just add white mocha, or what? It's silly.
Hey, have you tried the Cinnamon Toast Crunch?
It's so silly.
Frappuccino?
Yeah.
It's just like, what?
Yeah.
So now they coming in, let me get the Cinnamon Toast Crunch Frappuccino. It's just like, man, we don't know what that is. So that used to kind of tip me off, but they leaning into it now.
Mm-hmm.
So you probably see.
Have you ever ordered anything? Apparently, like McDonald's, Taco Bell have some secret menu stuff. I've never in my life ordered anything off
of a secret menu.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if there's anything, like, it would have to be something I learned about, like, as a social media or a viral thing. And for me, it rarely strikes me as a secret menu thing. It's just like, oh, okay, this is an interesting variation.
Yeah.
Hey, can you give me this, but with this? Like, I'll give, just like what you're asking for, Fig, the actual orders on how to make it. Like this is how I would like you to make my particular thing. So it doesn't strike me as a secret menu. It's just, this is my item that I asked you to change. Although
it's like a special order.
This does, yes, exactly. Special order is exactly what I was looking for. Although, in one of the few ways, or one of the ways that I get a little judgmental, I do really hate the person that goes, orders something, asks for a whole bunch of special orders, and then says they don't like the thing.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, you don't know if you like the thing because you changed the thing.
Yeah.
And my mom is really bad about that one. She's like, yeah, let me get that, but no tomatoes, no onions, no all. And I'm like, but those were all there for the particular flavor, though.
Yeah, you're ordering something different.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, it's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. So last week, Clips dropped an album called Let God Sort 'Em Out. And I actually like the album. I think it's a good album. If you like hip-hop, check it out. Real good production by Pharrell and all that stuff. Love the interviews they've been doing the last couple weeks. And John, are you familiar with Clips?
Just the name. I couldn't tell you anything about anything else.
All right, I'm going to play a song for you. I think you might remember this song. This was one of their most popular songs that kind of got them on the map.
Yeah, that's usually how it is with me. I don't even know the artist, but I've heard the song.
Yeah, so here's their song called Grinding.
From ghetto to ghetto, the backyard to yard, I sell it whip on whip. It's off the hard, I'm the neighborhood pusher. Call me subwoofer, cause I pump bass like that, Jack.
I've actually heard this a lot.
You heard
and
this
I could have never have told you, yeah.
Wait till we get to the hook real quick. The hook about to come up right now.
You're going all the way to the hook?
Nah, here it go right here.
Grinding.
Yeah, so you have Pharrell on the hook saying grinding.
Yeah.
And obviously the thing that is very well known is high schoolers taking pencils and pens and making this beat in their at their lunch tables. Just a rite of passage of sorts.
Yeah. So one of the guys that's in this group, he go by the name of Pusha T.
No, I'm familiar.
Yeah, Pusha T. And did you know he was responsible for a McDonald's jingle?
Did not.
Yep. So he was.
Did you?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah. He was responsible for a McDonald's jingle and an Arby's one.
Get out of town.
Yeah. So here's Pusha T. This was a couple years ago when he was on the Joe Budden podcast, pretty much talking about how that happened.
Steve Stout basically brought us the whole idea of doing the McDonald's jingle. When he brought it to us, he gave us the "I'm loving it," tagline.
Yeah.
And we basically just wrote to that.
So you just wrote da 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 da.
No. No. But within that, they just took pieces out, whatever the case may be, and they got over. Pay a one-time payout.
Oof.
One-time payout.
Wow.
Give me and my brother half $500,000. But I own 40% of the Arby's commercial now.
We hate Arby's.
It doesn't matter.
Who goes to Arby's?
Wait, hold on. We have the meats as you? Yeah, we own that.
Hey, what? Get the out of here.
Right. So they came up
Pusha
with.
T came up with "We are the meats."
He did.
I don't know if R is the right word there.
We have the meats.
Yeah. No kidding.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Yeah,
That's very impressive.
I thought that was pretty cool, man.
Yeah.
Did you also know that Pusha T made a diss song about McDonald's?
I thought McDonald's gave him $500,000.
He didn't appreciate that though.
Oh.
They just gave him one-time buyout.
He wanted more. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why he mentioned in this
Okay.
that Arby's, he got 40% of the.
He's probably not wrong either.
Yeah. So he felt like they kind of got over on him a little bit.
Yeah.
But here is his diss song to McDonald's.
I'm the reason the whole world love it. Now I gotta crush it. Filet-O fishes. Then you should be disgusted. How dare you sell a square fish, asking us to trust it? A half slice of cheese, Mickey D's on a budget. Arby's crispy fish is simply it. With lines around the corner, we might need a guest list. Eggs at stage left, the sandwiches taste fresh. A little cube of fish from a clown is basic. Say less, this argument is baseless. Drowned in tartar, that Filet-O fish is tasteless. See, Arby's only deals in the greatness. I bet the house on it like it's Vegas. Look, I could sell water to a well. How could you ever think I'd fail? Yeah, the crispy fish sandwich blazing trails. The mother clown's just too frail. Yeah, if you know me and you know me well, our fish is gonna tip that scale.
I don't know exactly how I feel about this because half of me is like, well, he is one bitter dude. And the other half is, I see you working. You're trying to get Arby's, to take off a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, this is more of an Arby's thing. Like Arby's, like how do we get a little bit of market share? How do we
But he
pump
comes
up
across
this thing?
like really bitter about McDonald's.
Well, a lot of people saying he come across bitter. Period.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
true.
There's other things happening there.
Yeah, with going after Drake and Travis Scott and all that good stuff. But I thought that was kind of cool that he came up with that jingle.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm going to get you out of here on this. So it's a guy by the name of Kev on Stage, who's a comedian. You probably seen some of his videos on social media. He has a message for all of the parents out there, and I want to ask Lopez a question after you hear this.
Parents, don't give up. Don't give up. Don't push me with the fridge. Don't push me. I want to say, parents, after 16 long and hard years, JoJo has successfully taken the trash out. Where are you going? Without being asked.
He's got a video of this?
The trash was out. Lord, you're the Lord of the harvest, and we worship you.
The kid just trying to walk away.
Yeah.
This day, he did it, y'all. 16 years. He'll be 17 in a month. We did it, y'all.
I want to ask Lopez this. Do you have a moment where one of your kids did something for the first time that they were supposed to do, and you like, what?
Yeah.
What is going on? I want you to answer that. Plus, would this make you is this a proud parent moment, or would you look at this as a red flag?
No, not necessarily a red flag. And really not even a proud moment. Just sort of kind of what he did, like a mocking, finally kind of, sarcastic thing. As far as the kids, everything for mine happened as soon as they went to college. All three of them. Oh, you can fold clothes. Oh, you can fill a dishwasher. Oh, this and that, And to be fair, my kids have always been pretty good if you tell them to do it, but never
do it on their own.
Never did it on their own.
Yeah, some
people
feel like this might be a red flag for him because he took the trash out for the first time in 16 years. Some people are saying, oh, he might be hiding something.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Maybe. Yeah, if you put it that way, maybe he's got something in there that he's like, I got to get rid of this.
Get rid of this condom.
Yeah.
Put this in the trash. I'll take the trash. I got the trash.
I got it. Don't worry about it, Mom. Don't worry about it.
That's what we call a callback.
Yeah, exactly. From the question of the day.
That's right. All right. That is Figgy's mixtape. 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig on social media if you see something that's mixtape worthy. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. But before we get there, Bill Barnwell, ESPN, has ranked the top 25 teams over the past 25 years. What would it take for a Texans team to look like maybe one of these? We'll talk about it next.
Area 45.
Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Friday. The fellas a drive. Clinton Ron coming through here in a little bit. But before we get there, I've been intrigued by this, Lopez. Bill Barnwell, a very good writer for ESPN, always intrigued by the way that he views football, a very analytics based, which I'm sure you're not surprised by, but he in this time period where it's list week and all that, he put together a ranking of the best NFL teams since 2000, right? A lot of people have been doing the best things from the last quarter century, and he put the top 25 over the last 25 years, looking at a few things, but one of the things that he helped use to rank these teams. Obviously, I don't think this is the entirety of his methodology, but I think it's an interesting maybe tool and I guess lens to look at teams with that I think could be interesting to then flip onto the Houston Texans of 2025.
Right.
But he, in ranking the teams, he uses, obviously he lists their kind of fate, what they ultimately did. Like, for example, the 2018 Los Angeles Rams come in at 25 on this list. 15-4 that season. Their fate is that they lost in Super Bowl 53 to the Patriots. And then he uses the percentile that they were within that the league that year, offensively and defensively, through just kind of, I believe he might be using DVOA here, but one of these just kind of generally metrics-wise, where do they fall offensively and defensively? And the Los Angeles Rams of 2018 were in the 95th percentile offensively. Defensively, they're in the 48th percentile. So, looking at various other teams, some other teams that pop up here, the 04 Steelers are one of the top 25 teams. That 2014 Seattle Seahawks team that lost to the Patriots, they were in there as well. Some other teams that pop up, the 2015 Carolina Panthers, that were 17-2 all the way through, because obviously they lose the Super Bowl. That's one of the better offensive teams. I mean, one of the really good offensive teams.
Yeah.
But what got me thinking about the Texans is I did mention the 2008 Pittsburgh Steelers, and maybe there's other teams that also track somewhat similarly, but the 2008 Pittsburgh Steelers, who come in at 21st on this list, were 58th offensively, but that's because they were 98th in the defensive, 98th percentile in the defense, and they ended up winning the Super Bowl that year. But it got me thinking, like, obviously there's a lot of things that this team in this year would have to do to be considered like one of the best.
Yeah, 98th percentile. And one of the best that can win a Super Bowl with just the defense.
Right, and obviously you would need to make a Super Bowl. That would require a level of getting over some humps that have plagued this organization and this franchise for the entirety of its existence, which is, hey, let's win some games in the playoffs, let's make some noise. But if they were able to do that, I think that they would put themselves in this range. But I start thinking, honestly, the very first place that I got to was, is this defense capable of being that level of elite to where now you can maybe look at an offense and however well they can play, you might have an opportunity to be in that space. But it starts with, can this defense be that elite?
I look, if you're asking me, I've been saying it all along. I think they're going to be a top 5 defense, and they could absolutely become that type of defense. And the reason is not just what they did last year, but they all figure at most places you figure to improve. Will Anderson figures to get better. Kamari Lassiter, Kalen Bullock, better. Even Derek Stingley, better. Christian Harris, we don't know what he is, but if he comes back, we know he probably will take a step up. And then there's the givens, of a C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Danielle Hunter. Yeah, I think it does have a chance to be that good based on not just what they've done, but they're still not done yet. Improving.
No, that's right. Yeah. But I'm like, okay, being a really good defense on a very particular year, I think we can, pencil that in. Might even be able to just write that in pen for this year, that this is going to be a very good defense. A elite defense, like, can this defense be the one or two best defense in all of the league? I think that would be necessary for us to start talking about them on a like more year-over-year scale. But I think because we can see that as a plausible outcome, maybe not the possible or the probable outcome is the word that I was looking for. Because it's plausible, that started getting me to just how good can this offense be, not just to get the job done on what they want, but depending on how well Nick Caley does his job, could this Texas team, because of how well they've invested in their offense, I talked about it, like the depth at the linebacker does make it so that it's possible that there's not real holes in this defensive side. Like the whatever advancement that they can make, is this just pie in the sky for me that I'm thinking that?
You mean advancement offensively?
Advancement offensively, yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Is it pie in the sky thinking that like they could be a team that ends up looking somewhat similar, even if they're not like one of the best offenses that we've ever seen, that ends up being on, not entirely on a list, but ends up looking like the 2002 Tampa Bay Buccaneers that ends up being in the top 10 on this list? Like,
what was their ranking?
They were 6th. Yeah. Right? Like, there's been really, really great teams that have been defensive driven over the course of the year. Now, of course, those were a little bit closer to the turn of the century compared to now, where the game is a little bit different. But I'm like, is it possible to be like one of the best teams that has been seen if you have that level of defense, and could that level of defense and then an offense that is sufficient enough materialize for the Texans?
See, now you're getting down to good old-fashioned defense wins championships. Even before the 2000s.
Maybe that's the better question. Is this a defense that can carry this team to a championship?
that mixes into, back in the way back days, they were saying stuff like that, and now you have some actual numbers and that can back it up. Now, I get some teams were highly efficient offensively.
There's a good amount of them that come up
because of that
on this list.
But I think absolutely. I think where you're getting into a space where if that's what this team is, then yes, absolutely, they can be a team that can do that and win a championship.
On the YouTube page, Brandon, are we sleeping on Jalen Smith and Jalen Reed and becoming solid depth?
We'll let you know.
I just feel I'm hard pressed to have the conversation about those guys and what they factor in, because that's also part of whenever you talk about defense of this magnitude. It's not just the starting line of what you got. It's the guys that will ultimately, inevitably play because football is the car crash sport. It's a war of attrition over the course of 16, 17, and in the future, maybe 18 games, right? Or I guess if you're talking about playoffs, you're talking about 18, 19, 20 games. You're going to need the likes of your depth to step in, and that's still something that maybe you could poke at to some degree, depending on whether Jalen Smith, Jalen Reed come in and give you some depth, if they're depth pieces, or if someone else ends up being depth pieces that you feel comfortable slotting in there in the spaces that you need them. But I'm starting to gear my mind towards, because we've thought a lot about the offense and what the step up is going to be there, and yes, that matters. If there is a step up from the defense, like they have a possibility, it feels like, of being in that elite category to the point where, it's still far-fetched to be like they're on one of these lists, the 2025 Texans are. Yeah. But they could give themselves the opportunity to, and that's one of the things that I don't know that I've allowed myself to consider enough.
All right, and I totally agree. But certainly, every once in a while, the boys start walking in here about this time of day. And on rare occasions, probably 2 or 3 to this point, Show walks in and flat out gives us one of us the side eye. Today was one of those days. He's walking in, and Show is staring you down.
What's funny is I didn't even notice. Thanks to D&M Auto Leasing for the opportunity to crosstalk, where I need to figure this out. I didn't even realize you were staring me down. Maybe I was so locked in.
Side eye staring you down.
What's going on, boy? What did Reg say?
I don't know.
I have no idea.
Your mic's not on over there, Ron.
It's possibility. It might be something I did.
No, don't disrespect my stare down. And act like you didn't feel it.
What's going on right here, Reg?
Yeah, you did.
I have no idea.
It's Friday, man. What the hell are we doing?
We're having a good time till Reg just disrespected my stare. And act like he didn't see it.
But the question is, what were you staring him down?
I saw you with your smirk, but you be smirking a lot of times.
Stare down for a good time. You acknowledge my smirk.
Well, you be smirking. I didn't realize that was a stare down. I thought that you was just smiling. You can be a jovial human being.
Smirking ass Show.
Yeah.
You look downright offended.
All caught up.
What happened? What I miss?
Yeah.
I did nothing.
Is it beef? Do we need to go fight or something?
It might be now that you disrespected my stare down. Shoot, it's Friday. Disrespect my.
No, there was something behind there you just don't want to say.
No, I would say it.
Yeah,
that is true. I think
you just came in a mood.
I just came in just having fun with a stare down, and then.
I mean, he only brought up the Wikipedia page 8 times during the show the other day.
I don't want to be on
Reggie's name is on there after about 2 days of work, and Ron's isn't on there after 5 years.
What Wikipedia page?
Minutes, man.
SportsRadio 16.
Go look up that Sports.
I literally have never done.
I questioned how Ron got there and why he got there, but however, He got there, and he and Tyler were the only two personalities that were not listed. Literally not. Literally the personalities over the last 30 years too, not just.
I'm
active.
looking at it now. I didn't even really. Haven't looked at this in a long time.
Slip in here, Josh.
Clint's in there. Out of baby.
You okay? You all right?
I don't want to be on it.
One of our listeners got on it.
And then our listeners.
You're on it.
One of our listeners got on there and made some adjustments.
Okay. There you go. That's why you're.
Who else is on there? Is anybody else on there that interests you right there?
John McClain. There's Nick Wright.
Wow.
Who
Jim Nance is a contributor.
Jim Nance got added as a contributor.
Will Kunkel.
I think Will Kunkel got added as a contributor before Ron got on there.
Which was complete BS.
Yeah.
I'm still not on there.
I mean, we talked.
This is a great bit.
I'm looking at it too. I'm not on the personalities.
Programming. On personality. You're on programming.
And programming, they got to put the name of the show in there.
No, but your name is there.
We got Seth Payne.
You got to look at the personalities.
Ted
there.
Johnson.
Personalities are not on.
Wade Smith. Booker Damty. We got. Will Kunkel, contributor to the Drive.
Oh, this is the bit that people started running yesterday.
The big conk.
Because it made me smile when I saw Larry and Staff for the legendary listener contributor with no Ron Hughley in there.
No Ron Hughley in there. No Brandon Scott down there. Yep. Hell, Chris Santiago's in there.
Ron said it didn't bother him, but he brought it up 8 times on the show.
Shout out Santiago. And honestly, I don't want to be on it.
Sounds like you do.
I don't. F them.
Sounds like
I don't want to be on it.
How did you get to this place where you made yourself mad? Like, why were you on the Wikipedia page?
I told you. I was looking at Odyssey Houston, and I was going to go look at our hours on our show. Easier to get there on there, and then sometimes I like to go back and see what we talked about, what hours we talked about, and I said, Wikipedia. Let's click on it. Reading up on the history of the station, and I got down there and I saw Reggie and I saw Patrick Creighton.
Reg really hurt him. Reg been here for about 2
I ain't gonna
minutes
lie
and
to you.
his name's on there.
It was Sean Bijani and Patrick Creighton. They had him as the host of Area 45. They had the name of the show. I've been here putting in all the work I can.
Which that tells you that somebody actually took the time to put them in there,
it was
right?
personal.
It was personal.
And I looked on there and there was no Tyler. I saw Figgy.
That one hurt him. I hear it right there.
I can hear it in his
I just
voice.
said for Tyler, I know the Figgy one hurt him. They got past producers. They got. These are guys. Hell, you may know. I don't even know.
They got Garrett Heinrich in there.
I'm telling you, what the hell is that, man? Shoot, man.
Sounds to me like some people.
Brian McDonald. Come on, where's that? Tyler ain't on there. B-Mac ain't on there.
Yeah.
B-Mac's on there. Tyler wasn't on there.
B-Mac's on there and T.
Somebody put Tyler on there, and they put producer of the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley, and Tyler said, "I appreciate it. It is executive producer." Then,
hey, thank you, Tyler.
And then somebody went back and put executive producer on there for him. Still,
got to do it right.
Still didn't
get that title right.
Still didn't add my name to it. That's all right. I don't want it to be on there, as I've said. Actually, I'm against it.
Lopez, did I hear you name dropping Scheffler's old lady? Your daughter was friends with Scheffler's old lady?
Yes, he was. My daughter. I wasn't name dropping,
buddy.
I didn't mean that negatively. You definitely leaned into it. But
you heard it, right?
I mean, it's cool. It's a cool ass story.
If I were name dropping, I'd have said it previous years. It just came up.
Yeah, fair.
Why don't you just write your name in, Ron? Just write it in.
No, you don't add your own name.
So Scheffler being a Longhorn married an actor.
I just want to see. Maybe I'm on
SMU.
here.
Was he Longhorn? I thought Scheffler was SMU.
I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong. I thought Scheffler was.
Either way,
might be thinking of Spieth.
I know he is.
My daughter and Scheffler's wife were sorority sisters at A&M.
I'll be damned.
Yeah.
This has been a very weird crosstalk. The energy started off adversarial. There was animosity towards
Text line
me.
coming through. He is the host. We're still waiting on the personality. Okay.
Oh,
wow. Are you available to host the ESPYs next year?
Longhorn.
More personality.
Oh my God.
Personality.
Are you ready for a personality off? Is that what's coming?
I don't even care. I'm not even looking at it.
You really care.
Right.
You really care.
No,
you care a lot.
No, I don't care.
You've said you don't care 15 times.
I don't care. I'm just making it very clear.
The showman.
Jim Mudd's name better not be on there. He better not be on there before I am.
But he doesn't care.
I don't care. I feel for the others like Ben Gary. I don't think Ben Gary's name.
No, don't bring Ben into this.
Yes.
I mean, that's not
I
fair.
feel like Ben
That's
should
not
be
fair.
on there. I'm just saying, Ben's been putting in
not
work
fair.
for a long time.
Hold on, so.
And they got Tyler Milner on there before Ben Gary.
It's a Friday. These are bad vibes for a Friday.
It's unbelievable.
I mean, you got Clint with his arms out and everything, and you done changed the vibes to negativity.
First off, he came in here and just said, "This is what I'm going to do today at Twin Peaks." Just walked into Twin Peaks in here, and
it's hot out there, boys.
It just went out here and said, "Guns out." All right.
Yeah.
That's what I got to do at our dinner. I got to wear that Rockets jersey. With
That's
my
right.
guns
I'm
out.
very glad that you remember.
Good, man.
All right.
What in the hell?
Yeah, I'm coming in there to get that working.
Hey, you all right?
Yeah, I'm good.
That looked like that got to the shoulder blades right there. You're Steve so hard.
I need one of Reggie's lozenges.
Hey, man. Go ahead, Reggie.
I'll get you a lozenge here. Let me get you out of here. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Aussie Sports Station. And right now, in a very weird way, the drive is live.
It is live, and I just want to say, Scotty Scheffler, this is the greatest thing for me. So you just gonna throw a hoodie on and play today? I didn't know you could do that in golf. Have you ever seen that Tom Watson's rolling around in his living grave? Gary Player rolling around in his living grave. When did you fall in a hat? Tyler, you know more etiquette than I have never seen. I don't know if I've ever seen it. I thought they were going to get at me, and we were in Grand Traverse when I had on just a little pullover real quick with a T-shirt underneath.
I told you at Twin Peaks, I looked up, I said, I honest to God would not have guessed, in all seriousness, that the PGA would allow, like, a guy to just be wearing a hoodie out there. They're usually pretty weird about stuff like that.
You got the pockets to the sides, too.
Real cash with it.
He said, I don't give a damn. Say something to me. Next thing you know, he going to get out there, he going to get a cart.
You know I'm number one in the world, right?
He going to drive the whole 6.
What you going to do, arrest me?
Say something.
They found the old loophole, man. If it's chilly outside or raining, you can really push the envelope with whatever kind of pullover you
Can
want.
you?
Right,
Yes. I mean,
I've
clearly
never
you
seen
can.
that. I've seen the pullover. I've seen the raincoat. That is, I mean.
Well, clearly you can. I mean, look. Scheffler's number one in the world, but
He gets to do
Scheffler's
whatever
not.
the hell he
but
wants
he's
to do.
not. Well, he ain't carrying around a tiger stick. I mean, it ain't like he's like I can do whatever the hell I want. Kind of. I mean, obviously he can, but I mean, I think it's a really good look.
I do. I hope more people do it.
He took the half zip to a whole nother level.
He looks less and less like Jay Leno in that pullover. I mean, in that hoodie. And the beard helps.
What is that about Jay Leno? Is the big jaw?
It's the jaw, man.
Jaw?
It's like when and I think he knew he had to grow the beard out. When he's freshly shaven, Scotty really looks like Jay Leno. Really looks like Jay Leno. All right, welcome in. Shout out to Scotty Scheffler for just breaking the rules. To hell with it. Someone said he's promoting Happy Gilmore. That might be it. That's the last person I've seen in a fictitious movie break the golf etiquette. Until Scotty Scheffler, number one player in the world, just went hoodie.
I believe Gilmore 2 comes out what's that, next week, huh? Oh,
That's it, man. Maybe throw on a Boston Bruins jersey and playing that. That's what Adam did.
Go to your home.
I don't know what it is. I like this more from Scotty. I bet Rory's over there. Put a sweater on.
Have some respect.
I mean, I'm sure Scotty's been a problem ever since he got arrested last year. I mean, I'm sure he's been a real a-hole ever since.
Put a half zip on, will you? Look at these guys. Look at Brooks. Look at Brooks, whose hair is getting long, by the way. Look, he's got a half zip on. Nike. That's what you do. Scotty's out here. Looks like he's
the damnedest thing is it's the pocket in the front.
Yes.
I mean, it is a
and that hood on the back, man. He looked like he like if he put on some slides, he looked like he'd be real comfortable.
No, there ain't no doubt, man. There ain't no doubt. Yeah, it's that front pocket that makes that thing a real hoodie, man.
I bet you, and that has to be made that's got to be made more looser, right? I bet you Nike Golf created some sort of a hoodie that is, because I don't like if he put on a regular hoodie like we would wear, I feel like it wouldn't.
Oh, you talking about the material?
Yeah,
like the material has to give so he can get full rotation. Yeah. I bet it is a. First of all, I bet you a lot of people about to start buying it. I'd like to have one just to wear. I'm not saying I'd wear it on the golf course, but it looks like it's thin. Like you said, it's thin and it stretches. It's nice material. Oh, Tyler, what do you think that thing will hit you for, man? That Nike hoodie. I guarantee it's trending somewhere.
Because I know Tiger's going off on his people at Sunday Red right now.
It's got to be minimum like 80, right? Like $80, $90, probably near 100.
That's north of 150.
Okay,
120
is 120.
Victory Dry Fit.
I hadn't seen that.
Here we go. Men's Dry Fit Thermoflex Golf Hoodie. It's exactly what he's got on. $120.
120, huh? I'd
120.
a little bit more. I bet you a lot of people will start buying those. You ain't lying. I want to wear it.
Well, I'm going to tell you that the big fellas and the little bitty fellas been buying it. There's no more extra smalls and there's no more triple and quadruple X's left. Everything in between you got, man.
Who's in these triple X's getting this?
This golf hoodie is built for more than just the course, baby. It's high-stretch thermal fabric with sweat-wicking dry fit technology.
Versatile.
Helps keep you warm and dry during active days.
And what more could you want out of a hoodie?
I'm telling you, man, this is...
Why do you keep
Call now. Get your second free.
Like you're doing a read.
Yeah, it's like an infomercial.
I'd like to have one.
Keep you warm and dry.
I feel like I just tuned into QVC.
Yeah, I think it's an all right. Wait, Scotty's got a half zip, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got.
Does Scotty's have a zip?
No,
on it?
he don't have no zip. I don't think he has a zip on it. By the way, here coming up in a little bit, I guess Tyler has something he needs to get off his chest, Clint.
I just deleted that because I cannot remember why I put that in there.
Clint, I've been waiting for this all damn day.
And I'm dead serious.
I mean, this pisses me smooth off.
I just looked at it and I can't remember why I put that in our rundown last night. I remember putting it in there last night, but I can't remember why.
Clint, he put that in there, and I saw it early this morning.
You thought, hell yeah.
He said,
we got a
Tyler,
segment out of this.
There's not much that Tyler puts down and says, I got to get this off my chest.
It had to have been good.
He blew through Tyler's turd list. Whatever it was, he has got to get through his chest. And then snuck down here, and I'm waiting. I'm waiting to get to this. I was going to get to this Lance McCullers crap. And then get to Tyler, and then here Tyler is just completely forgotten.
Dude, I'm racking my
brain.
brain.
You worked till 9:30 or 10. You got home. What'd you do when you got home?
Come on, somebody help Tyler figure out, because we all want to know now.
I cannot remember for the freaking life of me.
That's what happens when you get a good night's sleep, doesn't it, Tyler?
Good God, man. It was juicy too. I gotta get this off my chest. I said, I'm gonna tease that start. Then we'll get to the bottom of it.
I just looked down at that, like, right before you said that, and I was like, oh, yeah, I did put that in there, but I deleted it because I cannot remember.
Was it Elko and saying, old boy can't come back to A&M or is not coming back to A&M?
No, that ain't something he would put in this was something personal. Something happened.
I'm going to keep thinking, but I cannot remember.
All right. Well, welcome in. At some point, Tyler will give us whatever it is he needs to get off his chest that he forgot and then try to slide in and erase already. But the Astros get going tonight. They start back up against the Mariners. And we were talking about Lance McCullers yesterday, and to a point where you're like, you feel more comfortable, and you weren't alone. There were people here on text line, YouTube, and Twitch saying a similar thing, that you feel more comfortable with Lance behind a Spencer Arrighetti or somebody in the four spot.
I would feel more comfortable with my Astros right now if the Lance McCullers that we're watching that's been inconsistent, whether it's tipping pitches or sitting out 900 and some odd days, whatever the reason is irrelevant. I as an Astros fan, I would just feel a little more comfortable if we had a third starter that was nails right now and pitching well, and then we were being patient and giving a little grace to Lance McCullers in that 4-hole as a starter in a rotation versus a 3-hole. The 3-hole starter in the playoffs,
they're going to pitch.
And hell, you can argue down the stretch if this thing tightens up the way it did the last 6 games before the All-Star break. I mean, if you can argue that you're going to need him, you'll need that third starter to be nails a lot sooner than the playoffs. But yeah, that was my point. Was I would feel a lot more comfortable with what we're seeing from Lance if it wasn't one of those gotta have moments where we need a third starter.
Yeah, I think he is becoming one of the most important things to watch in the second half. I don't know if they're thinking we're going to go and try to get another Kikuchi that might be on the line, and we can discuss some of that. And when I say Kikuchi, I don't just say that just because we enjoy saying that name. I'd say that in regards to, another starter. He was a mid to front of the rotation level starter, and then when they got him, he was actually just really, really good for the for the team. But I don't know if that's what their thinking is. I think a left-handed bat in particular, is something that they are really struggling with right now. If you could try to name in your head the best left-handed bat that they have on this team, it might be a difficult thing for you to get to right now with no Jordan out there. So I feel like that might be something they're looking to. But from a pitching perspective, when you look at Spencer Arrighetti, I think a lot of people are looking for him to come back just to kind of get, maybe even to push like maybe a Brandon Walter or a Big C out of the rotation. But I think there are also thoughts of, hey, maybe he needs to get himself ready so he can be the third starter in the playoffs. And it is hard for me not to get the good Lance and the Lance we've kind of seen in the postseason before out of my mind. And I personally, for the Astros, would feel better if Lance had gotten himself to a position that he was the third starter going into the playoffs, because for me, I feel like I trust him more. Spencer, who had a good late part to a season last year, he still had an ERA over 4.5, 7-13 last year. He had an ERA nearing 6 in his 2 starts this year before he had that freak injury. But we don't need to revisit before he had that freak injury
in left field during Mariners beat.
Yeah,
that guy.
I don't know about. I think it's probably best for the Astros if Lance McCullers starts to get some sort of consistency and getting it going, and that he takes the kind of the third spot in the rotation unless they go out and fill it.
Oh, no doubt about it. I mean, you one of two things has to happen, and it's not just Spencer Arrighetti get healthy, right? Spencer taking the next step was a big part of this year's rotation. Lance McCullers getting back and being healthy and shaking the rust off and just being someone that can contribute, even at a chew up some innings throughout the regular season, was a plus. Now we've seen Lance.
Yeah, because at the start of the season, we didn't even know.
Right.
You wouldn't even say he's going to pitch.
Well, now you've seen Lance through 10 starts. There's been a couple of really bad starts where he was either tipping pitches or lost it completely. But really, that we've seen flashes from Lance of the old Lance that can be really, really good, that can strike guys out, that can get a lot of swing and miss. And whether it's Lance takes the third spot or it's Spencer Arrighetti comes back, takes the next step from what we saw last year and for the couple of starts this year, and he takes the third spot. Either way it goes, where I'm at is that third starter right now, I just don't have a lot of confidence in based off what we've seen. And that's a problem.
Even Spencer, even with Spencer, because I feel like you seem to have more confidence in Spencer right now than Lance.
Well, I haven't seen Spencer, so I don't know. I was just assuming that Spencer Arrighetti was going to take that next step. I got a lot of confidence in Spencer as a really, I mean, hell, he's a prospect at this point in time. If we're being honest, he hadn't pitched enough to be a solid MLB guy. But I mean, at the end of the day, I like what I saw from Spencer. But I mean, I think what we've seen from Spencer pales in comparison to a good to great Lance McCullers at this point in his career. So either way it goes, whichever one of them steps up and takes that third spot, I'd feel a lot more comfortable about our Astros if that third starter in the rotation was a little bit more solid.
Yeah, text line coming through. In no way does Lance make me feel comfortable. Listen, I'm not going to fight you off of that. He's had some rough starts, and as you said, he hasn't pitched before these 10 starts in 900 days. In multiple years, but that's why to me the second half for him, the next however many starts for him are big, because to me if you start to see a level of consistency for Lance and he strings together 6, 7, 8 starts, for me, like his history has to also attach to that if he starts to string together some consistency. The first 10 starts have not been consistent.
No, it hadn't. But to the texture, I mean, that's the whole point of the conversation. I don't think anybody right now is in any way, shape, or form confident with Lance. That's what we're talking about. Like that third starter in the rotation is up for grabs, and I'd feel a lot better about it if either Lance gets better or Arrighetti comes back and his nails, one of the two, right? I'm more comfortable right now with trying to figure it out Lance in that 4-starter role is the point. I don't think anybody right now is confident that Lance McCullers down the stretch in a playoff series versus the best Major League Baseball has to offer is I don't think anybody's confident in that guy being a factor. But hopefully he can get there. I think that's the point. Hopefully he can get there in the next 10 starts.
All right, hopefully Tyler can get to whatever the hell it was he put into because it seemed really intense. I would really love to see what that is. Who the hell is that kid? Jesus.
He's like a guy from Tyler's Sterling.
It looks like Doogie Howser just walked out in this piece and on this. Okay. Oh, and he's 8 over. Well, not bad. All right. He's 8 over. Anyway.
Richard Tedder.
Is that his name?
From Switzerland, it looked like. Yeah.
Dick Tedder? All right.
Look at it right there, number 5. Got her up.
Coming up. Our offensive line watch heading into a training camp starting next week. We'll look at the most experienced one, returning one they have there, Titus Howard. Is there less pressure on Titus Howard now that he's moved away from his natural position? We'll discuss that next. But before we get there, guys, let me tell you about Clayton Homes and their sign and sales save event. It is going on right now. And with that, you can save up to $5,000 instantly on your home purchase at Clayton Homes and the sign and save sales event. Now, I also want to let you know that it does end on August 31st and restrictions do apply. So you would want to talk to your realtor, whoever's handling your purchase, for details. But with this, you can save up to $2,500.
providing emotional and spiritual care to those affected. But they can't do it alone. You can help. Visit salarmyeds.org to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's salarmyeds.org.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, training camp gets going coming up next week, next Wednesday, and the offensive line is always going to be a big topic of conversation.
They're all fixable.
Leading into the season. Boy, that's what the hope is for Texans fans, that thing is fixable. And we'll see. But we've talked about a lot of guys. We talked about Jake Andrews, who feels like he's going to be the starting center. We talked about Blake Fisher, who feels like he's going to be the right tackle. Laken Tomlinson came up as well this week. And we talked about the rookie, Ariante Ursery, who they drafted yesterday. And Clint, today, let's look at Titus Howard. Titus Howard, who has been here the longest across that offensive line. He is a right tackle, was paid as a right tackle. Currently, the team's fourth highest paid player this year. Second is Dalton Schultz.
We don't like that.
Say it again.
Money.
We don't like that.
Top four for you is that will get paid this year. Money they will get this year. Not overall contract, but this year is Danielle Hunter 1, Dalton Schultz 2.
It felt like it ripped my nuts off.
Derek Stingley 3, and then Titus Howard, DJ Stroud 5th. But that's the top 5 in terms of guys that will get paid.
2025 monies, huh?
Right now, yep, 2025 money. Titus Howard there. Do you feel like there is less pressure on him, Clint, moving inside? His natural position was right tackle. A lot of a contract was brought up for him. Now he's clearly moving into a spot where it's not, the position they had planned for him to play or he had planned to play. Do you feel like less pressure is on Titus Howard right now with the move into right guard?
No, I don't think less pressure is on him. I don't know that he's ever. If there's ever been a lot of pressure on him, so
you don't
to
think
speak.
so?
I don't know that pressure's ever been a thing for him. I mean, really, because of the way he's been used, he could always look up and say, "Guys, the hell are we doing?" I mean, it's one thing to quote unquote cross train your offensive linemen. It's another thing to use that as an excuse when you have no other answers other than to move your right tackle to left guard and move him around every time somebody gets injured because you're so ill prepared for the issue to arise, right? So I don't think Titus Howard's ever been put in a position to really feel pressure.
It feels like a lot of negative that comes around him. Like anytime he struggles, it is over the top negative, especially when he got that contract.
Yeah, I think if anything, there's more pressure because I think it's clear to me that he has been training and preparing to be a guard. Like there's no more of the excuse. Like I've always looked at Titus Howard, in my opinion of Titus Howard, I've always thought more highly of Titus Howard because you prepped all off season and every bit of your training, your diet, your mindset, your studies, everything was around playing right tackle. And now, once again, he's being asked to play left guard. What people don't understand how difficult that is. So if he does struggle a bit, he's the one guy that has the excuse. All of that stuff for me is out the window with Titus Howard. It's clear now, you are a right guard. You have trained, and every snap that we've seen him take in the OTAs and minicamp was at right guard. It appears, I haven't seen the numbers, but it appears that your body is built a little different, which lends itself to playing guard not tackle. It looks like he spent a little less time worried about being athletic and a little bit more time worrying about being able to anchor that ass down in interior offensive line play, right? You all of your mentals have been geared towards playing guard. So if anything, to me, there's more pressure on Titus Howard than less pressure, because now you're making that money and the organization is asking you to do in April what they're going to ask you to do in November. So if anything, I think there's more pressure on him to perform at a high level, because he doesn't have the excuse of I've been pushed around, flopped around.
I would hope that, and would think maybe the thought is, all right, man, he is sacrificing, right? And I do think a lot of people, especially fans or whatever, do look at that and it maybe feels different, right? The opposite of Laramie Tunsil. There was no way Laramie Tunsil would move a position if he was playing tackle. Like, he's sacrificing money, sacrificing the position he's most comfortable in. So I do feel like at least the hope is, if there is some struggles, that he maybe doesn't catch it like he was catching it at times at right tackle. So I do think there is a better feel for Titus Howard, what he is sacrificing, especially from the organization and the fan base. But to your point, the duties and the mission still stays the same. Like, he has to be a space, just like he had to be at right tackle. He has to be a space where that's something that the coaching staff and Nick Caley and company don't have to worry about. Like, his spot, even though he's not a normal right guard, but his spot, you may have to wonder what you got at center. You may have to wonder what you got at right tackle. You got a second-year player like at top. But they've got to say, all right, you're the fourth highest paid player on the team. Your spot has to, like, that can't be a spot that we got to worry about.
Yeah. You look at this, the left tackle, left guard, and right guard, those three spots, for different reasons, but those three spots can't be Nick Caley issues or Cole Popovich issues. They can't be.
Those are all veterans who have played.
Well, but your whole organization went out and got them.
Yeah.
Right? Your whole organization watched Titus Howard and said he's a better guard than he is a tackle, and he's a better right guard than he is a left tackle. He's better on the right side.
And we don't need to get any in that, and that's not where we need to upgrade.
Nope. Lakin Tomlinson. You look at Lakin Tomlinson. He's had experience with D'Amico Ryans in San Francisco, firsthand experience. That's who you went and got to fill the biggest void in the organization the 3 years that you've been here, 2+ years you've been here, right? Cam Robinson, you bounced Laramie Tunsil up out of here, which I agree with, and your answer was Cam Robinson. Those three spots cannot be issues for the Texans this year. Center, right tackle, swing tackle. What is Trent Brown? What is Ariante Ursery? What is Blake Fisher? We can live with that. But right guard, and left tackle cannot be a problem for Nick Caley to fix.
As long as Cam Robinson is in at left tackle.
That's right.
Those guys are in.
That's right.
At those spots. Yeah. So, yeah, I do think the feel of Titus Howard is different around the organization and the fan base for the sacrifice, but he still can't be a problem. He's got to be able to hold his spot down. All right, coming up as we continue, the Rockets Summer League is rolling, and I think the player or players that we were looking at have probably been shut down. But Reed Sheppard did compete in that, and it got me to thinking about what he did there and the development for him and the importance of that going into next season. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Yeah, well, before we do that, though, I've always got to keep you posted on what the important things are this time of year. And there's several of them that I tell you about on a daily basis. This is about making sure that if the power goes out at your house, which around these parts it is hurricane season, by the way. It does happen.
right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your local grocer and pick up your favorite flavor today.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Really proud of myself.
I'm proud of you, too.
Clint did all right, too. The Drive, we had a little lunch at Twin Peaks. As Clint has said in the read, it really is Bikini Week.
That it is.
It's true.
A lot of teeny-weeny bikinis running around there.
I didn't see any weenies.
Watch, I said teeny-weeny. It was a figure of speech there, Chief.
Oh, okay.
However, you did see several.
Yeah.
Place is loaded. Place is loaded with them.
Okay, it's a sausage fest.
I mean, place is loaded with them, let's be honest.
But no, it was a good time as always, and I fought it off. Tyler, and no faults to his, as he should, ordered that nice bowl of queso dip. She asked him, "Do you want to add some meat to it?" And in my mind, I'm thinking, "You better."
Of course you do. What kind of question is that?
Of course, Tyler turned it down. I don't want any meat. No meat.
I don't get meat in the hot cheese.
Oh, they brought it over, and I did not get one. Mentally, I had 15. And it was disappointing. I didn't feel like Tyler was actually getting enough cheese on his chips.
So you're analyzing his queso.
And that's not your fault. You eat it your way.
The ratio is key.
Did you put that leftover cheese in your to-go plate?
No, he just left it there.
Oh.
I just took my 10 dishes.
It hurt, man. It hurt.
Not to eat it or him leaving it there?
All of it. All of it. But I fought it off. Did not get one. I thought Clint was going to get one, but he used it as a place to put his gum. I said, "Oh, okay, Clint's backing off." Just drank water. Almost pulled the trigger multiple times on a beer, and then when Clint ordered his Coors, at that point I almost just said, "F it, let me get a mule, please." But I held it in, got it in. We did the salmon, did the rice pilaf, 700 calories on that piece. Now we did succumb to Tyler and his and me and Clint did split a chicken tender, but I feel pretty good for what we were able to pull off. I was able to accomplish. The fellas got beers. Did I want one? Yes. Did I want a mule? Yes. They had multiple of them. They had the Crown Apple mule that really talked to me. I started, "Hey, you didn't see me over there, Tyler, a lot. I was putting the show together, but I was also adding up calories and seeing if I could just make this work."
Making me proud,
I'm
bro.
sitting there saying, "It's only 180 in this thing here, man. I mean, God, if I were to get a beer, it'd be 220. I'm looking at it, comparing it to Mick Ultra. Mick Ultra's not bad. I'm thinking, wow, we're right in the same range. I said, stop it.
You did a good job. Are you proud of yourself now, though? You proud you got through it? You fought through it?
Yeah, I am proud. I am happy.
You should be.
Yep. It was tough, though. That cheese, man, that cheese dip just sitting there and just and I could tell the cheese didn't feel like it was being used properly.
It wouldn't be, yeah, I agree. I mean, hell, you can look across there at Tyler's whole plate and feel that way. But the reality of it is, Ron, is I was going to give Tyler hell for just ordering the queso and just putting that big platter right there in the middle of the table and just tempting you. But then you reminded me I had me a tall beer, so I have a hard time. I have a hard time taking a shot at OT on that one, knowing that I sat there and had me that was the 29-degree man size right there looking at you.
That was the part. I feel like Tyler was asking for help. I feel like he was asking for help with that queso.
It's a lot of cheese,
and I didn't. And I hate not being able to give him the help that he needs. and that was the the mental part of it, too, was just Tyler needed that help. We don't want to let that food go to waste. It was just it's a tough one, man. So
we got through it.
We did. Big day. Yeah, we did. Clint, I was been checking out a little summer league with old Reed Shepherd, and really he stopped playing. So it's now a bunch of guys out there that are just out there gambling in Vegas and just running, and hopefully they can hang on.
They ain't just gambling, boy. I guarantee you, them flights from the rest of the country going to Vegas probably.
We going to Las Vegas.
Yeah, they probably got they probably got some visitors out there. Probably pretty fertile hunting grounds out there for them boys.
Well, I bet they are. Yeah. 6'5", 6'6", walking through them hotels.
Oh, are you kidding me?
That's why they call it Sin City.
Yeah. The good thing though is on a serious note with Reed Shepherd is anytime a prospect, particularly one that you need, it'd be nice if he took the next step, at least to contribute in critical moments if need be. It's always good in summer league if he gets 2-3 games in and then bows on out.
Yeah.
If he finishes
that's enough.
Yeah, if he finishes the summer league season, I don't know that we saw what we needed to see. The thought that, hey man, it's sparingly and it's been impressive enough to where the organization is like, all right, we're gonna limit the risk here because we got what we want.
Yeah, he went out there and he got up shots. Let me tell you, his first game he got up 25 shots. The second game he got up 19 shots. He had 28 in game one. Not a great shooting percentage, 10 of 25, 6 from 15 out of 15 threes. And damn it, that's what you're going to be needing to do. You're going to be needing to do during the regular season is get up threes and be a big-time shooter from the outside for this team. But that first game, 28 points, 6 of 15 from 3, 8 rebounds, 4 assists, 4 steals, 3 blocks in 33 minutes. Game 2, 18 points, 3 rebounds, 1 assist. He did have 6 turnovers, 4 steals. And, again, not a great shooting percentage, 6 of 19, 1 of 7 from 3 with that. I just look at that, though. Obviously, he is going to need to develop Clint. He is going to need to be a part, right, of this team with the skill set that he has. But it's not just on him. I think just as important, and I have felt like this is a bit of a blind spot, and I know some people feel this way when you look at how Cam Whitmore was handled and some other players were handled, Clint, is Ime Udoka also has to be willing to say, all right, even though he may not be helping us in the way I want him to help us right now, but I have to play him. I have to give him a chance to get these reps. So when we get to April and we get to May and June, hopefully, that he is ready to contribute.
Yeah.
And so I think there is a blind spot with Udoka with certain guys, especially young guys. And now when you look at this is going to be a team that's trying to win right now, win a championship, he sometimes will push those guys down if they're not giving him what he wants. And I think it's going to be on him as much as it is on Reed Shepherd for the development.
Well, I think the approach here of Ime Udoka has to change, right? I mean, up until this point, it's been about building culture. It's been about chemistry. It's been about, finding guys that would grind and play hard on both ends of the floor for the entire season. Now, they just had a ton of success through that process, but I think that was the focus for Ime Udoka. Let me find a bunch of guys. Got to find out who they are individually, sure, but as a group, let's set the standard of if you're not going to play hard, if you're not going to play on the defensive end of the floor, if you're not going to hustle, if we're not going to be physical, then you're not going to play for me. So I think it was more of the discovery phase of this rebuild for the Rockets up until this year. Ron, I got to believe that the mindset this season changes, not just for Kevin Durant, but for multiple guys, and that change being, one, you got to load manage those guys because you know what you got. It's no more about – you don't have to play Fred VanVleet, if you will. I'm just using him as an example. But you don't have to play him extended minutes because you need the team to know that, hey, this is your damn leader. This is a guy that is made a priority, so y'all might want to fall in line. You don't have to do those things anymore. And so hopefully the switch of being able to load manage some of those top-end guys, the older guys, the veteran guys, and knowing what you have in most of your young guys allows you to now, the Reed Shepherds of the world, to be patient with them and allow them to develop the way you're talking about them. Hopefully this year, I would think there's a significantly different approach to the season and a significantly different approach to young guys getting playing time than there was last year and the year before, I would think.
Well, the only thing that makes me concerned is last year was still like, hey, we're building.
Right. You just happen to have some success through it.
This year is we're here.
Right.
And we're contenders. And, hey, if he ain't have time for Cam Whitmore last year, if he didn't have time for some of the young guys, Reed Shepherd last year, like there is a wonder if he'll have time for him this year. Like if they aren't getting to it, because there's some coaches who can be patient with it, right? I think J.J. Redick struggled with this. All of a sudden, you look at the end of the year, he's not played any of his young guys, and they don't have anybody to roll through. And I think this happened with, I think, a complaint from a lot of people with Cam Whitmore and Reed Shepherd that you didn't give those guys enough of a shot to play. So then when you needed shooting at the end of the year, well, these guys ain't played.
Well, one could argue last year, though, Ron, is they were trying to figure out what the hell they're going to do with Jalen Green, which is obviously a priority.
That's fair.
They're trying to figure out, hey, how good is Amen Thompson? Hey, will the top line guys that we have, will they play hard when the lights are the brightest? And so I would argue that phase, you found out you ship Jalen up out of here. You know what Şengün's going to do. You know what Amen's going to do. Hell, you could even argue you know what Jabari and Tari are now. And now the one guy that you need to discover and develop is Reed. And so I would argue that there's time for that now.
And there is a clear role for him.
Yep.
Very clear. It should be a clear role for him.
Hopefully he can fill it.
Yeah, hopefully he can. Should be easy for him. All right. Coming up, there's one position, and it is on the side of the ball that the Texans feel like they are very, 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 very strong at, the defensive side. Should there at least be a little bit of concern? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right.
Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Booker Damn T. We got, Nick.
EJ fits our scheme just because he's fast, long, athletic playmaker. All right, he made a ton of tackles, over 100 tackles his previous year. EJ was a young player coming out of Tarleton State that he started out as a special teams player, and he showed that growth, became a starter, was an impact player for Indy, and we're looking for him to do the same. Just come in, compete, do what he's been doing, play fast, make plays all across the field. We feel like he can really help us.
All right, that is D'Amico Ryans talking about the latest addition on their linebacking core, EJ Speed. And Clint, you said it. You are convinced that they just bring EJ Speed over here just to be like, what was my man's name from Tampa they got in there? Was it DJ White or what's White's first name? Devin White, yeah. And he was just kind of depth and injury stuff, and once people came back, he went back and set on down, maybe did some special team stuff. And I'm with you. I don't think EJ Speed has been a starter and probably had options to go places and decided to come here. It would make sense for a reason. I think this defense, and we've talked about it, has a chance to be the number one defense in the league. It has a chance to be. We've talked about top 5, top 3. They got a chance to be the number one defense in the league. They've got for the most part, a lot of the parts that you would need, and they also have that man you've just heard talking about, EJ Speed, one of the best defensive minds in the game, an elite defensive play caller in D'Amico Ryans.
You're going to get hit hard if you're playing against us.
Damn it. I had it, man. I was ready to just waltz right through that. I know it, D'Amico.
You're gonna get hard.
Yes, I did not participate in that, by the way. But he talked to. But as you heard him talking about EJ Speed, they add him there. You look at that core, Clint, and it's Azeez Alshire, who they brought over last year, who was for the most part really good when he played, except for late in the year. Henry To'oTo'o, and I know you've talked about this. He was arguably the most improved player on the team last year.
Yep.
The step he took. There's Christian Harris. There's Neiman, who we've seen get a lot of run in OTAs and mandatory minicamp. And then, as we just talked about, EJ Speed. Now, I know it's not the end-all, be-all. We've been doing the ESPN top 10s they've been doing all week on every position. Now, we didn't really talk about the linebackers that much because the Texans didn't have anybody in it. And I found it interesting. There were 32 total players listed from the top 10 to the honorable mention to the players who received votes.
It's really about the 69.
69, one more, 70 executives, coaches, and scouts. They came together, and only one player for the Texans was on any of the 32, and that was the one player it seems like that it doesn't seem like is in the mix. Christian Harris was the only player that received a vote in the Texans off-ball linebacking core. And I just throw that out. We look at that. I know it's not the end-all, be-all, but that's 32 guys, and the Texans had one guy, and it doesn't seem like he's the guy that's starting. I've looked at every single depth chart, and Christian Harris is not one of the 3 linebackers they have there. Clint, is this maybe a little bit bigger concern, that off-ball linebacker situation they have there, that maybe we're looking at?
Yeah, I do think it's a concern because for several reasons. One, I don't think EJ Speed comes here unless he's all but guaranteed starts.
You'd be surprised if he wasn't one of the starters.
I just think EJ Speed's a caliber player where he can go somewhere where he's competing with somebody that has little to no experience. It's odd that if he picked a place where Christian Harris is healthy and in a good position with the staff, it would be interesting. The head coach is on record talking about this is the best linebacker that I've ever coached. Most athletically, most talented, most gifted, whatever he said about Christian Harris. For Speed to join that group, it would be an interesting approach.
Yeah.
Unless there's something going on with it. Like, it's hard to connect all the dots for me.
Yeah.
But to answer your question, assuming that Harris is healthy, and you've got Harris and Speed as your outside linebackers, along with, obviously, Jalen Petrie, who is, your nickel defender. I think the Reed kid that they drafted this year, the safety out of Penn State, I think he ends up being more like a linebacker than a safety. So I think they've got some options, but it's one of those where there's smoke, there's fire. I can't figure out what the hell's going on with Christian Harris. And I know we keep going back to that.
Do you like the group, though, overall?
I love the group if
you do?
If Christian Harris is healthy.
If he's healthy and playing.
If Christian Harris is healthy and playing, hell yeah, I love the group. I think you got two true middle linebackers, and I think you got two outside guys that, assuming you're not going to play much base anyway, but you're going to play, and I don't know what the percentages are, but you're going to play a huge chunk of your defensive sets are going to be with two backers. A middle linebacker, a speed backer, and use
Petrie.
And use Petrie. And like I said, you could use Kamari Lassiter. You could use, I think Reed's going to end up being a box safety, which is unheard of in today's game, but more of like a linebacker.
Gardner Johnson.
I think I like the group. I like the group, but that hinges on Christian Harris being healthy, and you again,
or not just healthy, but them also feeling like he is one of the guys that they can play. They should play. It's been a weird thing, right? I don't know if he was healthy late last year. I don't know what that was about, that he was playing special teams snaps and not on the defense. And and you're right, we have not seen him yet in OTAs or mandatory minicamp. And then they did make it, they were vague, but they did make it seem like he was trying to get over something, that he was trying to get healthy with something, and that's why he wasn't here, and they'll be ready to bring him back. But that's what makes me feel better. Like, I look at the group, and I think Azeez Al-Shire is a good football player and was really big for this team when he played. But I think there are some deficiencies. I think Henry To'oTo'o, as you said, improved and is a really good football player. I think he maybe shares some of those deficiencies, and a lot of times they had those two together on the field. EJ Speed, brought him over. We'll see what that looks like. But to me, the reason why I feel better about it is, one, they've got D'Amico Ryans there, who is the play caller and knows that position. And you feel like when you have him there with that position, like even if there are some deficiencies or teams trying to take advantage of things there, you feel like D'Amico can help cover that in some way. And second, to the point that I think you've been making is, they have a dude that has a chance, that has the ability to be Pro Bowl level. They have a guy in Christian Harris. They have a dude there that would change exactly how you feel about this team. I'll be damned if he played last year. There's no way he's not on this list in some fashion. Honorable mention, maybe top 10. I don't know, especially the way he closed out the year 2 years ago. So to me, with Christian Harris and his ability, and D'Amico Ryans, it makes me feel a lot better about the group. But there is a way that you could see if Christian Harris isn't getting reps and getting a lot of time, or he's injured, there's a way that you could look at this group and see that it could be some problems there.
Well, to me, and I'm trying to find it right now, but I mean, EJ, like Speed started 15 games last year. This is a starting linebacker in the National Football League. This is a guy that was top 12 in total tackles last year, Ron.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't come over here to be this year's Jake Hansen. He didn't come over here to be, well, what's my man 43 that had the neck roll?
Oh, Neville Hewitt.
He didn't come over here to be Neville Hewitt. You know what I mean? And so you look up and you've got Azeez Al-Shaair, you got Henry To'oTo'o, and you got what we hope is a healthy Christian Harris. Who's the odd man out? As a Texans fan, I love it, assuming Christian Harris is healthy, because now you got 2 speed backers you can roll with and a true nickel defender. Now you got some real speed on the field, and that's best case scenario, right? With the addition of E.J. Speed and Christian Harris getting healthy, the Texans now have the ability at the off-ball linebacker position to be as fast and as strong in the man coverage game as anybody in the league at the linebacker position. When you look across there, you can throw E.J. Speed, you can throw Christian Harris, and you can throw Jalen Petrie or Kamari Lassiter or Jalen Smith, the rookie, or whoever it may be. You throw those 3 guys around out there as your sub-package linebackers, you got some serious speed. From a coverage standpoint, you're in a good spot. From playing mobile quarterbacks and keeping them in the pocket, or at least keeping them from gashing you, you're in a good spot. So you look at it and you go, yeah, I love it if everybody's healthy. But E.J. Speed don't sign here if he's looking at being this year's Neville Hewitt. Like, he ain't trying to get them kind of risk. This is a starting linebacker in the league.
Yeah.
This is a productive linebacker in the league.
Our guy Aaron Wilson, listening in, said Christian Harris didn't practice, and he did report that he had a right calf issue, and they expect him to be ready for camp. Maybe not the first day, but they expect him to be ready for camp. So it was an injury situation.
And that, to me, now that's the fear, right? Yeah. That is the fear, which makes a ton of sense. I mean, E.J. Speed doesn't come here if he's staring in the face a healthy Christian Harris that the head coach, defensive coordinator believes is potentially the most talented linebacker in the damn league. Right? I mean,
he's coached, which he's
right.
coached Fred Warner, so
right.
That may
but look, best case scenario, if Christian Harris at some point does get healthy, you've got some serious speed options there at that linebacker position that are second to, from a speed perspective, it's second to nobody in the league.
And the other part to me that I don't know is do they still, I would assume it's just been injury stuff with him. At the end of the year was weird. Do they still view Christian Harris as that type of dude, right? Because Christian Harris was going into this time last year, Christian Harris was a no-doubter of one of the most important players on the defense.
Ron, we're a year plus into this.
You know what I mean? This calf, yeah. And maybe it was last year, but it was weird that he was still getting special teams reps at the end of in the playoffs. Like, I do that's the other part. Do they still feel that like they felt about Christian Harris coming into this point last year?
I would venture to say that venture to say that they still feel that way.
But then they went and got E.J. Speed, which was,
it's the confidence of, do you want to depend on that being your speed linebacker? Given the injuries, given this calf issue that keeps rearing its head, if that is indeed what's going on. That's the unknown, if you will, at that linebacker position is the scary part here. But if the unknown turns into a healthy Christian Harris and Speed and To'oTo'o as well as Azeez Al-Shaair and then all the nickel packages, nickel options that they have, it's awfully sexy at that linebacker position.
Yeah. They have things and they have really good potential pieces there
options,
if they can roll. All right, a good conversation there. Someone texted in and said, Miko is the linebacker whisperer, so I ain't worried about nothing. Fair. I can understand that. Fair.
I love D'Amico, and he is a hell of a linebackers coach. He was a lot better linebackers coach when he was coaching Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw.
The hell, he was coaching Christian Harris.
I don't doubt
but he makes that. But with the guys they have,
he's going to get the most out of the guys that they have. I don't in any way, shape, or form blame the fact that Azeez Al-Shaair can't cover the middle of the field last year in critical moments in a playoff game. I don't look and say, D'Amico, boy, you stink as a linebackers coach. There's some shortcomings with Azeez Al-Shaair and Henry To'oTo'o in pass coverage, period. Whether it's zone or man, there's shortcomings. And maybe that's the E.J. Speed, Christian Harris, need there to have two of those guys. We'll see.
All right, as we continue riding here on the drive, there is some news here about the Houston Astros. There's some changes again.
Oh, yeah.
And I believe as Tyler was talking to me in my ear as we looked at these changes, Tyler said, what'd you say? I don't like this.
I don't like the way it looks, smells, whatever you want to call it.
Change the roster, the lineup.
I don't like. Well, we'll tell you on the other side. I'm not going to give away the tease, or many of you are probably going to now go look it up. But we'll talk about what you're about to look up coming up next right here live on the drive.
Well, here's the deal. I tell you one thing that ain't going to change is Academy Sports and Outdoors having a ton of options for whatever the hell it is you're looking for, as well as they're going to have prices that you love. Look, there's end of summer savings going on right now, up to 50%.
Those affected. But they can't do it alone. You can help. Visit salarmyeds.org to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's salarmyeds.org.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, here's some news. We announced yesterday when the Astros announced their pitching rotation for this Seattle series, and we thought it was very, very odd that Hunter Brown wasn't in the rotation. He was not pitching one of these 3 games that is important. The Mariners are now 5 games behind the Astros after the Astros went 1-5 in this recent 6-game homestand against the Guardians and Rangers. And then with that, the Mariners swept the Tigers and ended in a pretty good note. So now it's a 5-game lead. They are kicking off the second half with a 3-game series on the road in Seattle starting tonight. And Brandon Walter gets the ball tonight, which was an odd choice to really set the stage and really set the tone for the second half. And he's followed by Lance McCullers and then Framber Valdez. Well, this just came out from Matt Kawahara of the Houston Chronicle. The Astros announced a change to their rotation for the Seattle Mariners series. Hunter Brown will indeed start Sunday's finale. Framber Valdez will not. Valdez will pitch in the following series at Arizona per team. So Hunter Brown, who wasn't to start, now he is going to start in the series Sunday, and now they're moving back Framber Valdez.
What the hell is going on?
What's on your mind, Todd? Because you responded with, "I don't like this. What's going on? Where are you?"
I thought two things. Whenever I saw last segment on the old Twitter machine, the Twitterverse over here, that this news of the change for the starting arms for the Astros, first thing I thought was, just as weird as these last two seasons have been for this organization and the weird stuff that's happened with injuries, and you know the stories, you know everything. My initial response was panic, to a degree. Like, something's up. Something's wrong. We wouldn't have laid out or had information out there about these arms and then switched it up on the night the series is starting. And then the second thought I had, which also is not a great one, is Dana Brown getting ready to trade Framber Valdez?
No way. No way.
Which I know is the more of a long shot, but I did think about that.
I mean, if Dana Brown, if Jim Crane trades, the hell with Dana, if Jim Crane trades Framber Valdez right now,
13 straight wins.
Framber Valdez in his last 13 starts, the Astros are 13-0 and he's 9 or 10-0, whatever he is. In the midst of it with a 5-game lead, no. That I don't even want to give that credence. I mean, I understand the thought that better not be the case.
And they say no.
Now, the other part, I don't know. It does make you think, is somebody's arm tired? Is somebody, like, are they, what is the strategy behind? First off, how come both of them aren't pitching in the damn series? Why is Brandon Walter pitching tonight?
Right,
That's the first thing.
Why can't we just get both of those arms?
It's like they made some sort of they've got some kind of rule that they can only. Okay, they're putting briskets on these Whoppers now. Anyway, they've made this deal where they can only pitch one of their great pitchers in this series that's important, that Clint says is, an 8 or a 9 of importance in this series against the Mariners. This is really strange.
Clearly they don't see it through the same lens that I see it through.
Yeah.
I did see something on social media where there's a shin or something injury with Jordan Alvarez.
Kyle Tucker back?
No, not Jordan, but Framber Framber did get hit with a comebacker.
God, what's up with all these weak ass shin bones?
That shifted from 2 days ago?
Exactly. Something's going on. Son of a bitch.
Text line, the Mariners lineup is full of lefties. I don't think that's a big deal. So they're just not going to. So if it's full of lefties, how come Framber's not pitching against the lefties?
Yeah, that still wouldn't explain it being sprung on
What
him.
are you talking about? That doesn't make any sense. I don't care if it's full of lefties or righties. That doesn't take Hunter Brown or Framber out of the equation.
Oh, my God. This don't make no sense.
Are they sitting out a series against a team that is loaded with righties or lefties? No. That doesn't make any sense. And you know it, ma'am, sir.
I'm just saying, this could be absolutely nothing, but it absolutely could be something.
Right now, it's just strange. It's weird. Why would they? Why are they doing all this switching?
Makes us all nervous.
What's going on?
Well, didn't the report, to Tyler's point about a potential trade, the report actually said that it stated that Framber will pitch against Arizona, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't that it's undecided there. It was
Valdez will pitch in the following series at Arizona per team.
Yeah. So I take.
Did
that
Dana just wake up today and just say, "I want Hunter in there Sunday"?
No, there's got to be some that comebacker off the shin has to be.
It needs another day.
A little tender or something. He came back from his little break here and was a little tender.
I had those for lunch.
You did have a little tender. They were actually good.
That's what you're going with. All right, that's better than traded. That makes me feel better than traded. It is. That Sally said that looked like it really hurt. No, it did. It did. He kept on going. That was Saturday, right?
Yeah. Maybe he's getting his hair redone, so
now you know what? We did take that into account. That actually,
it's probably a process.
That could be. Come on, man.
I think it's just a little tender.
You think it's just a tender? Let's set him out and get
tender shin.
But it's tender that they know though for certain it's tender, but they know for certain he'll pitch Monday. Or maybe you know what they did say we'll pitch in the following series. So it could be the last game of the series. It could be It doesn't necessarily mean that it's Monday.
We're trying.
Well, I would prefer to go ahead and let Hunter Brown pitch his first game against the Mariners tonight, and then if Framber happens to be tender on Game 3 of the series, then we can move him then. But that's okay. I'm not going to panic. I'm not going to panic, boys.
Yeah, but again, Clint, wouldn't that explanation help? Because like if they said, "Yep, Framber, want to get him a couple of extra days from the tender shin that he had. He's good. He'll pitch against Arizona. All right, we're good."
Well, you better be careful with that tender shin. Say that too quick.
I lied. We're not good with the tender shin because now we'd have to put it in the hands of those guys. But like at least the explanation right now is just like because first off, it's still very confusing of why they won't pitch those two in this series. Like they're coming out playing the Rockies.
Yeah, we don't want one or the other. We'd like both. The hell y'all doing, boys?
Yeah. Ocho, Brandon Walter is about to shut y'all up tonight. That guys, that's fine. I hope he does. But again, Ocho, and you know it as well as I do. Nobody gives a damn about what Brandon Walter is going to do. That doesn't make sense to start Brandon Walter tonight to kick off the potentially the most important series of your season up to this date when you have Hunter Brown available or Framber Valdez.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
I'd like to take this time to send a shout out to my man Earl. As you know, this has been a week. I didn't tell you, Clint and Tyler, but I had the fence guy come out this morning. So
we're got a lot going on out there at the crib, man.
We're adding it up, and I had the fence guy come out this morning.
Is that Bijani?
No, it's my man Earl around the Missouri Western area, the Missouri City area. My man Earl came out, and I said, Earl, man, I appreciate you coming out. He said, "Are you sure? Your show? Oh man!" He said, "Oh man, I listen to you every day."
Is that my boy Ron?
It's like he didn't shake my hand when he initially came in. He did, but then it's first thing.
He loosened up a little bit when he realized he knew you.
That's right. Big Earl took care of me, man. S&E fencing, good dudes.
What is it? S&E?
S&E fencing, baby. Took care of me over there in that Missouri City area. But Big Earl, boy, he's a listener. He said, "Hey, man, we went over there. We took care of Mark Vandermeer, too." I said, good, man. Got Vandy's house right, too. Got their fence right, too.
Rock and roll, meow.
Hey, this is hurricane season, man. You never know. That week
high winds. You got rid of one problem on that fence. Now them hurricanes come through.
I tell you.
Hurricane season was over.
Yeah, Bear did some damage over there to that fence. What side of the fence over there? Got to get repaired there. Little Bear try to dig that sucker right up out of there. But shout out to my man Earl who took care of me earlier today. But that is the latest there. Coming up, I showed some more growth. Very proud of myself. There was a time that this situation that happened at Twin Peaks would have gone a completely different direction, but I have growth, and I'm happy about myself. And Arch Manning. And I want you to think on this, and we'll talk about this on the other side. Does college football need Arch Manning and the Texan Longhorns to really be in the mix for them to get the ultimate peak of college football this season? Do they need Arch and Texas to be a big storyline during the season? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. I don't know if we need Arch, but we damn sure need them silver bullets. There ain't no doubt about that. We were down there at Twin Peaks today. A show was mentioned multiple times. We were down there at Twin Peaks today, and I ordered me one of them 29-degree man-size drafts, and I do Coors Light. You can do whatever you like. I would encourage you to go the Coors Light route, but you can do whatever you like. I'm just here to tell you that Coors Light is a beer that's made to chill. Coors Light is known as the world's most refreshing. The fine folks that brew Coors Light, they have the utmost respect for all of us beer drinkers down here in the Lone Star State. It is the most beautiful
Play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Didn't have Chingy on my bingo card to hear that today, but whatever. Please don't do that. Oh boy. Somebody text in, fellas. Notice my 6'10" guys at Twin Peaks before the show. The drive is live. That's right. We did grab some lunch there.
Didn't you say hi?
Yeah. Probably wasn't sure. No, it probably was.
I have some pretty distinguishing markings on my arms.
Yeah. Don't be shy. Come on out over and say hi. By the way, Twin Peaks, real growth for me. Not only was I able to walk off from the queso and the beer and the drinks.
Still very proud of you about that.
There's a situation that happened, Clint, Tyler, and the listeners. You know me. This is something maybe 5 years ago, maybe 2 years ago, that may have had a different outcome.
Okay. What is it?
I don't know if you noticed what happened there with the tickets, Clint.
I heard a little scuttlebutt over there with y'all that it got charged as something else, but I didn't know what it was. What was it?
So if you remember, so I got the salmon. I got a little bit of got a little appetizer, a little green chili soup they have there.
Mm-hmm.
Not bad. Tyler got the queso without the meat for some reason, but he got the queso. Tyler got him a couple of drinks, a couple of brewskis. Got the chicken tenders and fries. Got him a nice thing.
Mm-hmm.
They ran my card for Tyler's.
So you got Tyler's grub and drinks, and which probably costs a little bit more than yours.
It's just a $15 difference.
Okay.
You save money on that golf shirt up in Michigan, man.
I'm just saying, I'm proud of myself. There was a different point in time where I would have flagged that lady down to make sure we got to the bottom of this. Let's make sure we fix this.
So you matured a little bit.
I've matured. I've gotten better.
Do you think you actually matured, or do you just think because it was Tyler and you feel like he probably does a lot for us and it's probably worth the $15 to not hassle over? Was it growth, or was it just acknowledging like, hey, man?
No, I think it was growth. I just said, hey, it's $15, man. Like we'll get it together some round. I did look at it. I said, damn. Oh, I said this is Tyler Milner. I said,
salmon price has gone up.
If yours is no, she handed me the right ticket. She handed me the salmon and the soup and the water, which is free.
But
it said Tyler Milner, and
she thought you looked like a Tyler, and he looked.
I don't know. She just ran that thing wrong.
It was her birthday, man. Cut her some slack.
It was.
Did y'all get a name?
Taylor.
I
was gonna put her out there, but
yeah, girl.
Yeah.
I mean, it was her birthday.
Yeah.
Show her a little grace.
It was just $15
on her born day, man.
I do believe, and I believe most everyone listening is probably saying, Ryan, quit being cheap. Did you even thought about it? What is the what's the money price where you do flag it down? Because 15 is not. Where is it? If there was a mix, if there was a mix up, where is the line for you?
Because I mean, I feel like that also depends on what your situation's looking like in that bank account and the weekly check.
Yeah, but I mean, a normal situation where it's now we're a principal or something like. I think for me, if we'd have moved into the 30 to 40 range, I may have had to say something to Taylor.
I would have had orders. Jeez.
I'm just saying, if there were I'm just saying, like, no. I mean, if you got a
30
round
or 40 at Twin Peaks, you drop that real quick.
If you got a round of shots,
stiff, dirty ones.
If you got a round of shots or something that was added, like I'm like, whoa, hold on now.
Give me a double.
I was supposed to be paying 24 here, and this thing was working to 60. I think at that point I might have to say, yo,
give me one of them doubles.
Hey Taylor, you ran my card on his. I would go.
This man's drinking double Duttons.
I'll wait, ma'am. I'll wait.
I don't know if you paid attention, but I'm going to diet over here, which means my ticket is significantly less than it typically is.
And I walked away from that ticket. I said, "Damn, I paid for that case. So I didn't even get to eat any of it.
Should have hammered it.
I should have taken it right to the
Yeah, I don't. Like Tyler said, a lot of factors. I think context matters.
Yeah,
it would have had to have been a big amount of money.
I feel like you're like at 100. You're at 100. If it's 100 range.
Well, now I mean, if it was just a mistake and there was some slappy sitting across the table from me, then no, it wouldn't take a whole lot of nothing. I mean, just out of principle, I'd be like, no, this ain't it.
I'll wait.
But if it were one of you two, I mean, I feel like somewhere along the way, I probably owe you two $100 for something. Like there's no, I'd be okay with whatever happened there. That wouldn't. So who I'm sitting across the table from really matters. I mean, you two, either you or both of you, I'd probably go ahead and eat that one.
I don't know.
Chalk it up to
100. I can't eat 50. I don't know if I can eat that, dog. I can't eat that. I said, damn. That went from 24 to 39 real quick.
Hold on, Joe.
Real quick on me, real quick. Hey, I know Tyler is going to drive through this topic, and that's fine. We'll hear his comments. But I said on the other side, what do you think about this? And 713-572-4610. By the way, that was Jaquan. I say Chinky? Oh, that was Jaquan. I am so sorry. I mixed my St. Louis.
Yeah, I wasn't going to call you out.
You should have. No, don't do that. If I blew it, if it was Jaquan, you say it. Don't just sit here and have me just saying it. Right?
I was also just really vibing to it, though.
I know it, man. That was wrong. But
I think he actually agreed with you.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
No, I didn't. I went.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I literally didn't even say words. I just breathed.
Do you think college football to reach its ultimate peak? And again, this is like people are gonna watch it, everything, right? But do you think it's another level for them? And they're hoping big time that Arch Manning and Texas are one good, like in the mix like Heisman conversation and in the mix for it all.
Yeah. I've said it a million times. I think college football is significantly better, and this will get me fired from every bit of business I got in Arkansas, but I think college football is significantly better when Texas is relevant. And there's no, I mean, it doesn't have to be championship caliber level, relevant, but winning ball games and not losing games they shouldn't lose. Like I watched Arkansas strum them in Fayetteville, Sark's first or second year, and that was not a great Arkansas team. I was like, this is embarrassing. Like, yeah, college football is and here's to your bigger point of Arch Manning. Like I think this year there's a lot of quarterback stories that are out there, and I think even the SEC has a stronger crop of quarterbacks right now than they typically do. The Arch Manning college football story, outside of him being a Longhorn, the Arch Manning college quarterback story has a chance to be super, super fascinating, given obviously his uncles, given his name. It's less about being at Texas and more about just Arch Manning. They've built this thing up. This has a chance to be a really, really fascinating story. If this kid plays out to be a really, really good high-level college quarterback that maybe after the season or maybe after next season can be a top 5 draft pick, that's going to be a hell of a fun story to follow, given we watched his uncle and I guess his two uncles light it up at the pro level and win Super Bowls.
Text line coming through. He is ranked the 4th best quarterback in the SEC alone. Yeah, but he is ranked the number 1 star in the sport.
And 2026 NFL MVP.
Okay, there it is. There he is driving through. The college football is a sport that, I mean, they're going to roll. Like, right, A&M Notre Dame is going to get watched and is going to get big views. But college football is not a sport that always just has, like, casual fan stars. Like, I think a lot of people know Arch Manning. I think there are a lot of people out there, you say, that know who Arch Manning is and may have a hard time coming up with 4 other football players that don't go to the school that they root for. Right? Like, I'm trying to – I said it while you were talking to Tyler in his ear. Who's the last, like, star that casual fans know? Like that, your wife or your non-football fans would know. And I think Arch Manning, we're talking Tebow.
I thought of another one.
I think Johnny probably went Johnny's second year, not the first, the second year coming off the Heisman. I don't even think Cam counts because, you didn't know who the hell he was going into it. This is going into the season. You know who Arch Manning is. Yep. He's been banged over your head. So whether he's the 5th, 6th, or 7th best quarterback in the SEC, he is a star. You said you had another one?
Yeah, what about Joe Burrow?
See, I don't think a lot of people knew Joe going into the season.
Mm-hmm. No,
right?
I think
like
that's
you know
fair.
what I'm saying? Like coming into it, you knew who Tim Tebow was after the first year, and then after they won it all, and then he came back. There's just not like there are like it. I think what Arch is different than guys that just burst onto the scene.
No, there's no question. That's what I'm saying. Like the the story that can be, because we ain't ever seen him do he ain't pissed a drop, so we don't know. It's not like we have the previous year of all the guys you mentioned. It ain't like we have that, but you have the hype and you have the expectations, and so that's what I'm talking about being fascinating with him. Is it'll be a lead as long as he plays well. It will be a lead story in college football all year long. It has that level of potential of everybody checking in and seeing what the hell Arch Manning is doing at Texas. Yeah. Even more so than some of the guys that deserve it across
You're right.
the country.
Like you just brought up, Shedeur and Travis were probably that last year. Guys that they weren't the best. Shedeur weren't the best, but they were guys that people knew walking into the season.
I want the dogs.
And then I think that's even heightened with a Manning at Texas in the SEC.
I agree with like national championship expectations. Like those expectations weren't on Colorado.
But you saw how big it was for Colorado and and all of that.
Yeah.
This is Deion's the biggest star in probably the sport right now. But you got a player in this in Arch that if he has good numbers, that people will like that will grow and grow more and more. All right, what you got coming up?
The biggest X factor for the Astros in the second half of the season. He's no longer a luxury, ladies and gentlemen. We'll tell you who that is, and we'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. I got to tell you about Orchard. You're talking about a luxury, Orchard being available to you. Because here's the deal: the biggest mistake you can make is selling your home and settling for less money. Right? You want to get whatever your home's worth plus some if you can. Right? And here's the deal with Orchard. Is you never have to settle if you lock arms with Orchard. So bottom line is, if you're trying to sell your home, if you're trying to get into that new dream home, Orchard is who you need to lock arms with.
well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
You're getting me football horny, as Clint would say.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Yeah, it is. Mokaram Injury Lawyers, baby. Hard as hell to say, but always easy to dial. 281-222-2222. If you or a loved one's ever injured in an accident, you know who to call. There ain't no doubt about it, man. Mokaram Injury Lawyers. If you're out there and you're listening, however you're listening, we greatly appreciate it, baby. We appreciate everybody out there that's watching on YouTube and Twitch as well. But I want to encourage everybody out there to download the Odyssey app. We greatly appreciate it. Keep us on your hip. Take us everywhere you go. AUDACY. The Odyssey app has got everything right there at your fingertips. Obviously, you can listen live. There's rewind features. You can go back and catch Nick Casario whenever he's on with Payne and Pendergast and Boys in the Morning. You can also find every segment that we have individually podcasted right there, so you can pick and choose what you want to listen to, as well as all the podcasts that you could possibly imagine, including the Big Orange Wagon that Tyler Milner and Patrick Creighton put out. All things Astros. They are rocking and rolling. You can find it there as well. That is the Odyssey app, AUDACY.
True MFers.
There you go. We got a lot going on, y'all. Astros cranking back up tonight. We got some movement in the expected rotation for this very, very important Mariners series. We do not have a lineup out yet that I've seen, but we will stay on top of it. We'll have that for you. MLB cranks back up. Astros crank back up tonight, and I'm looking forward to that. Also, turn that thing on. What's up?
Well, you should.
Yeah, baby. We got the Texans going to reporting next Tuesday, on the field next Wednesday. We got us a party Monday, boys. We got us a little media kickoff party with the Texans.
All right, don't get fired, baby.
I always have a lot of fun at these things.
I know it. Operation Don't Get Fired,
yeah,
baby.
Hey,
drinks are flowing.
Drinks are flowing.
Whiskey on the McNair's tab,
finger
baby.
foods out there, and every year when I leave, Tyler's get just rounded into form, and I'm like, keep my fingers crossed that we got tea on Tuesday.
No lies detected.
He's going to show up nasally, but do we have tea? Is he going to show?
The drive is live.
Is his fob going to work? That's the key.
I love you, Omar.
That's the key. That's right. Big O, we greatly appreciate you, bub.
Shout out to you too, Linz.
Everett, I like you too, even though you're with the enemy now over in Tennessee.
He won't be there, man.
Come on, he's not going to be there, but you can still like him. He's a good dude, solid
I love
dude.
Everett. Yeah, he's a great guy.
Shout out to you, Lindsay. Said his name wrong for 3
Foxy?
years.
Who, you did?
Yeah.
You got Lindsey Fox, right? You got Foxy?
I got LF.
Got it. All right, Texans, big media kickoff party, y'all. I'm looking forward to it. Always good grub. Always good catching up with those guys. That's when you know that it's fixing to get real around these parts, and the hours are fixing to go a little longer with practices and eventually games, and the action's getting kicked off. It's going to be fun. Also, right now, the Open Championship, formerly known as the British Open. I don't know why is that illegal. Is that illegal to talk about?
You can call it either one. You can call it either one.
I kind of get confused. Now, to be honest with you, it's always the British Open because John Daly. I remember walking through John Daly's house and seeing these 2 trophies that looked like his kids had been playing with them outside in the dirt, up on the shelf in a dark room, and I was like, JD, that's. I mean, the two wins you got, PGA Championship and the British Open. 1, I thought the trophies would be a lot bigger and a lot better looking, but 2, you got them in a dark.
Did you get to hold them?
I didn't pull them off the shelf. No, they were absolutely filthy. They were. I'm not joking. They were absolutely. I don't think he's ever shined one of them.
Wow.
They were in a room where you'd have to walk. I walked in his living room, out by the pool, all hanging out. I had to walk to a back bathroom, and on my way back through, I walked through a den that just had some memorabilia in it. And I just happened to look up, and above the fireplace, 2 little trophies sitting there. I mean, if I didn't know he had won them, I wouldn't know what they were. That's how unassuming they were, and how dark it was, and how dirty the trophies were. Not dirty as in like John's a dirty. Well, you can imagine John probably.
Just so he cherished.
John's probably a tad bit dirty. The point was they hadn't been polished at any point in time. But speaking of golf, Scotty Scheffler is leading the Open Championship right now. The significance here, obviously, number 1 in the world. No surprise that he's leading, but Scotty's got to get to this career Grand Slam mark, right? Who did we seed? Is that Rory that got to it earlier?
Rory got it.
Rory got to it earlier this year.
Rory!
Scotty Scheffler's got 2 Masters championships, and he's got 1 PGA championship.
It does feel like he's won more majors than that. But he's just won everything else.
He has
really crushed the Phoenix Open.
He needs he's won a bunch of them lead-ups, hadn't he? A bunch of warm-up tournaments.
Travelers. Yeah, he's real, though.
He's won a bunch of those. All right, he needs the 2 Opens. He needs the Open Championship, obviously the U.S. Open, to complete the career Grand Slam. He is the leader after day 2 at 10 under. He shot 7 under today. Fitzpatrick is second. There's a couple things that stick out, I think, on the leaderboard for me is there's a fella out there called Gotterup. I could have a lot of fun with that last name, Tyler. Gotterup. I'm sure it's pronounced differently, but I feel like as a man, it's my duty to pronounce that as Gotterup. And we could have a lot of fun if that was a buddy of mine.
Do you think he embraces that, or you think he's over it?
I think I'm butchering the hell out of it, and I think.
Listen, that ain't the first time people have decided to go with it as Gotterup, and I'm certain he's dealt with that most of his life.
Well, if he's not American, it probably doesn't sound like he got her up.
Yeah. Well, I'm telling you. That he has been a Gotterup for a while.
Gotterup is American, so I'm wrong. He is American.
Yeah, I wonder has he embraced it or if he's over it.
Oh, Chris Gotterup.
I remember we got in trouble once when I was working in Kansas City.
A good-looking dude too. I bet you he did get her up a few times.
I got some news for you. That is exactly the pronunciation.
It's Gotterup.
It's Gotterup. Is it really? I just checked. Yes, it is exactly pronounced Gotterup.
I don't know who his buddies are, but if they don't have T-shirts made and got her up, laid her down, got her up. If you don't, invited her home, got her up. If you don't have some sayings on these damn T-shirts, if you ain't the R-rated version of Kirk Cousins' friends that show up at the Falcons game.
She got me up, then I got her
That's
up.
Right.
You may be surprised by this. I've gotten in trouble a few times in radio
for got her up?
For comments. And things I've said.
I believe that.
Shocked.
This happened to me. The Royals, they weren't real happy with me, and I had a meeting. They had a player. That's why I said I wonder, is he embracing it? Is he cool with it, or is he someone that gets really annoyed by it?
Right.
Royals had a player by the name of Richard Lovelady. So,
old Dick Lovelady.
Oh yeah, I see what you did there. It annoyed him.
Oh God, yeah. We got a message. We had to sit down there about. Come on, man. Hey, guy, listen. It's something he's dealt with his whole life. Like, just if you can just call him Richard, Rich, or not really, because I'm in my 20s, so I'm in my early 30s, so I'm really emphasizing. Oh, Dick Lovelady, get him, Dick. Get him, Dick.
Hey, he could have been if he didn't embrace the name, he could be the spokesperson for that old boy that does those advertisements on our station.
I think we had a song or an intro or something for him. We went all the way out. That's why
you got to be.
I hope he embraces. Got our ass up.
There's some. I could see where Ron could say some things where I would have to be like, "Nah, Ron, I love you, man, but you was wrong for that." Come on, man. You got to, you got to be a sensitive. You got to be a sensitive ass man to be named Richard and be offended by radio hosts that call you Dick.
Dick Lovelady.
Holy cow.
You got to be kidding me.
What a last name to match.
That couldn't go so. Couldn't be any better.
I think he's still pitching. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, got her up. He's tied for 5th with guess who? There's several of them, but one of them's White Tyrone. A White Tyrone hat, and Ron was shocked by White Tyrone still playing some good golf, y'all.
That Tyrone hat, that is just not a match. That is just not a match what that gentleman looks like. Now, he has his beard clean, though, but that is just not
He's clean. What is the white flag with the red cross? What is that?
Sweden?
It's not
Netherlands or Sweden, maybe.
It's not McElroy's because it's a bigger red cross, but there's a bunch of them out there. Good gosh, didn't realize it. But White Tyrone, he's tied for 5th. Also, if you are a golf fan, not only is Scotty Scheffler leading, Fitzpatrick.
Oh, I'm an idiot. That's England. Sorry, dude.
Is that England?
Could not let that go.
Well, that makes sense. There's so many of them there. It makes sense. I was going to say, I didn't know we had that many Denmark pro golfers in the top 15. But
That's my bad. I couldn't let that go.
On, right?
Must be a hell of a golf academy in Denmark.
Shocker, you'd see the English flag at the British Open. I'm an idiot.
Not only is Scotty Scheffler leading the Open, but Fitzpatrick second. O'Gotter up and White Tyrone's tied for fifth. But Finau, Bradley, and Rory McIlroy are some of the bigger names that are up there towards the top. Obviously, Burns as well. The field, the top of the field here, the leaderboard, I guess, is pretty impressive. So this could be a really, really, really good tourney down the stretch to watch this weekend. Now, unless easy going Scheffler runs away with this thing, which wouldn't surprise me.
He shot a 64 today, so
yeah, 7 under. He was rolling, son. 10 back, or 10 under. The Astros, they crank up tonight, and like I said, we will have the lineups coming up here pretty quick. I would not be shocked if there's something a little bit sideways there. We already had a little news about a shift in the rotation during this Mariners series. Ron will hit that a little later. But I think a big part of this second half of the season here, Ron, is two guys, right? It's Lance McCullers and Spencer Arrighetti. You got to get those two guys back. And the question is really a simple one for me. Is where are you at right now with Lance McCullers? 713-572-4610. Where are you at right now with Lance McCullers? Obviously, yesterday I gave you my opinion on Lance McCullers, and it made you think a little bit. But I'm confident and comfortable with where Lance is in terms of him coming back and at some point helping this team in critical moments.
To me, for the Astros, when you look at what they have, to me, at their best and experience, I would want Lance to take control of the third spot. Like, and it's not just the Lance that was of old. Now, he needs to get more consistent, but you can understand maybe he's not as consistent yet in his first 10 starts after sitting down 1,000 days and not pitching and not facing. But even this year, there's been about 3 or 4 starts where we've seen Lance, and Lance is there was one against the A's where he was nasty, where he struck out 12 in like his 4th start back. I think he handled that Dodgers lineup really, really well. He went 6 innings, no runs in one of those. And we've seen him in the postseason since 2015. We've seen him in the postseason perform, and he's a good performer. And then just stuff like he's got the capability of just missing bats, and he's done it many times, and he's done it multiple times this year. So for my thought is, if they're not making moves, Lance McCullers, to me, I know this sounds crazy, and I know Ocho is probably rolling over in his car right now, or wherever he is, but I trust Lance more than I trust Spencer Arrighetti, who I haven't seen a lot of. I trust him more than all the others. And listen, I just can't put stock into the Christian Javier's and Luis Garcia and the J.P. Francis that they're going to come in and start. I'm not saying they won't contribute, but as we sit, it's July 18th. Yeah. Those guys aren't about to enter starting rotation.
Well, I think it's a 2-horse race, right? I mean, here's the thing is I like where Lance McCullers is in his comeback, if you will. But to feel, I need to see more from Lance McCullers to feel confident that 3-hole starter in this rotation when it matters the most is going to be him. I just think it's a 2-horse race. Spencer Arrighetti comes back at some point in time, and Lance McCullers comes back. Which one pitches well? Which one pitches the best? Which one steps up and takes a strong hold on that 3 spot in the rotation? That 3 spot, I may be crazy, but to me, that thing is just it's really a deal killer. I don't know how the Astros make any noise in the playoffs without that third starter being at least a guy you can somewhat depend on.
Maybe. It's just last year we watched a couple of teams do it with 1 or 2 starters, right? Detroit had 1 starter. I think the Dodgers had 2 that they were depending on.
When the Rangers won it 2 years ago, didn't they? They just had all banged up, and they just had
Eovaldi and Montgomery. Yeah. That's all they had. So, but it does change things to where you don't have to just keep pitching guys on short rest. And Lance is capable of somebody. Lance or Spencer, you would hope, are capable of getting to a lineup.
Well, I like your point of Lance, the best that we've seen. And I've seen enough from Lance this year to think that he still could potentially have the great Lance McCullers in there. We've seen great outings. Now, we've seen bad ones as well, but we've seen a great outing. We've seen consistent outings. We've seen some struggle, but that we've seen enough of the really good to think that, hey, this guy could no doubt run away with the third starter in this rotation and be a real impact player. The second half for the Astros, we talked about some of the bats yesterday. We talked about guys overall getting healthy. But the real X factor here, or the real wild card here, is Lance McCullers and how good can he be, and can he put a stronghold on that third starter in this rotation? Because if he can, that'll be nasty. Fromber, Hunter Brown, and a really, really good, dependable, consistent Lance McCullers, that'd be a good way to roll into September, boys.
Yeah, text line coming through. Unless Lance picks it up 4 or 5, Bill. Yeah, Bill, again, I'm not meaning the Lance that's pitching right now. The Lance is pitching right now. It's inconsistent.
He's got to pick it up. Yeah.
That's why I think the next couple of next month or so, his starts are really important. And the reason what I'm saying is, like, for me, if I'm a Texans fan, I would love if Juice Scruggs was the one who that could communicate and do everything, and he was the one who could take the center job, because I think physically, like, he's probably the one that's most suited to be able to handle guys.
Absolutely.
I would hope that is the case. Now, it may not be the case because other guys are better communicators, but cross your fingers. The hope would be, if he was as good a communicator physically, he's the guy. And to me, when you look at everybody's stuff and experience, I would hope that Lance is the one that could take it, because I like his experience and
I like
skills.
the way you punch that.
Yeah, I punched it in the air, too, if you're watching. All right, coming up, we will give you the announcement. Some changes being made already out the gate with this series from the Astros, and we'll look at some stuff. Maybe these changes mean something coming off, especially off what we just talked about. We'll do that coming up next.
Should I say the Astros?
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Our job as an offensive
any in urgent need. The Salvation Army Emergency Disaster Services team is on the ground right now, serving hot meals, offering shelter, and providing emotional and spiritual care to those affected. But they can't do it alone. You can help. Visit salarmyeds.org to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's salarmyeds.org.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Our Astros made an announcement earlier today. They are in Seattle, so it may be a little bit later before we get any kind of news or updates on the lineup. And I think that is a big deal. We have not heard anything yet about Jeremy Pena being back. We have not heard any moves or anything like that. That's one to watch to see if he makes it back. We heard there may be an outside chance that he can come back for the Seattle series and that he was doing well and feeling better. So that is one we're looking at. We will keep our eyes and ears open for that. As I said, they play at 9 o'clock tonight, so it's going to be a little bit later when it comes to the lineups and news. But one thing we did learn that did get dropped today was the announcement with the pitching rotation. Yesterday, or 2 days ago, they announced that Brandon Walter, followed by Lance McCullers Jr., who, coming on the text line, people believe that Lance is no longer a big leaguer. Lance McCullers will pitch on Saturday, and then it was scheduled to be Framber Valdez. That has changed. The Astros have announced a change to their rotation for the series against the Mariners in Seattle. Hunter Brown will now start Sunday's finale, and Framber will not. Valdez will pitch in the following series at Arizona per team. That's a report coming out from the Astros. So we were just really kind of confused a little bit why Hunter Brown wasn't pitching in this series. And now he is pitching in the series, but now this means Framber Valdez is getting bumped down to pitch in the Arizona series. So that is an interesting way they're going about it. We would think that it would make sense to pitch them both in this series as they open up, as everybody is fully rested. But they are electing to go the other way, so Framber will not pitch Sunday as previously scheduled. It will now be Hunter Brown.
Well, I think it's a hugely important series, obviously. So I'm with you, Ron. I don't quite understand. I was not hoping for one or the other. I was hoping for both of them in this series, and Lance McCullers, and give our best shot for 3 straight games to Seattle. But that's not what we're going to get. Now you start looking at it of like what could possibly be going on with Framber Valdez, and I did not see it, but apparently there was a comeback that hit him in the shin.
Yeah.
And this could be a shin issue. Interesting shin issue. Yeah. Well, again, we talk about PTSD with this whole Christian Walker thing at first base. But if you want to talk about PTSD, boy, let's get a shin issue that all of a sudden gets stretched from a week to 2 weeks and starts pushing back starts. You start remembering back to that Kyle Tucker mess that the Astros.
He did continue to pitch in that game.
Yeah, so he should be fine. But I got to believe that it probably has a little something to do with that. Maybe he's a little tender coming off of it. Maybe he's tried to do. I don't know. Framber Valdez probably got a little extra cardio in over the break. Maybe you think maybe overworked it. Maybe a little soreness in that shin.
Yeah, that feels like Framber.
And now that he's back with the team and he's back with the docs and the training staff, maybe they can get it right. And they wanted to push him back a day. I'm gonna stick with that, Ron.
What do you think is Framber's go-to cardio? What do you think is his go? Is there a machine he hit? Like, I look at Framber, I don't feel like Framber loves cardio.
He goes to the local high school track when they leave like the gates open.
You think he's a track runner?
Well, he needs something structured like that track to keep him focused and ready and know that he needs to sweat already some more.
I think he's the old school stair climber.
I could see that too.
That's what I meant. That's the most intense. I mean, you
think he wants intense? You feel that from Framber?
I think he waits and has no choice. And I think I think there is a strengthening component to climbing stairs that pitchers typically need that in their lower body.
Because I think Hunter Brown gets after it. I think Hunter. I think Lance. I think they love
Diesel.
I think he will get on that treadmill and go. Framber looks like
Framber
like you say he's got to be
the
drugged to it. All right, let me get this elliptical.
I hadn't done it in 2 days. I need to burn an extra 400 calories. I mean, I need some strength in there. Let me go ahead and get on this stepper.
Got to get this Dos Equis salt out of me.
Let me go no hands on the stair climber for 30 minutes.
He does look like a fella that when he retires, it could be touch and go.
Ooh, no question.
Oh, yeah.
No question. I mean, he's the guy, too.
This is going to be Jason Kelsey.
I guarantee. No, it's not.
This is more Darrell Revis.
Yes, Darrell Revis, potbelly and all. He's the guy. I guarantee you right now. You go in there and he's on that stair climber, and I bet you you have no clue who it is because he's got both arms and his head laid on the dash, and a towel over his head and his.
You don't
arms.
think he's reading a book?
Oh no, he is hating life. Just getting through it, man. Just getting. I may be completely wrong, but that Fromber screamed. I'd bet money on it. I'd bet money on it.
Maybe he's got a Peloton and he does the mountain climbing portion of it. The power portion of it.
Even then, he's leaned on that screen. I guarantee.
You think he takes his hair off for cardio?
He can't. You can't. It's not a wig. It can't come in and out.
In?
Oh right, it's like threaded in there.
Yeah, it's in there. What a disrespect to Brandon Scott. By the way,
never say that about Brandon.
It's a disrespect to Brandon Scott that he's just doing that.
Oh, Framber's disrespectful. Yeah,
Framber is from the jump. I told 2 or 3 people that had no idea that Framber was
at the game.
Yeah, they said no way. I said yes, absolutely. You think he's been sitting there just been growing that? No, he took the shortcut. But what we've been just talking about here with their rotation is weird thing because they're electing to go with Brandon Walter to kick things off. We just talked about this with Lance.
Win tonight. We're going to sing a different song tomorrow, ain't we? Or Monday, ain't we?
I'm not. I'm in my drop. I don't care who's in the street. I don't care what you say. If you got C.J. Stroud and you decide to rest him for some reason and Davis Mills comes up and wins, it doesn't mean that C.J. Stroud, that was the right call.
Celebrate the decision.
Yeah, that was the right call.
God bless.
No. Do you think at the deadline – for you and 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, you could jump into the conversation we had about Lance and this right here with how they're announcing this rotation. Do you think starting pitching is the top priority for the Astros at the deadline?
Oh, man. That's a tricky question, Ron.
I mean, just don't know the hell's coming back.
Well, all of it. You don't know who's coming back. You don't know if the youngsters are for real. You don't know if Spencer Arrighetti comes back or if Lance McCullers. You don't know if either one of those guys are going to be worth a damn come September. We have no idea.
Hold on. Clint, how good does this have to go for you to feel comfortable with Ryan Gusto, Brandon Walter, or Big C getting a start in the postseason? How good would this second half have to go for you to be comfortable with that decision?
Well, you'd have to get Jordan back, Pena back, Jake Myers back.
I'm just saying,
get everybody back, and they'd be tearing the cover.
What kind of second half would any of those pitchers have to have for you to be
if Gusto keeps doing what he's doing,
you can believe in Gusto.
I'd at least sit down and watch the game with a little bit of confidence. Tyler's Big C. I think the wheels have come off the last 2 times with him, and There's nothing overpowering with him anyway. When the wheels come off, it is a bad scene, man.
I got to make a trade before any of those 3 get on the mound.
Oh, I agree wholeheartedly.
There's nothing that can be done for me. There may be something Lance and Spencer Arrighetti can do to make me stop and pause, but I cannot walk in to Yankee Stadium and Ryan Gusto or Walter or Big C get the ball. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. And I would have to make a move. So I think there's an argument that it is their most pressing need because they're finding some way to piece this offense together. And Jordan just kind of changes things if he ever comes back.
I was fixing to say, that's true because these guys come back. Is it even fair to think that the guys that we keep throwing their names around? I heard B. Scott and him talking about Christian Javier and Luis Garcia. Is it even fair to think that they're going to be?
To me, not as starters.
No, but I mean, at all. Like,
you're right. I mean, yeah.
Like they may if everything goes according to plan. But I mean, is it really fair to even expect and try for the organization to depend on that? Does it even make sense for them to depend on that? I don't know. So I mean, I wouldn't. So yeah, look, that third spot in that starting rotation that we talked about with Lance McCullers and that we talked about with potentially Spencer Arrighetti. Yeah, it would be nice for them to make a move. I would say it's the most pressing need. You make a move for that guy, and he's a surefire number 3, and then you've got Spencer and Lance and Luis Garcia and Javier and all those guys coming back to kind of piece together that 4 or 5. I would say it's probably the most pressing.
Text line coming through: left-handed bat with Victor Caratini being your best left-handed bat right now without Jordan.
Yeah, I'm just not a believer in the left-handed bat. I mean, I'm not a believer that you need it. I'm not a believer that
you're saying over a number 3 starter.
I'm not making a move for a left-handed bat. Like, I'm making a move for a hitter that can help me, sure, or in a need position, sure. I'm not. I don't feel. It's like the conversation the texter said earlier. Like, I'm not. Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez are not missing starts because there's a bunch of left-handed bats in a lineup, or because this team hits the fastball well, or hits the off-speed stuff well. Those are 2 guys that are they're pitching as many times as you can get them. That's it. That's it. Like I've never been a believer in the left right. I've never been a believer in needing left-handed or right-handed bats. When you're dealing with those top-tier pitchers, I don't believe in. There's no reason under the sun why I don't want them on the mound. And so I just the left-handed bat, sure, it'd be nice, but I'm not making a move for it.
All right, coming up, we've been looking at offensive linemen all week, guys that we think are starters. It's now time to go to the highest paid guy on that offensive line, Titus Howard. Where are you at with Titus Howard? What kind of pressure does Titus Howard have on him now moving in to right guard? We'll discuss that next.
Hey, look here. If you've ever had any kind of storm damage around the house, man, you know that presenting those storm damage insurance claims can be difficult. More times than not, they are. The insurance companies, they push to deny, delay, underpay. They do everything they can to.
right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, I mean, we got a chip on our shoulder, and people underestimate what we're going to be this year, but, that's their problem. When that first game comes and we come out that ball and hit them in the mouth, they're going to be like, oh, these guys for real.
Changes
I feel
the
like
narrative.
we've been putting that work in right now, and we're going to continue to put that work in training camp, and every day ain't going to be perfect, but I'm telling you, when that game one comes, and they see what the Texans offensive line is about, we're going to be ready.
All right, that was Titus Howard, the most veteran returning offensive lineman that the Texans have. And he was talking that talk very similar to what Andrews was saying yesterday. Yeah, you're going to hear us. Y'all going to feel us. You're going to know you done played the Texans. And
I think Lakin Tomlinson's out there, too. So he's talking about it a little bit, isn't he?
They're feeling it. They're talking about it's a new look. And, boy, do the Texans need that from their offensive line. But we've talked about several guys that we think are either going to be starters or contributors to this offensive line as we lead to training camp next week. And Clint, Titus Howard, to me, if you look at it, you would say this is the guy that is the veteran guy that's been here the longest. He's a first-round draft pick. He got a new contract. He got paid as a top 5 right tackle when he got the contract. Now he is moving inside to play right guard now. One of the biggest needs that you had, right? That guard position, interior offensive line, was by far, with a bullet, the #1 issue that this team had last year. He is expecting to fill one of those voids. I think you made the point earlier. They made the decision that's the best route for us and not to go free agent-wise. What kind of pressure do you think is on Titus Howard right now as he moves inside?
Well, we talked through this earlier, and this is where I arrived fairly easily, is there's more pressure on Titus Howard right now than probably any time in his career. This, at least for me, I mean, I've always looked at Titus Howard as like the guy should be a right tackle until Laramie Tunsil's no longer here, and he should slide to the left tackle. Now, let him play the position. Let him be that. Quit letting him be the emergency at the interior offensive line when that part doesn't perform well. Like, leave him alone. Let him be a tackle. Instead, they move him inside, and then he plays mediocre, some good, but mediocre overall. And you're just like, the guy. Some people arrive at a place the guy can't play. The reality of it is for the majority of his career, we've had to lean heavily into this cross-training of offensive linemen, which you would like to have a cross-trained offensive lineman, sure, but you don't want to lean into that when you're moving your highly paid right tackle inside, right? That's not the ideal of having cross-trained offensive linemen. This is a reality with Titus Howard. There's no doubt about it that they've told him he's playing right guard. I don't care what his Twitter bio says. He is playing right guard. It appears that he has been eating and working out and handling his nutrition as if he's going to be a right guard. I would be surprised if his weight room regimen, if his flexibility in a sense of playing lower with a lower center of gravity and playing in a lower stance and being up in that 2-point stance at tackle. Like, I would imagine that all of that training and all of that the working out and everything it encompasses revolves around playing guard. I mean, I think this is the first year that we are going to see him play guard. He will have trained in every sense of the term for right guard. He's on the right side, not the left side, which tells you that they clearly like him coming out of a right-handed stance versus a left-handed stance. And so I think he's set up to succeed more so now than maybe he's ever been. Right? You can say that, hey, when he worked all offseason and was a right tackle and then got to play 5 or 6 games at right tackle, then he got booted inside at guard. So, I mean, that nixes that, that to me, that opportunity to establish yourself as a legit right tackle. It seems like we've talked about we have to go back to 1 or 2 games that he's played at each position to determine how good he really is because he's been moved around so much. We hadn't seen enough of him at right tackle. We haven't seen enough of him at left tackle. We haven't seen enough of him at left guard to go, yeah, man, we got to go back to when Jeffrey Simmons and Chris Jones, when he locked them up at guard. We got to go back to when he played really well against T.J. Watt at tackle instead of talking about a body of work. This is the first year for me that there's no excuses. Like Titus Howard, you're getting paid a boatload of money. There's enough film out there for everybody to know you're better on the right side than the left side, and you've trained your ass off to be a guard. There's no excuse why you shouldn't be the anchor of the offensive line, particularly on the interior side of it.
Yeah. No, I think there should be some, I don't know if slack or credit, give it to him, whatever. He is making I think a big sacrifice where he could have, say, no, man, I'm the right tackle, man. I'm a right tackle. You've been, as you talked about, you've been swinging me all over the place. But no, as you said, he appears to have said, I'm going to embrace physically what I need to embrace to play the position and get ready for the position, which maybe he didn't have the ability to do because he had gotten himself in a right tackle position. And he's embracing that. So I think there's a part there where you should feel like, all right, man, like there should be a real positive feel for Titus Howard doing this. But as I said earlier, where it boils down to it, you're the fourth highest paid player on this team. You're the one who knows it here. You're the one who has been in the offense as long as anybody else on the offensive line here. You're the one who's the returning starter from last year, it looks like, on the offensive line. Your spot can't be a problem.
Yeah.
Now, even it's a new one. Even though it's a new one, you're playing right guard. Like Nick Caley and Cole Popovich and C.J. Stroud, as important as anybody, should have to be able to depend on you and not have to do things. All right, well, now we got to slide over and help him.
Yeah. I'll take it a step further, Ron. Look, I think the Texans obviously have to fix their offensive line play. D'Amico Ryans said himself, you got to fix it from the inside out, right? I don't know how much better this offensive line is going to be in 2025. But I'm going to tell you this. If this offensive line isn't much improved, it better not be because Titus Howard can't play right guard. As you said, he's making a boatload of money, right? He's trained for it. This was the plan for Cole Popovich, Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, and everybody involved, Nick Caley. This was the plan to fix your major issue, was to move Titus Howard inside. The other part of that plan is a left guard position, right? Laken Tomlinson was a signature sign this offseason. D'Amico Ryans has personal experience with him in San Francisco. I got to believe that weighted big time in the decision to bring Laken Tomlinson in. And then you bounce Laramie Tunsil up out of here, which I have no problem with, but the replacement is Cam Robinson. I don't know if this offensive line is going to be better, but it better not be because Cam Robinson doesn't work out at left tackle. It better not be because Laken Tomlinson can't play himself out of a wet paper sack at guard. It better not be because Titus Howard can't make the transition from tackle to guard, because there's a lot of plan and a lot of stock been put into those three moves in particular. If the center doesn't work or the right tackle struggles, I can live with that. Nick Caley, now you got to make the adjustments to make that happen. I mean, hell, our starting center right now is a guy that New England didn't want, and our right tackle is a second-year, second-round pick that needed to develop and needed to mature and put on weight out of Notre Dame from last year. So if those two guys, hey, I get it. But the right guard, left tackle, those can't be the problem. Those can't be the problem areas.
And there's this is the first time he's played it, right? They've never even moved him. They've moved him to left guard, right? Both times. The time he had to fill in and play against the Chiefs in the David Culley era, where he played well against Chris Jones. All the other times it's been left. It's a new position, but it is a position, Clint, in which you're saying, hey, we have to be able to depend on. Just like with Laramie Tunsil, right? That's why it would be such an eye-opening thing with Laramie Tunsil. Like, hey, man, we got problems across the other spots. You can't be getting beat by Josh Hines Smith or Josh Hines Allen. You can't just keep getting beat down. We need you to be able to hold it down on your end. So I do think there is pressure right there. As you say, man, the money, the amount of time you've been here, there's going to be pressure.
And Ron, the confidence that the organization has in the two guards that they have. You had major issues. Your head coach was talking about it, clearly frustrated with it after the season. You fired your offensive coordinator for several reasons, but the main one being you couldn't protect the future face of the franchise, right, in C.J. Stroud. And the answer was Titus Howard at guard, Laken Tomlinson at left guard. I mean, those were the answers. So, man, those better not be the problem areas.
Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue right here, a little 5 o'clock fire. We'll get you ready. Baseball is back. That means Best Bets is coming up in the 5 o'clock hour as well. That returns. We'll get you ready there as the Astros will take on the Mariners. Also, craziness happening in the National Football League, specifically with the Players Association. We'll get you caught up with that. And the Open Championship. Scotty Scheffler, where is he? Where are all the other leaders? That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, before we do that, though, I got to tell y'all all about Twin Peaks, y'all. I got to tell you all about Twin Peaks. Look, it's about that time for fantasy football. It's right around the corner. And, y'all, Twin Peaks is the place to draft like a pro. From now –
Now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Live on the Drizive.
Finish it. Go hard.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T. And Moneybags is back, folks. He's sticking his tongue out for you for some odd reason. It's Friday. He is smartly, I believe, taking the week off. Taking the time. He took the All-Star break off, too, as he did very, very similarly to what the Astros did. He struggled, limped to the break.
Well, this is not good.
But tonight, he's feeling good, baby. Best bets, T-Mill's best bets are back, baby.
They're back.
They're back, baby. So
you got enough for me to get in?
Oh, hell yeah.
I actually don't. He just laid out how bad last week was, Dirty.
Well, you should have paid that off by now. You roll over the debt or what?
I paid a good amount of that debt off.
Well, let me help you get it back.
I'm working on myself getting it back with a bunch of bets tonight.
Get the hell out of here.
So I guess he doesn't have.
I got 5 best bets, but I got about 13 I'm rolling on.
Oh, my God, man. All right.
See, that's a slap in the face. You could have saved 1 for me. You didn't need 13.
I really didn't think about it, man. That's my bad.
He wasn't thinking about you.
And see, there's the problem.
You got $15 you can put on me?
I'm maxed out, man.
From that lunch today at Twin Peaks, if I could slide 15.
No, I'm pretty sure you probably owed it to me anyway.
$15. I took that picture of those tickets last week that I didn't need to take. But no, Best Bets is coming up a little bit later on the 5 o'clock hour. It is back. Let's see if Tyler can get it going and get off that little streak he was. All in the red last week, every single day.
Yes, we know.
All right, just letting them know. All right, Astros, they get ready for the Mariners tonight. Real quick, it was dropped today that Framber Valdez, who was scheduled to start the first game or the last game of this series, and Hunter Brown was pushed back. He is actually going to get pushed back, and they're going to. I don't know if they're going to switch, but we do know Hunter Brown is going to get the ball coming up on Sunday. It was first announced it would be Framber. It is Hunter Brown, and it was also let to be known and reported that the Astros would have Valdez pitch in the Arizona series next week. So he will get pushed back, but Hunter Brown gets the ball in this series, and now it is Brandon Walter tonight, Lance McCullers Saturday, and then on Sunday against the Mariners, it is Hunter Brown. For you right now, as we get in, we're here at Friday. Brandon Walter gets the ball tonight. We don't have the lineups yet because they're playing in Seattle. They play at 9, so that stuff comes out a little bit later. You're sitting here Friday. You still see this as a really important big series for the Astros.
Absolutely, I do. It's setting the tone for the rest of the season. I mean, you keep a 5, 6, 7 game lead in the division, then you've got some luxuries. You've got some advantages. You can stretch old Colton Gordon out a few more starts. You can roll the lineup out there with your last 4 hitters being minor league guys. You can do those kind of things. And not that they're doing it by choice, but you can allow yourself the luxury of buying a little bit of time here for some big guns that you need to get back. Right? You mess around and start the second half of the season the same way you finished it on that 1-5 run, then this thing's going to get real interesting. And there will be more important series down the stretch because you let the division get interesting. And so, yeah, I think it's a hugely important series as I felt yesterday. And within that series, we've talked about Lance McCullers. We've talked about that wild card factor. We've talked about the need for somebody to step up and grab that third starter in the rotation role and put a strong hold on it. Right now, Lance McCullers is really the only one in the rotation that I think has the ability to do that. He goes in Game 2 and then Game 3. Don't forget, Hunter Brown, he rolled into that damn All-Star break, just I mean, leaking oil as well.
struggling.
To steal something from you on that hole 14 before you threw the club in the tree, he was leaking a little oil. Oh, Hunter Brown was leaking a little oil too now. So, what does Lance look like in Game 2 tomorrow night? And then what does Hunter Brown look like Sunday? He's got to get back rolling once again.
No, he does. It's good to see. I wish, as we've talked about it, I wish that both players were pitching were playing in this series. That would be hugely important if both were playing in this series. But at this point, you're looking at it and you can't get swept. You cannot get swept in this series. You're saying if you get swept, now we're in a whole different ball game. But you have done a good job to build this lead to where it is, and you don't want to just lose that by having a rough series in this series. I am intrigued to seeing what the lineup looks like. I do wonder if we will get something where it is known if Jeremy Payne, any of the guys that are injured, Jeremy Payne is the one that jumps out if he is going to be able to be in the lineup, if he's going to be able to be back for this series, because they really got to get him back. But I bet there's a great atmosphere in Seattle. I damn sure believe Seattle is looking at it as this is the biggest series for them this year, and they're probably going to go at it that way. Hopefully the Astros can match them this weekend. So a big series in Seattle, and Brandon Walters, for some reason, gets the ball to start.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, this is just now coming out. The SEC preseason picks are out. And Arch Manning and the Texas Longhorns are picked to win the SEC over Georgia and Alabama. Preseason picks, they got Texas, Georgia.
Longhorn Nation, we're back.
Aren't they back?
Hell, I would say so.
Is this back-to-back years?
I can't keep up. I mean, I heard they were back like 6 years ago.
For you, do you think they're back, Tyler?
I don't really know what it means. So
I was going to say that back-to-back college football playoff.
I know they weren't back when that sound drop was made.
No, they weren't. They weren't. Who was the quarterback? That was.
That's him saying it. Sam Ellinger.
Was it Sam? Yeah, that sounded like.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's Texas, Georgia, Alabama, then LSU, South Carolina, Florida, Ole Miss, A&M.
God.
Sorry, A&M is picked to finish 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Eighth, right there.
Slap D's making this list.
Right before.
Slide over here and be a hog at 14.
Right in front of Tennessee.
Well, we know we'll beat you.
Yeah, we got to come to our place this year, don't you?
Sorry, Ron. I know you're trying to get to it, but
it's not
10 wins, site. 11 years, bro. That's it.
Not a neutral site. All right.
I think they got. Is it neutral site still, or do y'all come to our place this year, Tyler?
I'll look into it.
We'll look at it. Texas A&M sitting here at 8th preseason pick. Tennessee behind them. Oklahoma. Good Lord, Oklahoma's in the 10th spot. Auburn, Missouri, Vandy, Arkansas in the 14th spot. Kentucky and Mississippi State. Do you think this is fair? Or is this more hype? Do you get the sense that Texas is deserving of to be the favorites going into this with in the SEC, or is this more hype to you?
Oh, I think it's fair. I think they've earned it. Yeah. I think the expectations for me, I will be extremely disappointed if Arch Manning isn't better than my man that just left there. What the hell was his name?
It's easy to forget
Quinn
the Longhorns.
I will be highly disappointed if Arch Manning isn't better than he is. And the Longhorns roster in terms of what Sark is doing, I'm not familiar with the inside in the sense of all the details, but they're the majority of the time they take the field all the way up until the college football playoff, they're going to have the better team. They're going to have the more talented team. And so, I think Sark is a great head coach. I think he's done a great job rebuilding that organization. I think he's an elite play caller. He's obviously great with quarterbacks. And he's, when it comes to NIL and transfer portal, he's done well there as well. So, I think they've earned it. I think it's fair. I think they've earned it.
Yeah. We'll see here. First off, I know Tyler doesn't love to hear this, but it has really worked well, them transitioning from the Big 12 to the SEC to this point, right? They're in the title game against Georgia last year. They lose, but still make it to the playoff, and they make it to play Ohio State and lose in the game to get to the national championship game. So they have played well, but obviously we'll see what they do. They open up at Ohio State, so that week 1 they open up at Ohio State, which will be a huge game. Obviously, those two powers, but outside of that, yeah, they get Georgia on the road, so that will be interesting to see there. But they've got those two huge games, Ohio State and Georgia. Florida is actually probably going to be pretty good as well. They're going to go on the road there, so it's obviously a tough schedule when you have the SEC schedule anyway, and then you add Ohio State as a road game to go there. So it is going to be a tough schedule for them. But, yeah, man, you Texans fans, guys out there who text in, someone just texted in, Hookem, Nick, who texts in often as a Texas fan, the transition from the Big 12 to the SEC, many wondered how Texas would be able to handle that. They have clearly been able to handle that.
I mean, look, the teams transitioning into conferences.
Much better than Oklahoma has.
Well, Oklahoma didn't fare real well, but Texas did. You look at the Big Ten, Oregon did a pretty damn good job. USC not so much. You look at the ACC, SMU rolled in there and damn near won the thing. They were played in the championship. So you look at the conference expansion, if you will, and the teams that have found their way. Look at the Big 12. I mean, hell, that
Colorado is going over there and done a pretty good job from the Big 12. Yeah.
Arizona State wasn't in the Big 12 before.
No, they were in the Big 12.
They won it.
Yeah, they won the thing.
So yeah, I mean, you've got. I mean, that whole expansion thing has bode well for
a lot of teams
that were coming in.
But those are, and I think it's true. Maybe the Big Ten a little closer, but those are different than the SEC, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Those are different. Yeah, and they've come up and not just played well in it, but I mean, this is 2 years in a row where they're either at the top or looked at as one of the top teams.
Aggie ring, baby.
There you go.
5 o'clock fire.
Yeah, where's that game at? Texas, and is that at Texas?
At Texas.
At Texas, they pay. Yeah, you all hosted last.
I'll be in Austin.
You going for it?
Around Thanksgiving, yep.
I already know it, huh? There you go. Why not? All right, the NFLPA.
Brad.
Hey, huh?
Hey, he's down there.
Hey, he's down there. Why not? Think about that. The NFLPA
go down there too.
Board of Player Representatives reportedly will meet Friday night. The most pressing topic is the hiring of an interim executive director. Why? Because the ex-executive director, Lloyd Howell, had to step down. A lot of people thought a lot of this had to do with the recent issues that has been happening between the collusion findings and really hiding from the Players Association. That may have been a part of it, but old Lloyd had a little issue with the old strip club expenses.
Oh, my God.
Former NFL Players Association leader Lloyd Howell Jr. resigned after an outside investigator hired by the union received documents this week showing how Howell charged the union for 2 visits to strip clubs, including $738.82 to a car service that took him from the airport right to one of the clubs.
You motorboating son of a bitch.
And let me tell you something. Lloyd would not have any problems right now if Lloyd didn't wasn't a part of hiding, I believe, some of that information from the players. I bet you this would not have been a thing if all of that stuff didn't happen. Now they hired an outside investigator, and all of a sudden $738.82 is now about to bring old Lloyd down. I'm not going to say Lloyd ain't stupid for what he did, but I wonder if this comes out if Lloyd wasn't a part of hiding stuff from the players.
Well, look, I mean, here's the deal with old Lloyd. It didn't stop there. I mean, here's another Lloyd story.
Yeah, girl.
He accompanied 2 union employees to the Magic City Strip Club for an outing that included $2,426 in charges.
I hear their wings are good.
Cash withdrawals, 2 different VIP rooms, and then listed on the expense report. He expensed this, Brian. Like literally filled out an expense report. Didn't just have a card in a situation where
that's bold.
Nobody's watching. I just got an expense card. Nobody's monitoring. He filled out a damn expense report. Here's the purpose. Purpose on the strip club outing: player engagement, event to support and grow our union.
And I think that all would have worked. That'd have been all right had Lloyd didn't mess that up.
Just because you were growing, bro, doesn't mean that was what the message should be.
You think that's the first time we've had player engagement at Magic City? To really bring the union together? Yeah, they found they had to get his ass up out of there. It was getting hot.
I'm going to tell
Lloyd
you,
had that in back pocket.
It's not good for radio, but if you get a minute, go find what Pat McAfee had to say about it. Clearly, he has not been impressed since like when he was drafted and involved in NFLPA events and stuff. I mean, he tweeted. I mean, his tweet's 3 or 4 paragraphs long. He just, disgusted with all of them. He held no bars, baby.
I'm sure he did. Yeah, Gene Upshaw's not walking through that door anymore, is he? Gene? I bet Gene did some stuff for player engagement. I believe he Tootsie's as well is another place that he went to.
That is correct.
Shakes, boy, they're undefeated, ain't they?
Get you all the way. All right, coming up as we look at things here with the Texans here, the linebacking core. The linebacking core, is that a space? We understand on the defense maybe that is the weakest of the 3 levels, but is that a space where it should be a little bit more concerned? We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about Dr. Matorn. This ought to be, if you're dealing with these issues, it damn
but they can't do it alone. You can help. Visit salarmyeds.org to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's salarmyeds.org.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
There are a few things that get me, that stop me every time. Mark Vandermeer doing the meow thing.
Rock and roll,
that
meow.
one gets me each time. Other things. But when Jim Adler is standing on the top of that damn, that 12-wheeler or whatever.
Oh, the 18-wheeler?
That 18-wheeler or whatever. And he's standing at the top of that thing with it, with that jackhammer or that
sledgehammer.
That sledgehammer.
I growl and bark.
I missed it, man. I was wondering what got you chuckling over there.
Gets me every damn time. Like, who came up with that idea? He said, hell yeah, I'll execute it. Let's go.
I'm Jim Adler.
Get me on the top of that bad boy. And he's holding that damn sledgehammer that looks like it's about to drag him off the top of that thing.
Hey, them boys in them big truck accidents, man, going after them trucking companies, man, they make some money now.
I growl and
Jim
bark.
does his thing.
You get hit by a big rig.
And that visual just gets me every single time him at the top of that damn 18-wheeler. All right, shout out to you, Jim. And his son, even better. His son just, to really make himself look like a little Jim Adler. That is the best part. All right, Clint, when we looked at that ESPN top 10, I know it jumped out to you. We looked at the linebackers, and and then we saw, okay, no linebackers in the top 10, not a shocker there. Then we looked at the honorable mentions. All right, there was about, I think you said to me, damn, there's about 12 honorable mentions in that bad boy. No, none of the honorable mentions. Then they just also state, all right, these are other guys that receive votes from the 70 executives, coaches, and scouts. And there was one player that was in like the 32 listed players that either were in the top 10 honorable mention or received votes. And that one player was Christian Harris. There were teams, Clint, that had all three of their linebackers in the top 32 that received votes, honorable mention, top 10. Multiple ones. Hell, there are bad teams that had them. There were a lot of teams that had them. Christian Harris, only one that was in the receiving votes category, and that's Azeez Al-Shire. I think before that day came out, we thought he'd be honorable mention or at least receiving votes. He wasn't. Henry To'oTo'o, EJ Speed. I'm kind of surprised he wasn't in the at least receiving votes things. The one who was his running mate last year, Franklin with the Colts, was in honorable mention. And then also Neiman. Now he's kind of new to the scene, so you didn't think he would be in it. But when you look at that group, Al-Shire, To'oTo'o, Speed, Christian Harris, what's ever going with him and his calf, and then Neiman, do you look at that group and think, there's a little level of concern there, or there's a bit of concern there with that group?
Well, it's interesting because not being on the list doesn't concern me. You just look at the depth chart, and that doesn't concern me. What concerns me is, why would EJ Speed come to Houston? The EJ Speed signing, guys, is an Azeez Al-Shire signing. He was a top 12, top 13 tackler in the NFL last year. He started 15 games. He's a starting linebacker in this league. If EJ Speed signs with the team, you got to assume that he's coming here to start. Which brings me to my concern. If that is the case, then my concern is Christian Harris. My concern is the Christian Harris role here. I love the EJ Speed sign either way, but the concern is Christian Harris. This is a guy that, again, I don't want to beat a dead horse, and I don't want to hold this over D'Amico's head, for 5 years if Christian Harris doesn't pan out. But he is on record of and I'm paraphrasing, but saying, this is one of the most talented linebackers I've ever coached. I believe he said the most talented linebacker he's ever coached. But nonetheless, that if a coach told me that's who I was going to compete with, and I was a starting caliber linebacker, I believe I'd look at other options. The signing of EJ Speed tells me that it's highly likely that at the very least they don't have a lot of confidence in Christian Harris staying healthy. Being healthy for camp, being healthy for the season, and staying healthy long term as a real answer at the linebacker position. So that's I think that's the concern. Now, if everybody's healthy, I got zero concerns. I mean, you got Al-Shaair and Toa inside at the Mike position in your subsets at 2 of the 3 linebacker positions. If you're facing a team in division that's going to run the football a lot or something, you got EJ Speed and Christian Harris at the top of the list in terms of guys that can run. You still got Jake Hansen. You got the Neiman kid. You got some solid depth and options. But I just don't know that that's really what we're looking at. Name-wise, depth chart-wise, roster-wise, I like it. But is that really the scenario that we're looking at?
Well, listen, I have the ultimate confidence that Clint, DeMeco Ryans, as the play caller, the linebacker, one of the linebacker gurus on this team, that he's got good enough talent where this thing just doesn't go off the rails, and they are they're a real weakness. They're killing you. You're flat losing games. Now, I do think they've got some guys that have some deficiencies. I think Toa and Al-Shaair have some deficiencies, and I think we kind of saw them play out a little bit. I think there's an argument that that part of the field is what really hurt the Texans in the playoff game offensively against the Chiefs. I don't expect that to be a problem week in and week out. So that first, with DeMeco there, I think you've got to feel pretty comfortable with that. But I think what you're saying is the truth. I understand the EJ Speed part of it too, but I think a lot of this hinges on Christian Harris. If Christian Harris is the guy that we – like this point last year, coming into the year, like Christian Harris to me was thought to be one of your top dudes. It was like you got Danielle Hunter, you got Will Anderson, you got Christian Harris, who finished off the year and started to really get it from a linebacker perspective. You heard it. Aziz came in here and nothing but great things about Christian Harris from DeMeco, and said it in the media. Was like, I thought he was kind of going over the top till I watched him play. If they can get that level Christian Harris back, then I think it changes the entire way you look at the linebacking core. But, I mean, if Neiman's out here getting real snaps, if Christian Harris is slowed by whatever this calf thing is or has issues like last year, then that's a different thing. But Christian Harris kind of takes a lot of the conversation away, because the lack of Christian Harris, Clint, forces you potentially at times to have Al-Shaair and Toa on the field together. And that's what you faced a lot last year, and I think that's when their deficiencies, especially covering in the middle of the field, can jump up. But if you have Christian Harris and you have Harris and Speed out there a lot, then it's a different thing.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, how this thing unfolds. I mean, it's kind of like the nickel position we talked about earlier, Ron, where best case scenario is you got Jalen Petrie, you got Kamari Lassiter, you've got the rookie Jalen Smith out of USC, Miles Bryant, maybe somebody else factors in there, but you got options. You got run stoppers, you got pass rushers from that nickel position, you got man coverage guys, you got different things you can throw at the defense. Perfect world. At the linebacker position, you've got Christian Harris and EJ Speed that you can play, whether it's in your sub packages or it's versus certain quarterbacks or certain offenses. You got Henry Toa and Aziz Al-Shaair that you can play at the same time, again, versus certain styles of running back. Obviously you've got a little bit of leeway there from a depth standpoint for injury, to help soften the blow of injuries. But I just don't know that's really what we're looking at here. I don't know.
I find it interesting. You are convinced that EJ Speed is one of the guys that's going to play, if not just a major role, but he's going to be a guy that is out there the majority of the time.
Yeah, I don't think EJ Speed comes here if he hadn't told that, hey man, you're our starting linebacker.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think
for $1 million.
I mean, it's
$1.3 million. I think there's a lot of places he could have guaranteed.
No question. Yeah. He could have gone somewhere. And that's what I'm saying. It just tells me that Christian Harris is either they severely lack confidence that he's going to be ready, or he legit just ain't ready, and it's a bad deal with that calf.
Yeah, we'll see. But that's the weakest part of this defense right now. When you're talking about the levels, that's the weakest part of this defense. But you feel real good because your head coach and coordinator, that's his position of expertise. So we'll see what happens there as camp gets started. But that group, apparently the league doesn't view the Texans linebacking core very high. We'll see what that means when the season starts. All right, coming up. T-Mill's Best Bets. They're back. We'll make you some money, hopefully. Hopefully make you some money coming up in a bit. Maybe some Reed Shepherd stuff and the story that is absolutely sweeping the nation. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out, man. Serta Pro Painter.
By Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Tyler, I love you too, man. You so H-Town.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
This is just crazy. I'm sitting here, just see this on FanDuel. It's a video here of Megan Thee Stallion's new boyfriend. He just made 72 consecutive threes.
Shout out Santiago.
Clay just made 72 consecutive threes. Right now, how many you think in a row you can make?
7 or 8
in a row.
Yeah, that's all I did whenever I played basketball.
NBA threes.
I'm kidding.
I'll give you the high school 3. The high school.
Oh, then yeah, 7 or 8.
You got 7 or 8 high school threes.
Weta.
I got 2 or 3.
I was gonna say I got two
straight?
or 3. Yeah,
Two,
straight
2,
in a row. Yeah,
I'd be real excited with 3.
Like if I got real hot, maybe 4. But that had to be me being in about an hour and a half in, just getting loose, getting the blood going, because I ain't really shot around in a long time. It's been a minute. When is the last time you picked up you just shot?
Been a while.
It's been a while.
That's bad knee of mine.
I was at a little cousin's birthday the other day.
And you was getting some shot, not Papa shot.
No, it was real.
Yeah,
it was out the driveway.
Papa Doc.
Papa shot. Oh, Papa Dot. Oh, okay. All right, 72 in a row. Megan was so proud.
She clapped.
She wasn't there. I don't think she was there. But coming up behind us, it feels like, by the way, we're the only ones, and she can clap a lot of ways. We're the only ones in the building. Walked around, it is pitch dark. But I see my guy Sean Bijani back there. I see Chris Santiago, a.k.a. Clay Thompson, walking through right now. He's got to get rid of that stash and cut that hair down some. Anyway,
dirty.
But they're in the building. They'll be up here tonight, 7 to 11. They will have a little pregame show for you and get you through the end of the game. Seattle hosting your Houston Astros. So Area 45 back tonight, 7 to 11. Before them, the fellas with Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, they will have you directly after us, and coming up here in just a bit, T-Mill's Best Bets. All right, we have not given our thoughts to the story, the story that is sweeping the nation. Apparently, people are looking at Coldplay concerts in a completely different way at this point right now, as our guy Andy Byron really stepped in it. Stepped in it. And I'll be honest, one of the first times, in a situation like this, the guy is really eating it much more than the woman is. Usually she's the whore. She's like, this is really on Andy. Andy, the CEO, and she just as hired as HR. Her friend, who might have to go too, standing next to her laughing, is also a new hire. If you missed a Coldplay concert the other night, and in a weird way, I've never seen this at a musical event, but they do like a little kiss cam type of situation. They go around and find couples, and you can, their style of music, I can see how they do that. They go around and find couples. Old Andy was hugged up with a young lady, head of HR at the same company.
Irony.
And as you'll hear here, that was not his wife. So they pan the camera on him, do a little kiss cam, and they are locked up, loaded, hugged up. They're having a romantic evening in front of everybody in New York. I know it's big, but damn, it ain't that big. And this is how that went down. Chris Martin on the vocals here, not only in the song for Coldplay, but right here once he sees this come up on the screen.
Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay? Oh, what? Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy.
Yeah, right on it.
He didn't know how right he was, did he?
I feel like he had an inkling. They were Andy's wife, real wife, not that lady, Andy's real. I mean, if you missed it, if you didn't see it, they show him they're hugged up. He is standing up over her arm.
It ain't I want to get in your pants. It's I've been in your pants and I love you. And let's embrace why this song's being played.
And this is our song. I'm in love. It's worse than just.
It's love, not lust.
And that camera put on them, and I mean, they got out of Dodge.
He bailed off the bat. I don't know what the hell he was standing on. He jumped off like a little stage or something.
He was ready for death or whatever. Well, he issued an apology, and everything. Somebody's got to go. By the way, they all can't just walk in there Monday and just keep working. Head of HR. But do you think? You know how some guys are. Do you think Chris Martin of Coldplay, who said that, either those two are having an affair, which I think added more to it, or they are very, very shy? You think he feels bad at all? You think he feels bad about adding more to it than what he said that really, I think, added to this thing going the way it did?
No, I don't think he feels bad.
Would you feel?
I wouldn't feel one bit bad. I wouldn't feel one bit bad. No.
It was a great line too, though, man.
I mean, it was smooth with it.
It was
got him.
Homewrecker.
He might as well just
like he
said,
was ready for it. Like he was ready for it.
Well, old
got
buddy,
him would have been better.
Old buddy's what he issued a statement.
Yeah, it's a statement. Try to blame Chris. Try to blame the old kiss cam.
Yeah,
as a thing.
I told my wife last night. She brought it. She said, "You see?" I said, "Yeah, I saw it." And she said, "You see?" He dropped a statement. I said,
"Got him."
I said, "Yeah, I saw that as well." I said, "Yeah, he tried to." I said, his little statement was all right until he tried to blame it on the musician.
Can hang it
she
on
said,
that.
What? Low must have read the first two. I said, "Baby, read that last paragraph right there."
Man. Got him.
I mean, at that point, you're just like,
and then he left,
in other words,
I
ain't sorry. I'm sorry I got caught.
And then he left a quote from the song lyric from Coldplay.
Yeah. Oh, was that what that was?
Yes.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, this dude. Hey, man. Dude. As you said, Clint, those two clearly had reached the point of, hey, man, we don't even care. They reached the point, because clearly by the way they were embracing right there, this didn't just cook up last month.
Yeah.
They've been rolling. They don't give a damn about being reckless anymore. The hell of them putting them on the screen. You're in New York at a concert. You don't think anybody connected to anybody would look at this and be like, yo, get out of here with that, boy. Yeah, I mean, they were. Oh God!
Breaking
Did he get caught?
Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
This better be something good. What is the latest?
Well, we have a plethora of injured Astros updates. I'll just give you the two that caught my eye here. You know they've been sending these books out of these updates on injuries.
Figured we get this.
The slugger with the bad hands, Yordan Alvarez. With that right hand inflammation, he has started swinging a bat yesterday. Yes, yesterday. So Thursday, he is in Seattle with the team to open up this road trip.
Oh, Lord.
And Spencer Arrighetti, he threw a 35-pitch live bullpen on July 13th. Scheduled to report to AA Corpus Christi later on this week.
That's big. Also, Christian Javier is doing the same. Christian Javier is also continuing his rehab assignment, and he is doing it tonight in AA Corpus. He's pitching.
Tyler, I need you to go over those one more time, Bob.
Yordan Alvarez is starting to swing a bat with them bad-ass hands of his.
This is when it gets bad.
Spencer Arrighetti threw a 35-pitch live bullpen on July 13th.
And Yordan is in Seattle.
Yes, he's with the squad on this road trip right now. Oh, my.
The cavalry's coming, ladies and gentlemen.
We're going to get a lineup next week?
Still not sure why Walter's on a bump tonight, but hey, the cavalry's coming, y'all.
We'll see. Jeremy Pena traveled to Florida to continue hitting, running, and throwing progression. So he's probably not going to be
Pena?
back. Yeah, Jeremy. Probably not going to be back for this series. Jake Myers is staying here in Houston to rehab.
I think Jake may have some bigger problems.
And here's one thing. There is no Chas McCormick on this list.
So he may be back?
Maybe getting close. But Javier pitching in Double-A with Spencer Arrighetti, those are good signs.
Yeah, absolutely.
As they're getting past there. All right.
Jordan being with the team in Seattle is big, right?
I mean,
forget the swinging. Why would he be with the team if he ain't close? Why travel?
You don't think? I mean, he's got to do a rehab assignment, and he's missed 70 games.
The last thing we heard from Espada was that they were trying their best to expedite whatever they can.
That was 2 stop and starts ago. Come on, man.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean,
you got a 5-game lead. I mean, I would think the guy hasn't played since May 2nd. He would have to get get him a 3-game series in Sugarland, right?
I've said it before. I mean, why waste those 3 games in Sugarland? It's the same game.
I mean, yeah, it's the same game, but I mean, the stakes aren't the same, and maybe he needs to really work on some stuff.
Well, let's be honest. We had 4 minor leaguers in our lineup last week.
Well, yeah, I get you. All right, T-Mill, you want to run through your best bets real quick? By the way, you can also check that out at T-Mill Real Deal and get all of his bets. Go ahead.
Yeah, Best Bets is back. Here they are real quick. 5 of them around baseball. 2 of these 5 are Astros related, so perk your ears up. Guardians, I'm on the money line for them tonight at -120. They are taking on the Athletics. I'm on the over between the Padres and the Nationals this evening, over 8.5 runs in that one. I'm on the Twins minus 1.5 at the Colorado Rockies. Got that at -115 odds. And then your 2 Astros bets. I'm on the Stros plus a run at very good odds, -135 at the Mariners tonight. Big C on the mound. Is that correct? No, it's Walter.
No,
Walter. And then lastly here, the Astros team total. I think they come out and get this second half of the season started with some runs. Astros over 3.5 runs for their team tonight in Seattle.
Also, great. There you go. Those are the best bets. Also want to bring this across from Chandler Rome. Yes, Yordan Alvarez is swinging again, but also Chaz McCormick has been reinstated from the IL, and Kennedy Corona is optioned back. So Chaz is back with the team, and we'll see if he starts tonight. We'll see what happens. Big weekend. Guys, stop.